Okay. Hello, everybody. I think we're live there now. Just checking. Yeah. Yep, we're good. Okay, you can hear me. Excellent. Hey, Merry Christmas. Happy Boxing Day, everybody. Got the Spider Man Have an Amazing Holiday shirt on. So, yeah, happy Boxing Day, everybody. And just want to say hello and welcome to Snortopupus Cuber. Hi and welcome. And I also want to say hello to Rusty Rivers, our good friend Rusty Rivers. He's got an excellent channel that he does content as well. And man, I was watching. What'd you do? Alexander Great. You did an excellent history video on Alexander the Great, Rusty. I like that a lot. So keep those up, please. And Miskatonic Madman. Hello, hi. Want to say hello to you and to Maddie's daddy, Steve, another Steve. Yeah, fantastic shirt, man. I love this shirt. Thanks for being here. So we're gonna go check. We're gonna go check on Vegas, and so everybody, please enjoy the Christmas season. If you have a plate of turkey on a Christmas plate, that's even better. And you know what? I got this. My little brother gave me this. It's a Barbados rum. And yeah, I know it says Mount Gay, but this is the traditional meaning of gay. Nothing to do with homos. It's delicious. It's one of the best rums. I'd put this up there with Fleur de Cana. The sugarcane flower is the English translation, I believe. That's a Nicaraguan rum. And that and Mount Gay, highly recommend. So let's get into the rum. And let's go on a photo tour of Vegas. And what should we mix that with? Oh, how about some Christmas spirit? We're not going to mix that with anything. It's just so good. Yeah, I know Maddie's daddy Mount does make it sound worse. My little brother in Australia, shout out to Pat. Pat introduced me to that. And my other little brother right here around the corner from me, he gave it to me this year. So actually they're not very little. They're both near 6 foot tall. They're bigger than me. But yeah, it does make it worse. You're right. Were you? I was not in Vegas recently. No, it's about 10 years ago, Maddie's daddy. But I suspect anyone who's been to Vegas more recently, maybe you can tell me if everything looks the same. 10 years in Vegas? I don't know. The whole standards will be there, I suspect. So let's just pull up these photos now, and we'll start the show. And yeah, I enjoyed Vegas. I enjoyed it a lot. It was really cheap. It was really quite cheap. I found Vegas to be affordable. Now I got a sweet deal staying at Caesar's Palace, and so I was working in Whistler Resort ski hotels at the time, and so I was chatting up the guy behind the front desk, checking us in, and just because I had worked the front desk as well, and we were both complaining about the typical hotel things that you do, and so yeah, he actually got me an improved room. He put me up on the top floor, my fiance and I at the time, and because each on Caesar's Palace in the Octavius Tower, which is one of the newest towers, each of the corners are penthouses, but there's narrow little rooms in between the penthouses up on the top floor, and he put us in there, and it was fantastic. Really long and only about 20 feet wide, but overlooking the pool. I'll show you. I've got a couple of photos later. Oh, really? Okay, Maddie's daddy says it's not cheap anymore. I didn't live here. Okay, so you're in Vegas right now? Holy crap. Maddie's daddy, if you want to come, I know you probably just want to relax on Boxing Day, but if you don't want to come on up here and help me co-host this, please go ahead, Maddie's daddy, and I'll just throw that in the chat right there quick. So yeah, if you do want to come up, you're living there right now. Hell, come on up, my friend. So let's yeah, okay. Maddie's daddy says yes, sir. I live in Vegas. Well, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. Yeah, man, I'm glad you're here. So let's see if I can do this properly. Share screen. Yes, let's do that. And here we go. There we go. Okay, so this is actually just out front of Caesar's Palace. There we go. And I managed to cut Caesar's head off. Huh. All right. Oh, sorry. That is not a great picture of Caesar's Palace. I did have. Ha! All right. Well, there's the strip. There is the strip. Here's everybody. Oh, and look who's with us. Maddie's Daddy, I'm going to put you on camera, and we'll pop you right up beside me. Thanks for joining. Hey, that's
my pleasure. I'm usually not up, even though this is early. As you know, I have a 4-year-old, so I have to wake up around 5 or 5:30 every morning, so I can.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I have to make her breakfast, and then also
Uh-huh.
cook and pack. I try to cook her lunch fresh every day, and pack it, and then get her dressed, etc. So,
you were up early yesterday morning.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was up till like 3 on your channel, actually, as a guest.
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, and then woke up 3 hours later to for the whole Christmas thing, and it's just so much fun.
Fantastic.
Children at that, they're just so so. But yes, I live in Vegas. I don't know how much help I'll be because I'm not Vegas's biggest. Because it's just so darn hot here.
Hey, it's near freezing out there now. So
no, not even close.
No, I mean here where I am.
Oh, sorry.
So I would prefer to be in the heat, my friend. And it was hot at Christmas. You're right.
Yeah,
I had a great time in Vegas. I was there for, I want to say 8 days, and including the flights and the hotel for 8 days. I mean, part of one day and part of the last, so not real 8 full days. I swear it was 800 Canadian dollars, which is about, at the time, it was about 700 American. It was less than $100 a day.
Yeah, Vegas, everything has gone up in Vegas since the pandemic.
And now, that's not the real Eiffel Tower.
No, it's not.
But it is part of a famous casino, and that, I believe, it's called Paris. Is it not the Paris Casino?
I don't know. I said I wouldn't be that much help.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah, I'm a
Parisian,
so I don't really gamble, especially because I think I used up my entire life's luck in getting my daughter.
Yes.
You've heard me brag about her, till you want to like kill yourself. But
it is called the Paris.
I really did get lucky with her. But other than that, I always make the joke that when bananas are out of season, I slip on orange peels. So,
dear.
Yeah, when I go to the casino, security just meets me in the parking lot, takes my wallet, and
just
says,
takes you. Yeah,
I saved you an hour. Now get out of here.
It saves time. Yeah, I understand. Now I went in with $20 and had the view that I know I'm not gonna to the slot machines in Caesar's Palace where I was staying. And I said, I know I'm gonna spend this money. That's gone. The $20 here. I'm not gonna. But how much entertainment can I get for the $20? And I played the slots for a full 2 hours. I was up to maybe $60, but then I just kept playing and lost it because I'm very conservative with my gambling. And I think if you want to win big, you have to, gamble big. But I was being brought some refreshments while I was gambling there. And $20 is about the price of a movie theater ticket here for, just, and considering today's quality of movies, it was actually more entertaining. Yeah, it was.
Did you how much did you start when you first, what they say, coined in?
Yeah, I spent $20. I got $20 and I spent the whole thing on the slots.
And were you okay with having lost the $20 for the entertainment you had?
That's what I'm saying. I went in there ahead of time with that mindset that it was going to be $20, and I got more than 2 hours out of it, plus some beverages. So,
oh wow, okay, so
yeah, that's awesome. And hello, I want to say hello and happy Boxing Day to DVB. Howdy ho and happy holidays. I'm so glad somebody cool is streaming. Well, I mean that maybe Steve and I together are cool. That's I don't know about me individually, but thank you very much, DVB, for saying that. Now this, and I do have a list. I've got a side sheet here, a cheat sheet, and that was the Paris casino, which was built in 1999, according to my cheat sheet. Now this is where I was staying at Caesar's Palace. That's the lobby in Caesar's Palace, and man, was it ever decorated up for Christmas. It was gorgeous. Hi, Snorty. Good to see you, man. Yeah, it was really impressive, and I did not go in the fountain. No. I wanted to.
Very nice.
Yeah, there wasn't actually running water at the time, so all right. But yeah, gorgeous. And actually, it's okay. So this was 2:30 in the morning. And so there's the guy in the scissors lift is still putting up the decoration. So this is probably, I want to say this is around December 12th or 14th, just about 10 days before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just gorgeous, the Caesar's Palace lobby. Yeah, now this is in the Bellagio, which is just around the corner from, just across from, but the properties of each casino are so big, you're walking for 5 minutes before you're off into the next casino. But yeah, I spent $20 on purpose, and I knew that it would be gone. And I knew before I went in that I was going to spend that, and it was good. And so, yeah, this is the Bellagio with its famous ceiling. Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Question. Did they have 10 years ago? I'm sure they did. Did they have the gondola rides at the Bellagio? And if so, did you ride one?
I did not. And I saw, the only place I saw gondolas, and I have a photo, now that you mentioned it, was in the Venetian Hotel, which is a model after Venice.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. I'm getting my Italian themes mixed up. Yeah.
So now the Bellagio has the incredible water fountain displays that's set to Frank Sinatra's Frank Sinatra music, which is incredible. New York, I think was this. Anyway, I've got photos of those, and I have photos of the gondola in Venice. It was fantastic.
You know, I've been hearing, you always hear about Frank Sinatra and his mafia connections.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen stories lately, though, that he was actually kind of a good guy. They didn't let Sammy Davis Jr. come to one of his shows because when he was in the early 60s, because Sammy Davis Jr. was obviously black.
He was.
And
yeah, I've heard that.
And when Frank called him and said, "Hey, Sammy, why weren't you at my show?" He said, "Well, I tried. They wouldn't let me in." So he,
wow.
The next time he had him sit, front row, and he talked to security himself.
Oh yeah, they'd be fired, every one of them. Sorry, you're done.
Yeah. And then also another story, and I always just, I always thought he was, like a guy that bullied people, but somebody, he was getting into it one day, and somebody said he was like a huge fan. And Frank said, "Well, did you enjoy the show?" And the guy said, "Well, no, I can't afford the show, so I waited out here just so I could, say hi." And Frank took off his diamond cufflinks and gave them to him. And said,
wow.
Pay for the next time, the next show. And then this story was relayed by the chauffeur, and he said the chauffeur asked him why he gave away such expensive cufflinks, which I think were a gift from somebody in his life.
Mm-hmm.
One day we'll be dead, so they're not going to do me any good anyway. As well,
that's true.
Yeah. So sorry to diverge, but
no. Please go ahead. And do you mind reading this from our friend DVB? And have you heard any rumors?
I heard that there is an elaborate sculpture. I'm on my phone, so it's really tiny.
Oh, okay.
An elaborate satanic sculpture, elaborate satanic temple underneath the Luxor, according to my Las Vegas spy.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And this, yeah, so I haven't heard that. Have you?
I have not.
Interesting. I'd believe DVB. He's got some connections. And I want to welcome Carla Burton. Hello, Carla Burton, and welcome. Carla Burton was kind enough to host with me the last time or 2 Thursdays ago. And I just want to prove, I do own cufflinks. I'm a classy guy. I do actually own one set of cufflinks, which I think my father bought for me because he is a classy guy. I think it's been about 2 decades since I've worn those. Maybe since my brother's wedding would be the last time.
That's funny. I have a pair of cufflinks.
Mm-hmm.
My gave them to me, and I think the last time I wore them was at my brother's.
Nice. Hello, Daniel's Hot Topics. Hello and welcome to you. And Seventh Like, well, thank you. And Carla Burton says, I went to Vegas, spent the whole time in my hotel room. There was a horrible spirit over the whole place. I felt like crying. Oh, dear. That's no good, Carla. Well, I guess you have to do it once. And now, this is the ceiling that's famous in the lobby area of the Bellagio. And actually, you have to go upstairs. It's kind of on the second floor of the Bellagio, is the front lobby, if memory serves. But this ceiling is photographed internationally. It's a very famous ceiling, and I'm sure it has a history. And I thought I had more than one picture. I have another picture later on that shows it close up. But a gorgeous tree. Although, as a Canadian, I'm opposed to fake trees, but that's okay. I can understand. As a maintenance guy, yeah, a live tree would be a pain in the ass.
Especially in Vegas.
Especially in Vegas, yeah. And just gorgeous views from around Caesar's Palace of the different bonsai trees. And here's this is back to the Bellagio. That is a wide ass hallway. I mean, look how much space is used up there. They could have turned those into rooms. Like, that's unheard of in Whistler Ski Resort to have that much wasted space, but I guess it's Vegas, so.
Well, you have to remember, they do a lot of conventions here. That hallway will be filled with human, but you'll still
right. And there's some slot machines in Bellagio. There's the ceiling. It's actually a 3D ceiling, a stained glass that comes right down. It's incredible. I've got better photos than that, but that's the main lobby of the Bellagio. And I want to say hello to our friend Rob Atlas. Hello, Rob Atlas.
I believe it's Rob Altis.
Did I say Atlas? I did. And I'm not even dyslexic. That is Altis. I apologize. Thank you, Steve. You're absolutely right. I apologize for misnaming you, Rob Altis.
Yeah, I've seen Rob around various
years. Yeah, a couple of years. And I have been pronouncing it wrong, I admit. Wrong this entire time. You're right. Now, is that a real last name, or is that a take on something, I wonder?
Good question. Maybe he'll give us the answer.
I've never seen that as a last name, but yeah. Well, I mean, you don't have to. It's up to you. Can make up whatever the hell you want, Rob. I will probably believe you.
Atlas would be a cool name too.
Well, I'm not dyslexic. I don't think I can actually read at a pretty high level. So I thought.
We all
maybe not. There is a pall of desperation and despair that hangs over Vegas. Well, I was in a pretty good mood, so I probably didn't notice it. I tend to be an optimist, and I had some beverages in me the whole time. I'm not gonna lie.
I could say that most of the people that live here, that would be as an exception, love it here.
Okay.
They're hot weather people.
Yeah, me too. It's a mom thing, according to Carla.
Yeah. There is a lot to do here for adults. It is an adult playground.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they have the Sphere is very cool.
Oh, never had any interest in going to Lost Wages, says Snortapoopus. Well then, Snorty, if you watch tonight, you've seen it all. Because I've got so here's again the Bellagio. Those are really big silver balls.
Snorty, I did catch your Steely Dan reference there. So just do what you going to Las Vegas, Lost Wages.
Is that a Steely Dan reference?
It is, sir. Yes.
I like Steely Dan. Huh.
They have going to Las Vegas, Lost Wages.
There's the ceiling. That's the incredible ceiling. And you can. I know. Who was telling me was it you that was telling me they photographed that, or someone in my chat was telling me they photographed it quite a bit before professionally?
Interesting. I did not know that.
It might have been. I kind of think Fermented Cinema, but maybe not. But anyway, do you know Fermented Cinema? He lives over in Japan.
I do not.
No, yeah, he's a super cool guy.
Well, most people on these things are really cool.
You know what? That is incredible. The greatest thing that came out of the pandemic is discovering Doomcock and discovering this wonderful community. I never really, as a maintenance guy, I would Google things on YouTube to how to fix them. Maybe if I wasn't familiar, but I never streamed before. So that's the incredible ceiling, actually. And it was this man right here that convinced me and Antidote Jill at different times to start the channel. So Christmas cheers to Cardinal Sin, Gil Bovell. Shout out to you.
Absolutely. You left us too soon, sir.
He did indeed.
He was always sending me private messages. I had never seen, Dr. Who or The Prisoner or some of these things that he and Clobber
Yep.
He always sent messages. Hey, give me your address and I'll mail this to you.
Well, do you know what he sent me for Christmas? And I'll grab it now. 2 years ago.
I mean, knowing Gil, it could have been his kidneys. That guy.
Not this Christmas. It would be freaky if it had arrived this Christmas. But it was 2 years ago, and you stirred my memory, Steve. That is, you know what? I'm going to make myself big just for a second. I apologize. Yeah. There. Sorry, Maddie's daddy. I'm just going to make myself big for a second. He sent me that action figure of the prisoner.
Nice.
Was the last thing that I got from Gil, and I have watched the first episode, and when I have time, I will watch more. So let's put you back in the shot, Maddie's daddy. There you go. And so this man, I tell you what, the limousines and the vehicles in Vegas, and you must see this all the time. The vehicles in Vegas, the stretch limos, I've never seen like anything like Vegas before.
Yeah, those are pretty common.
Yeah, but I mean, really big ones. I mean, we got Whistler Ski Resort had limos, but not like some of these guys were a mile long. And the bellhops, they were all very professional. Even though I was dressed like a homeless backpacker, they paid me full respect and all of that. And the architecture is just amazing. So there's Caesar's Palace at night, and it just doesn't shut down. Vegas doesn't stop.
Well, the Strip doesn't shut down.
Yeah. You probably live it. It does.
I live in actually a place called Enterprise, which is perfect for a nerd.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm right.
You live in Enterprise.
I live in Enterprise. Yeah, you can Google it. Not clever, but
that is awesome.
The funny thing is, in other parts of Vegas, like grocery stores are all closed at 10. And Baton Rouge, they'd be open until 11 or 12. So I was kind of shocked, but so you have to go, but the Strip never closes.
I believe that. That's what but you know what? My room, I think the hotels, when they build the hotels, they have this in mind, and they build them pretty soundproof. I was not kept awake. Might have been because I had a few drinks each day, but I didn't have any trouble sleeping in Vegas at all because you walk so much.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, and it's so dry that you're sweating, but you don't realize that you're sweating because it evaporates immediately. Yep. It's dehydrated, sure, yeah.
And Daniel's Hot Topic says, "Did you hear the news? The future ruler of Earth, Lord Doomcock, yes, revealed that the CBS Paramount that had said the Star Trek Discovery was said to be an alternate canon. Yes, at Midnight's Edge, another friend of the channel, they also said the same thing, and I watched the video, and that is right. Star Trek Discovery is not. I never considered any of that crap to be canon anyway.
Clever and time call it STD.
That's exactly right. And Tiger Stripes, hello.
Tiger.
So sorry, I didn't mean to point there, Tiger Stripes. But hello and welcome. And she says Murano glass. Okay, you know more than I do then. Well, on this topic, skinning a deer and might be different, but you're telling me that's Murano glass. I believe you. I don't know about Murano glass. I know about Merino wool from New Zealand, but that's spelled differently. Okay, Murano Glass. Thank you, Tiger Stripes. Thank you very much. And great to see you. Merry Christmas to you. And everybody in the chat, I want to say hello to Carla Burton again, and Merry Christmas specifically to DVB and Rob Atlas. Daniel's Hot Topics. Thank you. And we're not going to be too long here, my friend. I don't want to keep you too busy on Boxing Day, but
well, Boxing Day isn't a thing in the States. I only know about it from looking it up.
Oh, okay. So. And this is landing in Las Vegas on the plane, and I had no idea how spread out Vegas. It's a big place.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Rob Atlas says it's a name, but not mine. Okay, that's cool. I was good. I'm sorry. Then I don't feel so bad about mispronouncing it if it's not that personal. Then I didn't mean to mispronounce it or misread it. Not only misread it, but mispronounce it. And I want to.
Oh, Sherry.
Yes, the lovely Sherry's here. Great to see her. Thank you for being here. Oh, that's a fantastic Christmas picture. The lovely Sherry.
That's what you call truth in advertising.
Mm-hmm. Jeez, yes, there needs to be more of that, especially on the old Tinder profiles, eh? Not that I ever go on there. I don't. I got no time for that. Carla, so it has to go. I'll catch you up later, Gator. I will see you in a while, Crocodile.
Have a good night, Carla.
Good night. DVP says, hey, Daniel, I'm sure you'll be glad to know that I got a $30 Hot Topic gift certificate for Christmas. Real man. We need to talk, DVB. Now, are you anywhere that you can hear? Like, does everyone in Vegas hear the airport and the planes landing? Because it must be nonstop.
It is nonstop. Where I am, I don't really hear them. However,
there's one in the picture right there, I think, up top.
I can't really see it on my cell phone, but I will take your word for it.
It is. Yeah, it's a jet. Yeah. They're cloud seeding.
The thing in Vegas is there's no limit on how loud your motorcycle is. They consider, the louder it is, the more safe it is, so that people will know that so they're ultra hyper loud. It's sometimes hard.
That's why the top floor. I highly recommend the top floor of Caesar's Palace. If you gotta show up early in the morning and schmooze with the front desk people.
Yes, Rob Altus. It is about 4 hours away from Las Vegas.
Okay. I'd love to do a road trip all the way down through. Once Canada becomes the 51st state, then the currency won't be a problem. So I'll do a road trip all the way down. Oh, dude, you have no idea how many people around me are a big fan of some sort of agreement. We'll put it that way.
Well, I mean, we are. We're about as close as two countries can be. I think. I mean, not just geographic, but.
New Zealand and Australia would also.
Oh, New Zealand being called Australians.
Yeah, no, it's same as us with America. Carla might have a different opinion, but I think Australia and New Zealand share a similar bond. But we've got the longest undefended border.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. And I've only been to Canada twice. I've been to Vancouver twice and absolutely loved it.
Oh, wow. Well, hey, man, you got a place to stay. I'll come. It's only about 5 hours away, so I'll come grab you.
Sounds good.
5-hour drive is nothing for, if you're in North America, 5 hours isn't that. I was telling a friend of mine from London, it's only a 5-hour drive. It's just, if I drove for 5 hours, I'd be in Scotland.
Yep. I saw one of those reaction videos where a British guy was reacting to other British people talking about the U.S. or basically complaining. And one woman said she lives somewhere, some small town, and an American said, "Oh, is that close to London?" She said, "No, it's 2 hours away." And the reactor was also said, "You got to understand, to an American, 2 hours is close.
That is pretty darn close. Yeah, that's absolutely, that is close. Yeah.
When I was dating my wife, I drove 4 hours every day from Reno to San Francisco. Or not every day, sorry, every weekend. To
Yep.
date her. Yep. So you're absolutely right.
Well, I got a buddy who I went pew-pewing today with something that I may or may not have gotten under the tree that has an SKS in the title, I think. I'm not sure. No, you know what? I'm totally disregard that. But anyway, we did. And may or may not have YouTube. Government of Canada. I may or may not have done that. I'm probably making this up. But we went and today, and it was a lot of fun. And I forget where I was going with that.
Yes.
Anyway, it was great fun.
And not that anybody's listening, but we all love Trudeau.
Yes.
He would never listen to our.
No. I publicly challenged him to a boxing match, and he's got experience. I have no experience. I'm like 6 inches shorter than him. I don't care. I will publicly box him for charity, of course.
Can I ask you a question about you're Canadian? Although
yes.
You may not be old enough to remember this, but when I was in Canada,
52, but
somebody told me that his father Pierre tried to have Mick Jagger unlived.
Oh wow!
Because apparently Mick had done something in a horizontal position
with his wife, who was apparently a whore, allegedly in Minecraft.
Allegedly, yes.
In Minecraft,
yes.
That is very possibly. Although I do know that his father Pierre, I do respect him for this. He went to London to meet the Queen a few times, I think, and one of the times he was just so not impressed with all the pompous stuff going on. They've got a shot of him. He was like being smartass and did a pirouette behind the Queen when he thought no one was looking. Yeah, just to be smartass. So I think his dad was maybe a better leader. But anyway, moving on.
Certainly a better diplomat, I would say. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is inside the Venetian. The Venetian, it's modeled after Venice, more or less, and I'll just look it up right now. The Venetian is also from 1999. Oh, wow, okay. So that's right up there with the Paris casino as well. The Bellagio's from 1998. Okay. And Caesar's Palace. Let's take a look at Caesar's
That's an old
Palace, 1966. Wow. Okay. According to my cheat sheet, Caesar's Palace is from 1966. Wow.
All the ones that people know the names of, the Sand, Caesar's Palace.
Wow.
Yeah, all those are old, and the ones that you never heard of until you came here are relatively new.
And the Bird of Prey as well. Cheers.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Bird of Prey.
Yeah, he was often on with Anti-Derivative Jill.
Oh wow!
And he passed away just a few months ago, and again he was far too young. I mean, he wasn't well, but he would do streams from his hospital bed. Steve.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's been way too much of this.
There has been, and that's why I raised a glass, and I wish him and his family all the best. The prisoner figures were done by my friend, says Rob Altus. No kidding. You're kidding. Your friends did these.
That's cool.
Holy crap on a stick. I mean, the likeness.
Rob,
the likeness is impressive. Very impressive.
In a computer or old school? Not that it.
Oh, I think you froze. That's okay, chat. Maddie's daddy will join us when he unfreezes. Okay. Nope. You're good now.
They purposely keep clocks out of the casinos, and they also keep there's no windows so that you can't tell how much time has passed. If you came in at noon and it's suddenly dark outside, you won't know it.
Yes, that's right. And hello and welcome to Outlaw Bill. Hello, my friend. And despite the other day, man, I honestly wish you a Merry Christmas and I hope you're having a great holiday, man. Good to see you here. Thank you. And Sonorta Poopus, silly old bear, says Tiger Stripes. Watched Red One tonight and thought of you. I haven't seen that. Do you mean the Big Red One, which is an awesome war movie? I don't know why. I'm assuming you don't mean that one. It's not canon. Yeah, I agree. DVB says Cardinalson was the first person that I ever had a virtual argument with. Yeah.
Well, knowing Gil, I know that he didn't hold a grudge or like
no.
that.
And he would change his mind if he presented with new information, which, according to Sigmund Freud, was a measure of is a test of sanity. If you're willing to change your mind, man, how much have you changed your opinion since you were 20 years old? Like completely.
Not on a lot of things. I've changed moderately. I'm open enough to change my opinion on things moderately.
This is the Venetian Hotel, modeled after Venice. Oh, that's not in Venice. I've been to the real Venice, and that is not there. That's another place. Here's back to that's just sorry, that got stuck in there. Sorry, folks. That's a gorgeous photo, though.
It is.
There we go. There's inside the Venetian. And that, do you recognize those, that lit up tower? Do you recognize what that is? Because they're all over Vegas.
I have seen it, but I zoom in.
It's a beverage container that's like that big.
Oh, okay.
They're full on 2 feet long. And you can walk around the strip legally, no problem, with those. Well, you used to be able to.
I'm a non-drinker and I don't go to the strip, so like I said, I may not be that much help in this.
Hey, man, it's just nice having. It's been a blast anyway, and we've been 37 minutes, and we'll probably go a little over an hour. I won't keep you too long, my friend.
But if you ever go to New Orleans or back, help you out. Yeah, that's where I'm mostly.
I actually wanted to go visit Clobby in New Orleans, and Clobbering Times, Mike Alonso, R.I.P. and raise a glass to Michael Alonso, Clobbering Times.
Absolutely, my best friend for 40 years.
Hey, you're kidding?
No,
so you knew him like in real life.
Every time I came to Baton Rouge, I slept on his sofa. Yeah.
So he said the best time to visit New Orleans was not Mardi Gras.
I agree.
What would he have said, do you think? What did he tell me?
Well, it depends. It depends on what your goals are. Weather-wise, he would have said, although Mardi Gras is, good time weather-wise too. Mike didn't really go to Mardi Gras. He didn't like crowds.
No. See, he told me Independence Day, July 4th.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what he recommended.
That's interesting.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
I don't know why. Mike did enjoy, as you know, Mike was a bigger guy.
And a social.
I'm sorry?
Yep. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yep. So he generally liked the winter, the cold winter months more.
Okay. Yeah. Well, New Orleans is a warm place, is it not?
Yeah, most of the year it's good.
There we go.
October to probably March is nice. And then it gets hot, very humid, a lot of insects, but great food. Yeah, great food, friendly people, beautiful women. There's only one. But like if you flew down from Canada to Baton Rouge, Mike would offer for you to stay, on his sofa.
Man, I'd fix something while I was there to pay my way.
There were some fix there. There were some his doorstep. He had a broken step. Yeah.
I heard he had a comic book shop once.
He did. It was great. I loved his comic book shop.
I'd love to talk to him about it. You know what? I did. So I want to just read from Miskatonic Madman so I don't get too far behind in the chat. Miskatonic Madman says, if you want to get free drinks and not spend too much money gambling, play Pai Gao Poker with cards, not tiles. It's really slow, and you mostly just push, push, push. Oh, is that okay? That's a game that you can play.
That was my ex-wife's game.
Never heard of it before. Huh? Interesting.
Chinese.
Pai Gao.
Yes.
I figured, yeah, because I speak pathetic Japanese, and I didn't recognize it as Japanese. Everything around Vegas is no man's land, pretty much. Yeah, I think I heard it's in the middle of nowhere. Is that true, Maddie's daddy? That it's just there's nothing really around?
It is. It started as a watering post for the horses. People were crossing the desert to go to California.
Oh, wow.
And then the movies are true. It did become sort of an oasis for the, I guess I could say, mob.
Oh.
Hopefully I don't get you demonetized here, but
no, I'm not me. No, you can say whatever the fuck you want on this channel. They will never monetize me. And Admiral Teague, hello and welcome. And no, I'm gonna add you as a moderator, Mr. Teague, just to see how many we can get.
But the mafia stories are true. About 2 years ago, the water levels at Lake Mead, a man-made lake, where they diverted water from the Colorado River. The water levels went down to historic lows, and they started finding skeletons in Lake Mead.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Snortapoopus says that is his real photo. Yeah. Okay. I believe you. I am gullible though. And,
his spider sense isn't going off, so we believe.
No. Hang on. Wait a minute. What's having trouble with my mouse all of a sudden? That's no good. No, I don't want to report Carla. No, that's not what I clicked on. Holy shit. I'm having issues here. I'm sorry. It won't let me do anything except.
While you're addressing that, I will just. You did make me a moderator. You may want to rethink that because Mark D with a C used to just be Mark with a C, and I was at the gym on Klobby's channel with my phone in my pocket, and I blocked him.
Oh.
And so he had to add the D, so it was Mark D with a C.
Oh, is that why?
That's why, yeah. I had my phone in my pocket.
That was you? Because he lives. Is he not down in the Vegas area, or am I wrong on that? So or New Orleans.
He's in New England. He's in
oh shit. Okay.
Connecticut, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I grew up in that area.
He's in New England, so he puts clams on his pizza. So that tells you.
Yeah. I meant to say everything around Vegas is no them's land. Oh shit. Guess that's good. Yeah, you can't say no man's land anymore. That's inappropriate.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
Although I think Vegas turned from blue to purple.
And
all of it except for I think Clark County and a few other tiny places carried the Republican nominee this time. Not to get political.
No, well, I also cover politics. It is an again. I don't think YouTube will ever monetize me, so we can say whatever the fuck we want on this channel. And I do actually. I did my minor in college was political science, so I am kind of interested in political science, and it is an interesting topic, of course.
It is.
Rob Altus says, I remember an episode of Family Ties where Alex told a girl he was a fighter pilot and they were invading Canada in the morning. Well, I think you'd only need I've been watching Warthog, the A-10 Warthog videos that you guys have. We don't have those. I think you'd only need about 6 of those to take over our country. They're impressive.
Did you ever see Canadian Bacon?
Of course I did, with John Candy and Danny DeVito's wife, Rhea Perlman from Cheers.
The Canadians were playing Americans, and the Americans were playing Canadians, which I thought was a stroke of brilliance.
I never noticed that. Eugene Levy was an American. You're right.
Yep. And John Candy played an American, but he's Canadian.
Right. That's right.
Yeah, and the I still remember the the line, because the president was going for his second term, and everything was going fine in the world, and they needed some drama, and so one of his aides suggested, played by a very famous comedian whose name is escaping me right now, but he was in A Few Good Men.
Oh,
He was like the second Tom Cruise, but the guy working for him. Anyway, somebody will probably put it in the chat. But he told the president, Alan Alda, who I think is the one exception to the Canadians playing American rule.
oh yeah, I like Alan Alda a lot.
He was, and he went on TV and said, "Surrender pronto, or we'll level Toronto."
Which is funny because he on Match, Hawkeye Pierce was one of the most peace-loving characters. That's funny. And Tiger Stripe says, Canadian Spider-Man, titch titch. Are you calling someone a whore just because they had sex with Mick Jagger? Because that is one long list. Yes, I don't disagree with you. You're right. But no, that is not the only reason. She has a list of alleged people that she was intimate with other than her husband. So, yeah, no, it's more than one. Castro would be high on the list, right?
Oh, wow.
Ooh, they just demolished the Tropicana recently to make way for a stadium, says Miskatonic Madman.
Another stadium, yeah.
And if you're able to see this, are you able to read what DVB says?
Yeah, I turned my phone sideways.
Okay.
Always win all of your boxing matches by default at Canadian Spider-Man, only because nobody in the world would ever want to punch you in the face, even with gloves. LOL.
I'll take my glasses off. I'll put in my contact lenses. That's right. You can't hit a man with glasses. I grew up in a time where that was still a thing. I don't know if that's a thing anymore. Rick Moranis got hit pretty hard with the glasses. So maybe not. But thank you. Know what I'm saying? Okay, well, I think so. And yes, Pops. Oh, yes, Pops as well. Pop culture creator. Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, you're right. Daniel's Hot Topics says, I miss pop culture curator and Bird all the time. And might as well raise another glass. This could be a pretty short live stream if I keep drinking straight rum, but we'll see.
I'm drinking water, so.
Yes, if there was a way to, I wish there was a way that YouTube had a feature to hand over control of your stream to someone that's streaming with you right now, because Rod Thunderheart has the keys to the whole operation here, but I can only give to one person, so it's only Rod. I did invite him as well, but he's not. He must be busy.
He's a better choice than me because, as I mentioned, I'm usually not up. Like I'll usually as I'm laying down to go to bed, I'll see you pop up that you're on, and I'm like, oh, I can't, I'm sleep, blink, But
hello, Sashi.
Although I do watch them when I can afterwards. You may have seen that.
I'm glad. Yes, because you leave. Yes, I'm glad, man, and thank you for being with us tonight. Now, do you know what this is?
I do not actually. It's the town that's forced.
It's a roller coaster.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, there's a roller. I'm looking at a roller coaster that goes through the building.
Yeah, and
that's what we're looking at right now. And do you know which casino has the roller coaster that goes through the hotel? I
do not. Somebody could probably look it up in the chat. I did drop somebody off there a few times where they have the forced perspective New York City. It's not as big as it looks.
Okay, that's called New York, the hotel there, and I have pictures of that. I believe that might be. I think that is on New York. At the top, on the top. It's either New York or area. But no, I think New York. Yep, I think you're right.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the Chrysler Building and the Empire State, I think.
I've never been to Chicago. I've been to New York.
It's surprising. Those windows at the top in those rooms must be tiny.
Because they're proportional, right?
They built it sort of like an capital A shape. For forced perspective. It's not as tall as it looks.
Right. Okay, and it was the red one that's a Christmas movie. Yeah, that's with The Rock. Okay, I figured so, Tiger Stripes. I didn't think you were much of a war movie fan. Although the big red one has, oh shit,
That Patrick Swayze?
no. We're talking Ernest Borgnine.
Oh,
Oh yeah, and shit. Who's the when Dennis Leary sings the song "Asshole"? He says we're gonna bring all these guys back, and shit. He mentioned a couple of them, but yeah, they'll come to mind.
Hmm.
Rob Atlas is the fellow that made the prisoner action figures. Is that who you're talking about, Rob Altus? He is a writer, actor, and producer, but Hollywood is not paying his bills, so he decided to make action figures with a partner. His company is called Wandering Planet. Wow. Well, okay. Thank you. That's awesome.
I've often thought about that myself.
Rob. Oh, sorry. Please, I don't want to interrupt you. Please go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm primarily an animator, but I can also sculpt in 3D. Often
That's cool.
I've heard that well, I actually majored in fine art now, so I took sculpture and that stuff before getting into animation.
That's one of my favorite pictures.
I've heard that it's fairly lucrative to do those action figures.
No doubt. And well, Rob Atlas, if you want to drop the link, I mean, you're a moderator. You can put whatever link in there you want. If you want to put a link to your buddy's company, Wandering Planet, please go ahead, my friend. And now this is one of my favorite pictures, and that's New York. New York was built in 1997, apparently. Yeah.
Is that Excalibur across on the other side of the picture?
So New York is on this side, and then across that is a replica of Camelot.
Mm-hmm.
And that is pretty amazing. And I know the New York. I don't know what casino. Oh yes, I do. It's that would be the Excalibur. That would have to be the Excalibur Casino in 1990. That was built in 1990.
Yes, that's Excalibur.
That would have to be the Excalibur. Yeah, and the Bellagio beside it. Yeah, it looks like. Maybe not.
Excalibur.
But that's gorgeous. Excalibur. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous photo.
It's hard to stay in it because it is not a smoke-free facility, and the cigarette smoke.
Well, there's only one smoke-free casino, according to my cheat sheet, and the only non-smoking casino in Vegas is. Do you know what it is?
I don't offhand.
It's not the MGM Grand. It's the Park MGM, which was built in '96. The MGM Grand was built in '93.
I've never been. Wait a minute. It's okay.
It's the Paris Hotel. Ah.
Yeah. Well, for some reason,
back there,
height of the ceilings or the ventilation or whatever, but in most hotels it's not that bad. But now they're never going to hire me here. But at Excalibur, it was really thick.
Oh yeah. No, I was really impressed with all the casinos are quite impressive with the architecture and from a construction kind of viewpoint. Tiger Stripes says a Boffo cast in the red one. Boffo, I'm assuming means great.
Yeah, it's
great
like
cast.
Great.
An Australian term, I think. Could be wrong.
I always thought it was a pseudo-Italian.
Oh,
but
I could absolutely be right.
I could also be wrong because that was probably just an assumption on my.
Well, yeah. Tiger Stripes is pretty knowledgeable, so God knows where she could be pulling that from. She has all kinds of knowledge. New Orleans is warm and wet, also so humid. That's fine. My hair, while I still have hair for another few years anyway, my hair loves the humid weather, and so does my skin and everything. I love humid weather. Bring it on.
Louisiana is great from like October. October is beautiful and April is beautiful. That it does get colder and it feels cold because of the humidity. But
I want to say hello to Susan Dolan. Hi.
Hail, Susan. I will try to talk less because I'm interrupting you too much.
No, please. No. I don't. As long as you don't get offended if I interject something, then we're all good, man.
My policy is not to get offended.
Okay. See, life is too short. I don't get offended. I don't take myself that seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got self-respect, but there's a difference between taking yourself too seriously and having self-respect. And this is an incredible. That's a bridge in New York City, isn't it? I recognize that bridge from New York City, I believe.
It looks like it might. Yeah, that could be a lot of bridges.
Oh yeah, it says New York, New York behind. If I read carefully, it says New York, New York behind with the Empire State. Yeah, okay, that is New York. I want to. What bridge is famous in New York? That's
Well, there's the Brooklyn Bridge.
the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah.
There's Verrazano's, I think it's pronounced. There used to be the London Bridge, but which is from London. But now I believe Arizona. So yeah.
I've been across the Tower Bridge in London a long time ago.
Nice.
Well, Las Vegas has substantial suburbs now, much more than the Strip. Well, yeah, that's where Maddie's daddy is coming to us from.
Yeah, there's Henderson and there's Enterprise and there's Mountain's Edge and there are a lot of suburbs. It's true. It's growing very rapidly, especially since the pandemic. Everybody's from California is trying to get out because they're tired of the incredible taxes that they voted for. So they come here and vote for the incredibly high taxes.
Not good.
That's why they're not cheap anymore, is because it used to be that no one would stay here. People would move here for a couple of years and move out, but now, since Californians can telecommute, they're all moving. They're selling their $1 million one bedroom apartment, moving here and buying 2 houses.
Yep, a lot of people from Toronto after the pandemic from Toronto would move to the East Coast to where I grew up in New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, and yeah, they could sell their place in Toronto or Vancouver. We have people in this. I'm 5 hours east in the countryside, well away from Vancouver, but we have people selling their places in Vancouver and moving out here because, I mean, you're good luck locking us down. That ain't gonna happen, So they escaped. And DVB says, I heard the Hoover Dam is actually considered to be a god dam. I don't know what that means.
I think it's just a joke on a play on the words on the goddamn.
Oh.
But
shit. Yes. Okay. Duh.
Daniel's Hot Topic.
Shit.
A hilarious movie and also delicious. I love Canadian bacon.
Yep. Yes. Have you ever had Australian bacon?
I have not.
Well, my brother who lives there, my little brother Pat, this was his biggest complaint, and it's true. Australian bacon is sliced very similar to American and Canadian bacon, although no, not our round bacon, but I mean normal bacon. Mm-hmm. But it's got a little round eyeball. We call it the eyeball. It's a round cartilage, a piece of cartilage.
Oh,
and it's just in every slice, and I don't know how it gets in there. Anyone who's a butcher maybe can say, but the Australian bacon has one little piece of cartilage, and it's like a shaped like a circle, and I don't know why it's there. Well, I guess because bones are round mostly.
I don't know if Canadian bacon is actually Canadian. I feel like I should be ending my sentences with A, although you don't.
No, well, sometimes.
They're
good for breakfast sandwiches.
I love Canadian accents, by the way. Especially about. What are you talking about?
Thanks. I've lived on both coasts, 26 years on the East Coast, 26 years here, so it's a little fudged up. But
yeah, I don't think you have a Canadian accent, at least as I'm familiar.
Probably not, because I've traveled. I mean, I've lived in I don't know. I've always I don't know. I've spent a lot of time with other people and in other places, and maybe it's
St. Dollar.
Canadian Bacon is Michael Moore's only good movie, other than Fahrenheit 9/11 and Roger and Me. I haven't seen Roger and Me.
He got sued for Fahrenheit 9/11 because he apparently edited something on somebody's. He cut his sentence in half to make him sound like he was saying the opposite of.
Oh wow! Okay.
Like Joe Rogan sued one of the networks because he was about one person, and they aired it making it sound like he was talking about somebody else.
Oh, that you can't do that shit. Yeah, but that's not good.
Yeah, they tried to get away with that, but
Okay, well, Tiger Stripes raises a good point, and you know what, Tiger Stripes, yeah, I'll agree with that. Okay, uh, she says, I define a whore as a business person. Okay, a paid prostitute. Even if Mrs. True was promiscuous, that doesn't make her a prostitute. Okay,
All right. So the question then remains:
that's a. I told you she's
how would
Tiger
you?
Stripes knows her stuff. Good point. Sorry, Steve.
I was going to say, I wonder what word Tiger Stripes would use to define such a person who has,
Yeah.
what the kids today call a high body count.
Hmm. Yeah. Good. Well, yeah. See, in my day, a high body. Well, I'll get into this, but a high body count is like anything more than three. That's, really
Yeah. Yep.
3 more hours. Yes. Oh, that's probably where I saw the three, and I think it entered my head. But yeah, 3 or 5, maybe 5, 10. You're getting double digits. That's a count me out. Hello and hi, New York, New York. Yes, that's exactly. I think it was New York, New York. Yeah, you're right. I like saying harlot. Ooh,
That's awesome.
the lovely Sherry, another one who seems to know more than a few things. That's some pretty. That's some damn good vocabulary there.
That's
Interesting.
very classic.
It is. Yeah, that's right. I didn't think the lovely Sherry was old enough to be throwing words around like that. That's a word out of the 70s. There's no way you're that old.
He's just educated. That's all.
Yeah, I guess. Um, okay. Yeah, that roller coaster is at New York, New York. Okay. Thank you, DVB. Malaysia has it. Okay. So Sashi is from Malaysia, all the way from Malaysia. Hello. Has a roller coaster in a shopping mall. No kidding. The West Edmonton Mall, I think, Sashi. I think the I think the West Edmonton Mall also has a roller coaster in it. It's the biggest mall in the world, or it used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, Rod Thunderheart lives just not very far from it. He could probably tell me. I've been there. I think Malaysia might have a rolling coaster. Or, sorry, West Edmonton might have a rolling coaster in it. It's got everything. It's got a hockey rink. Everything else.
I think there's a larger mall now in Dubai or something. They built a lot of big stuff just so they could say they had the big.
They did.
Yeah.
And Tiger Stripes says there was a Vegas roller coaster wrapped around a hotel. Yeah, at New York, New York. The first time they tested it with weighted bags, the sandbags, those bags went flying. I've heard that story about the sandbags before, Tiger Stripes. And that is okay. That's amazing. And apparently, Madman, Miskatonic Madman has it. Just don't give it to me, my friend. I've been tested. I'm clean. Don't give it to me. So nice. They named it twice. So the New York, New York. Yes. I'm doing a shitty job of cycling through these photos. Sorry, chat.
No, not at all.
Okay. So there's the strip. It was, and actually not so much traffic that time of night. It's not that late.
Did it rain?
It did. It rained in the evening sometimes, but in general, the weather was quite nice this time of year.
I'm going by the reflection on the roads. Either that usually only happens when the roads are brand new or they're wet.
I think it rained out of the 8 days I was there. I think it rained 2 evenings. Yes.
And judging by those clouds, it's a good bet that it was that day, maybe.
Well, you know what? It makes the photo more dramatic, I think.
Totally.
And there we go. Again, some just gorgeous photos of, well, I mean, if you appreciate architecture and if you're a fan of roller coasters, there's the roller coaster. That's a tight loop. Holy shit, that's a tight loop for a roller coaster.
Don't eat lunch first.
No. There's another photo I'm really happy with. I was pretty happy with that photo. The best, I've got photos of the buffet later on. I went to the 3 buffets, which was a wonderful part of Vegas, in Caesar's Palace. And I want to say we got it for half price, and it was $45 at half price. but it was the most amazing. The seafood section was 40 feet long. Unbelievable. But the best buffet in all of Vegas, that of the few places I went to, was Planet Hollywood.
Really?
Planet Hollywood's buffet. It was a huge conference room size, and all four walls were covered with food, plus an island in the middle with desserts and stuff. And it was again, it was, I think it was the better part of $100 each, but it was more than worth it. I know I ate more than $100 worth of food.
Yeah, remember that all the food in Vegas has to be flown in from somewhere or trucked in from somewhere else, because
Wow.
we're in the Mojave Desert, so nothing grows here.
Oh, well, yes, of course, slut can be used for both sexes. Tiger stripes. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Although we'll get into the discussion about that on another time. I think it's worse for a woman than a man, but we'll yeah, we'll agree with that. It's cool how the T is silent in harlot. Is it? Well, how come I've been pronouncing it a harlot all these years?
Only
DVB?
when I've ever heard it.
Huh.
But he could be right. Yeah, I know
He's a smart dude. Yeah.
people have been in the last 20 or 30 years have been pronouncing the silent T in often. And I remember very clearly my 5th grade English teacher saying, if you don't pronounce the T in listen or soften, then don't pronounce the T in often.
That makes sense. And so it sounds like Harlow or something. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, that reminds me of
Dean Harlow.
Well, I was going to say the actor in Home Alone. One of the bad guys, the tall bad guy.
Daniel.
It is Daniel Stern.
Daniel Stern.
Now, why because in the movie his name was Harlow, I believe. I mean, we're going back. When's the last time I saw that movie? Like probably 2 decades ago. But yeah, we're going back 20 years. But I think his name was Harlow in that movie. Ooh, Miskatonic Bad. Do you mind? Can you read this from our friend Miskatonic Badman, please?
At Tiger Stripes, that roller coaster was at the Stratosphere, along with a big shot at the top of the tower.
Oh, huh. The Big Shot. That sounds like a ride where it shoots you up.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting, DVB. Thank you. And I think the most star-studded war movie I watched was A Bridge Too Far. A bridge on the, yeah, okay. That's not a bridge on the River Kwai, is it?
No, different movie.
Different movie, yeah. I've been to the River Kwai, too. It's quite impressive.
I think Alec Guinness got his Oscar for that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah. Then I walked across on the train tracks across that bridge. Not the same bridge, though, apparently. That was a fictional bridge. It's French Harlow. Okay. Interesting.
Well, in that case, it would be like Allo, because the H's are all silent in French.
That's not by me, says Tiger Steps. I've always heard it pronounced the T in harlot. Yeah, same here.
Same here.
Yes, I'm not so unpopular. Oh, Jesus, DVB. Moving on. Yes, that's right. Okay. And, there's little me in front of the Bellagio and a huge plaza. Just the open spaces in Vegas were quite impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is an impressive building. I mean, it's massive. Oh, and okay, that's what I was describing at night. They do the water fountain display set with music too. Yeah, set with music, and there's the Bellagio, and there's the fountains going off, and it's quite elaborate, and it goes like every hour and a half or 2 hours, and it goes for a good 10-15 minutes.
Yeah. If my thumb goes across the camera, that's me zooming in on your pictures.
Okay. Gotcha.
Across the 2 thumb zoom, pinch and zoom thing. So.
Nope, gotcha.
You like to get a closer look.
And that's Harrah's Casino, obviously. Quite beautiful. Gorgeous, man. The architecture, just the architecture, it's just phenomenal. As I've, kind of I've had some building experience and construction experience, and that is impressive. I mean, coming from Whistler, which was Canada's most expensive ski resort, I was blown away by these uh, by the architecture and the buildings here in Vegas. Yeah, Whistler's not impressive. Well, I mean, some of the big timber houses with like timbers that are huge. That's impressive. But
There's also skiing just outside of Vegas, by the way.
skiing,
Yeah,
not on snow though. It's probably an AstroTurf type material.
there's a mountain called Mount Charleston that
Okay.
gets pretty much every year, and people ski. There's ski resorts there.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, come down the mountain and you're right in the desert again.
Tiger Stripes happens to know the first couple married in the Excalibur. I have a
Wow.
dear friend. Huh.
That's cool. How small the world is.
That's right. Miskatonic Batman. It's the Tiger Stripes. I went on the Big Shock ride back in the 90s. Once was enough. You couldn't pay me to go on that crazy roller coaster, though. And thank you, Rob Altis. Put the link for his buddies. The character manufacturing business. So thank you for doing that, Rob Altis.
I'm laying back in bed now because I'm very sleepy, so I'm turning off.
Fair enough. And it's getting to that time. The Strips casinos have great ventilation, and the smoking there never bothered me. Yeah, you're right. They do have great ventilation. Agreed.
The poor ones do, yeah. Totally.
And that is the Excalibur. Okay, thank you, DVB. Yeah, Tiger Stripe says, love a good roller coaster, but a Raptor out of hotel, you'll pass? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll give it a try. And there we go. There's the Caesar's Palace with the logo, of course. And there's the view from my room on the top floor of Caesar's Palace, overlooking the pool and the fountain area. And just gorgeous, like massive. There's the nice narrow room. You see, I'm against one wall, so it's not a very wide room, but it's very long and
very clean.
Quite impressive, yeah. And there's the lobby of the Bellagio again. Yeah. Gorgeous lobby. Sorry. Tiger Stripe says boffo is a Hollywood term based on the words box office. Okay. I get you. All right. On DVB, it's too much to type your funny story. Well, we'll have to have you. Yes. Tell it about me someday on a stream that we're on together. DVB. Brooklyn Bridge. Yes, I think that. Yeah, it was the Brooklyn Bridge. Thanks, Tiger Stripes. Buffalo's U.S. I believe. It means sensational. Well, box office, big draws, and there we go. Okay, we're wrapping up. I think I've only got about 15 pictures left, but this is okay. So from the title, a shot of this live stream. I put that giant picture of the giant Christmas tree picture on the front. And man, the Bellagio, they were just setting up this was a week before Christmas, a little late really, but it's quite an extensive setup and just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. DVB says, I wish I had the luxury of being offended, but generally I don't give a shit. Just don't give a shit. Yep.
I've always felt that if you get offended,
absolutely,
that you're giving away the power of your own happiness to someone else, to everyone else.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Ed Koch Bridge, says the lovely Sherry.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And, oh my God, Ed Koch. I remember him from when I lived in New Jersey, says Rob Altus. I know the name, but not who he was.
The famous mayor of New York City in, I want to say, the 70s.
Okay.
Maybe the 80s. And then he became the judge on the People's Court after whoever the first.
Oh, that was Judge Wapner.
Wapner, you're right. Yeah, that's very
Judge Wapner.
Correct, for 20 points.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, I remember this. Well, I remember a lot of the 70s. I don't remember the first 5 years, but I don't remember which casino it was, says Susan Dolan. But Budweiser had a Clydesdale walk through one of them. The video's on YouTube. Wow.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Well, the hallways in the Bellagio are breaking up. And it would be cool if the only people who had to pay higher taxes were the ones who voted for higher taxes. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's people from California flee their taxes that they vote for.
Yep. And if you vote for no taxes, you don't have to pay them. I like that, DVB. That's courtesan. That's an excellent word. Thank you, Miskatonic Mad, pulling something from way back. That's at least a couple 100 years old, that word. The lovely Sherry is old enough to know. Some things.
If lovely Sherry, I would have guessed about 26.
I was gonna say. Well, yeah, that's it's the photos these days. And Tiger Stripes says Miskatonic Madman, I think of a courtesan as more of a mistress. She's still a one-man kind of woman. Oh, okay. And is that okay? You're coming from Firefly, from Serenity, the TV show's Serenity, where there was a courtesan, and she was a very classy lady. Interesting. The Bellagio. Does it still have the Chihule glasswork, says DVB. Well, was that the ceiling that I was showing earlier? That might have been the ceiling that I was showing earlier that Tiger Stripes was making a comment about. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a famous glass ceiling.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, I'm guessing DVB. That's what you're talking about. Tiger Stripes earlier referred to it as Murano glass. So perhaps that is, yeah. But it's gorgeous. I'll tell you what. And there we go.
Yeah, Superman's ship.
What? Oh, yes. Holy shit, you're right. It is Superman's ship from the original Christopher Reeve movie. You're right. Not the modern Superman. That is artwork, but it's chocolate, fountain, flowing, glass art, and they just filled it with different kinds of chocolate, and somehow, I don't know how they do it, but it's different colors. And it was just amazing. Chocolate, man. Love chocolate. There we go. Oh, okay. Are you able to see Rob Altus's comment?
Yeah, it says my friend crowdfunded the prisoner figures and met his goal very quickly. I know Klobby, RMB, can see his face. Like Robert Burdett, and AZ. I don't know who that is. Order the figures. I have the complete first wave, and the second is coming soon.
Okay. That's Az. Okay, that's Az from. Do you know Az from Heels and Babyface YouTube channel?
I don't know the name or the channel.
Okay. He's an English dude, and yeah, he's pretty big. He's at least as big as Doomcock, probably bigger.
Okay.
And he sometimes does things, I want to say, with Nerdrotic and sometimes with Midnight's Edge. I could be wrong on the Midnight's Edge, but he's one of those guys. And Az, yeah, he's a funny English guy who doesn't take anything seriously, and I kind of like him.
I think that's a good way to live life. I mean, not if somebody's complaining of chest pains, but for the most.
That's right.
Yeah.
Snorty says, I'm 10,068. Wow. I didn't know polar bears lived that long.
Is that
those are...
Is that grams?
No, those are bear years. Those are polar bear years. Those are measured differently, I think.
Right, yeah. Well, that cold slows down the aging process.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I think yeah. Lovely Cherry was impressed by it, and that's Paris Hotel. Okay, Canadian Spider, you're a great photographer. Well, thank you, but if you take this many photos, you're bound to get some of them good.
Well, does anybody else find the humor in he's
It
Canadian
does.
Spider-Man, and what does Spider-Man do for a living? He's a photographer.
He's a photographer. I've been taking photos for a lot. Man, when I started, do you remember if I told you what 110 film was?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do you remember the shape of 110 film?
I don't.
It's flat with two circles on the ends, and you load that into the camera. I've been doing it a while. So I've probably taken, I don't know, thousands and thousands of photos.
Do they even sell film anymore?
I think so. Yeah, because there are some photographers that still use it, and I think you can order it special. But yeah, I think they do, because I think I might even have a friend that still uses film cameras.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's probably better quality.
Well, that's the debate, isn't it? I mean, DVB says, "Oh yeah, there are roller coasters at the top of the stratosphere. I totally remember it now that you mention it. Yep, that makes sense. That roller coaster looked a bit sketchy. Well, I mean, they all kind of do. Way too sketchy. Never rode them, but they are at the top. Okay." Tiger Stripe says there are mountains in California that have snow on the ground year round. Ditto Nevada. Huh. I did not. Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't have guessed that. That's impressive.
Yeah, when I lived in Reno, which is Vegas is South Nevada, very south, almost to Arizona, and I used to live in Reno, which is north, a couple hours from Idaho, which is the bordering state with Canada. So vastly different climate. I used to look out my window, and one year there was snow on Mount Rose, which is basically Tahoe. This a patch of snow that I saw out my window that lasted a whole year.
And yeah, okay, a whole year. Okay, so you do have snow year round, huh?
Yeah,
In the mountains.
And Northern California is very much like parts of Canada. Gigantic redwood trees.
No, okay.
And snow that would get 5-6 feet, deep.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen snow 5-6 foot deep since I lived in Whistler. I'm here in the Okanagan, and we just don't get that kind of, which is good, unless you go high in the mountains.
In 2007, when I was dating my ex, I would drive from Reno to the Bay Area, and there were just miles and miles and miles of snow where they snow plowed it, and so all you could see was just white everywhere.
That's how I put myself through university. Was had a roofing business in the summer and snowplow. I used the truck for the snow plowing in the winter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, if you enjoy changing universal joints in a snowbank in 3 a.m. and minus 25, then yeah, it's for you. Definitely, because of course you're gonna break a universal joint helps drive your axle, and when you hit the snow and then you try to pull back, and in New Brunswick it's wet heavy snow, so your blade sticks to the snow, and I broke the shaft there. I've done it more than I used to carry universal joints around in the truck with me and the wrenches. Just because. Oh wow. Yeah. So this is that's a tall roller coaster. That's it's a little sketchy. But yeah, interesting. And Rob Altus does say film is still made. And as is a bit crass. Tiger Stripes. Yeah, you're right. As is a bit too crass. I could appreciate that. Ain't no fountain like a chocolate fountain, says Tiger Stripes. I agree with that. 100%. And are you kidding me, Sashi? Sashi, all the way on the other side of the planet. Do you mind reading this?
So I decided to check up on it. The Edmonton Mall is now the 9th biggest. Wow, really? That's
holy shit.
Iran has the first. Dubai, which I mentioned now, I guess that's now second. Third is a tie between Kuwait and Malaysia. The oil producing countries, I think, want to outdo us North Americans, and probably did it just to do it.
Yeah, yep, yeah. I'd agree with that. Sort of like adding, having the tallest structures in the world too to beat the
Right, exactly.
to beat the CN Tower. And oh, New York, New York. So there's the entrance to New York, New York, New York.
Start spreading the news.
Yep, there you go. Oh, there's the Brooklyn Bridge. Is that a? And that might be a. There's a car parked there on the bridge. It shouldn't be there. Someone was really fucking lost. That's not a real bridge. You shouldn't be driving over that.
I zoomed in, and somebody's getting out of the back seat of that.
Wow, are they ever in the wrong place?
Probably something. People drive incredibly stupidly.
Wow. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. Oh, and Tiger Stripes says that's Murano glass on the ceiling. We seem to live in different worlds, you and me, DVB. And says, yep, Chihuly glass it is. And then you and I definitely do live in different worlds. But you know what? We can all agree to disagree. And that is why we're all friends here. So, okay. And Tiger Stripes says, no, Murano is a place, but thanks for playing. I'm going to say that sounds Italian.
It does.
I know. I was in Venice, 1991.
Nice.
And I know Venetian stained glass was a real big thing, and so I'm gonna say Murano is probably, somewhere in Italy. Just guessing.
Your logic makes sense. The Murano, and it's an Italian.
Well, it kind of sounds Italian.
It does.
That is just holy shit. All the traffic's going one way. Damn. There we go. And just some general shots of the strip.
There's a postcard shot right there.
That's a nice one, isn't it? That's a nice one. That's a good one.
That's almost all of Vegas in one shot. Or at least what people think of,
DVB, the tallest roller coaster that I've ever been on, probably in Canada's Wonderland. I would say in Canada's Wonderland, they have something called the Great Canadian Mind Bender. And it's the world's largest wooden roller coaster, and I believe also the highest. And holy shit, if you want to go on a roller coaster that rattles the shit out of you, go on a wooden roller coaster, because man, it's a rattly, and it does loop de loops, and it has one where you're coming down, and it looks they've angled it so it looks like you're gonna, because at the end you go under this sort of covered area where it ends up in, and it looks like you're going to go right into the side of it, and then all of a sudden it shifts and you don't hit the side of the tunnel, and that's a cool roller coaster. And that is, I want to say, 2 hours north of Toronto, Canada's Wonderland, more or less 2 hours. Ooh, and can you read this from our friend Sashi?
Certainly. Yep. Malaysia is also hooked on building skyscrapers. I think we have the second tallest for now, and a few in the top 10.
There's some more of this delicious Mount Gay rum. Gay rum, folks, from Barbados. Highly recommended.
Help me.
If you can get over the name. Well, I mean, gay means happy, right? So it's very happy. And it makes you happy when you drink it. All right, and we're coming up. Oh shit, we're about an hour and a half into the stream. So moving on, and I think I've only got a. Excuse me.
I'll shut up so you can get through the rest of them.
No, that's okay. So do you recognize this? with the giant light beam coming out of the top of it.
I actually work right across from the strip, so at night that thing shines like a bat signal.
I don't know what they used to light that up with, but holy shit.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's the Luxor, isn't it?
It is the Luxor.
Yeah.
Yeah, where Chris Angel does his shows.
Yeah, Mind Freak. Yeah.
I saw Chris Angel, and man, I mean, I'm pretty good at figuring out physics and tricks and stuff like that, and I have a pretty solid understanding, I think, of how mechanical things work and again physics. But I was sitting pretty close, like maybe only 10 rows back from the stage, maybe 15 rows back. So I got a really up close view of his act, and some of his tricks, some of Chris Angel's magic tricks. Although I couldn't see how he did them, I figured it out. Some of them, at least half a dozen of his tricks, I had no idea how you could physically do that. It blew me away. Yeah, it was impressive.
Yeah, it's
Ooh,
very impressive.
DVB says a place and a style. Okay, well there you go. And DVB says I've been a glass blower for the last 25 years. Holy shit!
Let's put our box
Wow,
now and
wow, that's impressive.
But you know what? This might be the same thing, just two different names in two different areas.
That's absolutely well. Yeah, I mean they're both moderators, so they can't block each other, time each other out. Fortunately, no, we're all adults here. Tiger Stripe says DVD only for 25 years, and you don't know that famous Vegas ceiling is brand. Okay, she's being tongue in cheek there. Yes, only 25 years. Man, that is impressive. I have a friend who's been blowing glass right locally here, and yeah, he's a fantastic glass blower. He actually does. I mean, it's not all he does, but he actually does some incredible. If you're into this sort of thing, some bongs that are just and pipes that are just friggin' amazing. He's quite the artist. I think glass blowers need to be artistic a little bit.
I also have a friend who here in Vegas who's a glass blower.
Mm-hmm. So this is inside the Luxor, and while I'm taking this picture, the fire alarms are going off inside the building, and no one moved. No one even paid attention. All the lights were going off. You know, the for the blind people, all those lights and all the fire alarms were going off. And the fire department showed up and they were checking stuff out. And I go up to the front desk and because I'm coming, like as a maintenance supervisor, I was in charge of doing the fire drills for my team. And we had a crew of 10 guys and we did fire drills all the time. Like once every 4 months in the hotel. And we did follow-up meetings and all that sort of thing. And the fact that no one was leaving the building was just blew me away. And I asked the front desk about it, and they said, yeah, there's no way that we're going to get these people to leave their machines, their slot machines, and leave all this money. Like, it's not going to happen. We don't evacuate the buildings in Vegas when every time someone pulls a fire alarm. I said, yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Interesting.
It was just as a safety guy, a hotel safety guy, it blew my mind. But then, how many guys trying to and girls trying to steal money would as part of their plan, pull the fire alarm, I guess. I don't know. George Clooney did it, I think, didn't he, in one of his Ocean's 11 movies? So
I've never seen them.
Pretty good. So this is the Luxor again with an Egyptian theme. And here we go. Okay, here's inside the Venezia, the Venetian, I guess. Venezia is Italian for Venice. But inside the Venetian. And I thought that was originally one of the. So this is meant to mimic the Grand Canal. This sort of pedestrian walkway here. And I've been on a gondola on the Grand Canal. And I thought that was one of the most famous bridges in all of Venice. Have you ever heard of it? It connects the Doge's Palace. Yeah, the Doge. He was like the prince. The Doge's palace, that's a thing. It's on the, if you have a 1,000 lira bill, it's on the front of the 1,000 lira bill. And there's a famous bridge that they would walk prisoners over to the Doge's palace, where they would be sentenced by the Doge, usually to death. They called it the Bridge of Sighs. And I believe there's one in London too. I believe there's a Bridge of Sighs in London too. But this is the famous Bridge of Sighs. And I thought that's what this bridge was, but it's not. I've looked at it and it's completely different. It's rounded on top. But do you know what? Do you know why it's called the Bridge of Sighs offhand in Venice on the Grand Canal?
This size as Size, or as in
That's right. Apparently, it's confusion. They don't know whether it's people sighing or beheading with the scythe. That's the controversy. That's exactly. I heard it from a tour guide. Now I can't. This is not on Wiki. This is from a real person who was living in Venice, who was a tour guide at the time, on the gondola, and he said it was from the weapon, the scythe, as opposed to the utterance, as people would be sentenced to their death. But yeah, interesting.
I've never been to Venice, so I don't know. I've only been to Rome and a few.
Ooh, you should join me for my Rome show.
Oh, totally.
Someday.
Totally. I love Rome. Well, so I'm Italian.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yes, I visited my actually, if you go back far enough, I have a direct ancestor who was emperor of parts of Rome.
Wow.
Yeah, which is, I just found this out, and I told you about my ancestry. You know, it's if you believe ancestry.com, which, let's take everything with a grain of.
Well, these days, yeah, I guess so.
My grandmother and grandfather were from southern Italy, so, and I speak a little bit, but
parla italiano.
Io parlo un po', ma non molto bene.
Ooh, I remember prego.
Prego, sì.
Means you're welcome. Yeah, prego. Grazie is thank you. And yeah, parlo is I speak, parla is you speak.
Yes.
So if you're asking some parla italiano, do you speak Italian? And then when the answer sì, and I was like, oh shit, no parlo.
That's why I the first thing I speak about, I guess, 5 languages. Ooh. Not fluently, but enough to survive.
About the same here. Yeah.
The first thing I think one should always learn is something along the lines of "Ni shuda tai kwai," which is Mandarin for "you speak too fast." Manda, slow down.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounded Chinese.
Yeah,
I only know one word because when I went through China, the one word that I learned, most important, water.
Shui.
But
you have to say it like shui. You have to do that down.
It's pronounced different in Cantonese and Mandarin. Same word, but different pronunciation, apparently.
Oh yeah, I can't understand Cantonese at all.
No,
that's a total. It's like speaking maybe Italian and French. Like buongiorno and bonjour sound similar, but
they do. Buongiorno, yeah, good day. And Rob Atlas says Altus says the Lux. It's gonna take me a while to pronounce your name right, man. Sorry, Altus. After 2 years of, yes, the Luxor. You know what, Tiger Stripes? Why didn't you just? Okay, gotcha. There we go. We're all friends here. Tiger Stripes says, and that light actually literally attracts bats. Oh, the giant light from the top of the Luxor. No kidding.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And now, hey, now that's not. Let's not go there. Okay, you got it. I will, Tiger Stripes. Absolutely, if you ask. And remove as a standard monitor. Okay, sure. Yep. Okay, you got it. And DVB says Chris Angel is awesome. Okay, and Tiger Stripes does know about the. See, I told you, you knew some stuff. There you go. And it does go to the prison. Yep. Well, the Dodge's Palace, which led to the. I think they did have a dungeon in the bottom of the palace, as all good palaces should. Every castle has a dungeon, right? Yes. Inclinator elevators. Thank you, Rob Altus. Did you know this, Maddie Staddy? That the elevators in the Luxor go at an angle.
I did not know that.
Inclinator elevators. Thank you, Rob Atlas. I had forgotten about that.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, yeah, that's impressive. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, Miskatonic Madman says I've stayed at the Luxor many times. It's not bad for a lower tier hotel on the Strip. It doesn't hurt that they always offer 3 to 4 complimentary nights all the time. Well, that is good.
That's interesting.
That's awesome. Yeah. And DVB says there used to be an underground river in the Luxor that had boat rides when it first opened. Wow. Didn't know that.
In the DC universe, it's actually the Lexor Hotel, and it's owned by Lex Luthor.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
And it works out perfectly too, because you know, you could take the L from Lex and the UTHOR from Luthor, and you get Luxor. No, that doesn't work, but it's close anyway.
No, that's okay. Yeah, that's awesome. Didn't know that. Canadian Spider-Man as it's a Yorkshire man. Okay. I once knew a man from Sheffield, which is part of Yorkshire, I believe, in the north.
I thought you were starting to do a limerick there.
Oh, no.
Sheffield.
Rob Altus is my grandparents. We're from Sicily. I'd love to go to Sicily someday.
So that they don't consider themselves Italian.
No. Hey. No, you're right. Philip Gaming is here. Hello and good evening to you, my friend. Philip Gaming. And how is it going in the 51st century? Man, you know, bring us on board. I'm happy with that. Zero patriotism here. A buddy and I were just talking, and he's about a few years younger than me, and we are both, as Canadian males, saying we have no loyalty to this country. So fucking A, whichever gives us the best deal.
Yeah, I think that was meant only as a joke.
I know it was.
I'm no
psychologist.
I think that Trump wants other countries to think that he's nuts. So they'll be like, look, he's crazy enough to do it. Just give in.
That's right. Yeah. Did you see the meme where he had Canada and the Panama Canal on his Amazon shopping cart?
Yeah, Greenland too. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So Rob Atlas says, you speak Mandarin.
I must be speaking to me.
Yeah, I don't.
I will answer with 我就会说一点.
There you go.
If he understands it, he'll type.
So what? All right. So I speak shitty French, shitty Japanese, shitty Spanish, and I used to speak shitty Italian. I think I've forgotten most of it by now. I mean, I can say hello and thank you in like a few different languages, but
sure.
Yeah. What are your 5?
So hang on, I have to switch my brain over. Because now I'm thinking in Chinese now, but yo hablo español también.
Yeah. Okay.
Pero necesito estudiar más. Pero creo que es suficiente. Un po' l'italiano, ma non molto bene. 会说普通话, which is Mandarin.
Yeah, I could tell.
English, but my English sucks. And some American Sign Language, which would be different from Canadian Sign Language, I think, because sign language goes by country, not by language.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, well, that kind of makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, in America, in the United States, we have a single-handed alphabet.
Oh, well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
I think so. Yeah, in England they have a two-handed.
Hmm.
I think I prefer the one-handed because if you're carrying a bag of groceries or something,
exactly.
Yeah, you just do it with one hand. Although it's very fun to do.
So, do you know what we're looking at here?
Yes, I passed by that a lot, but I can't name it. pass by it and say, "Wow, that's cool." And there's one on the other side too.
This is inside. This is inside the casino. It's a floating ship that goes around on a track, and there's actors on board, and it goes all around the ceiling of now you're thinking of Treasure Island Casino, which has big pirate ships outside of it.
Yeah,
but this is in the casino.
I was looking at here, but yeah.
This is inside the casino, right above the slot machines and everything, and it's part of a show that goes on for about a half an hour, and I believe this is in the casino called Circus Circus.
I've never been in Circus Circus, so that would explain that.
Oh, okay, and Circus Circus was in '68. Excuse me, built in 1968.
Oh, okay.
And it was impressive. There were actors on the ship, and they were giving a performance as the boat was like on tracks moving around the ceiling through the casino. It was quite impressive.
So it's like,
sorry?
So you said there were actors on it, so I'm assuming it would be life size.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's massive. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. There and there. Okay, there it is. And then there's the pirate ship on the right-hand side, the galleon, as you're looking at this shot. And then on the left-hand side is a 2-story paddle wheeler, like an old Mississippi River paddle wheeler. And they both had giant tracks that they moved around, and they had the performances on it. And I believe that was Circus Circus. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And DVB says, yeah, so Crazy Chris Angel lived in that suite in the top of the Luxor. Yes, I believe I had heard that.
I'm sure he lived free, because he
was... Oh, yeah, it's part of his deal.
Yeah, exactly.
And Miskatonic Madman saw Chris Angel at Luxor a few years ago. It was fun. I think he moved the show to another resort since then. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. And I got to do at least one limerick. I don't know too many limericks. There once was a man from Nantucket.
Okay.
I know that one.
No,
everybody knows that one.
I've never heard the rest of that one. That's the only line I've heard. That
No. There once was a man from Nantucket whose dick was so long he could suck it. And then it ends up badly for him, I think. Yeah, I can't remember that.
I can't imagine it ending up any.
No,
yeah.
I spend lots of time in Taiwan, says Rob Aldous. That's cool. I've never been to Taiwan. I would very much love to. Yeah. So, I don't think Japanese is going to help me there.
So, Rob Aldous, Nitong Putong. Did you understand what I was saying?
Miskatonic tried learning Mandarin for fun, but he gave up. Well, and lemon pie.
Oh, hell,
lemon pie. Oh, hey, fruitcakes. Yes, he's talking to us. Hi, lemon pie. Good to see you. Everyone's saying hello to lemon pie. There's lots of that. Lots of that. And what? Okay. So apparently he did understand what you said, and what you said in Mandarin was, but now he just tucks it. Is that right?
No, I think that's your limerick.
Oh!
Nantucket, yeah.
And it got stuck in a bucket. Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that'll happen. Although, how do you get stuck in a bucket? That's a very small... I don't think can't call that a bucket.
Well, when you're stuck for a rhyme,
A pint glass, I guess. Well, I guess there could be a hole in the bucket, I suppose. Dear Liza. Yes, absolutely. Okay, moving on. This is in Circus Circus. The Golden Nugget. Okay. So this is in the old part of Vegas, where they have the huge LED screen that runs all down the streets and the strip. And as you can see, it's a giant LED screen. And the Golden Nugget, Casino.
You will hear advertisements from that hourly on Vegas radio.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Rob, fiance apparently is Taiwan Ren.
Yeah,
because he said she doesn't want to teach me, which means secrets from you. So just bear that in mind.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Fremont
Street. Thank you, Rob Altus.
Oh yeah, Fremont Street. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. And so this tells me we're just at the approaching the okay. There's Fremont Street. There we go. And there's and that is the picture that I had on the front avatar here for the front screen shot for this stream. And a giant polar bear. You gotta have a giant polar bear. His Snortapoop is still here. There you go. That's just for you, Snorty. I purposely put that on for Snortapoopus. Ooh, and the buffet, man. Like, okay, here we go. All the seafood, like the king crab legs, all of the seafood, man. That's that is, I believe, from Planet Hollywood, the best buffet that I went to. Yeah, that is definitely Planet Hollywood, and just gorgeous food. Oh, direct this. Okay, so yeah, it was about 10 years ago when I was there, because these movies were still popular.
What movie would this be?
Oh shit! With the guys were with Mike Tyson and the tiger, and he lost his teeth, and they spent the night in Vegas. What's it called?
Oh yeah, the Hangover.
The Hangover. Thank you. Let's think this is from The Hangover 2 because I have a baby there. Yes, that. Thank you. He's the famous Zach Galifianakis from The Hangover. That's right. And DVB got it.
I've never actually seen it. I'm very sticky with my movie going dollar.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. And I've got one more. There we go. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Oh, shit. Just a second here. I'll be right back. I have to, I'll be right back.
Okay. Here I am in Vegas, and I have nothing intelligent to add because I stay away from, it's like you hear about people who lived in New York their whole lives but have never been to, when it was a thing, the World Trade Center or, the Empire State Building. I'm kind of that way with Vegas. I live here, so I just haven't been in a hurry to, I haven't been to any of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants. He has Hell's Kitchen here, and he has Gordon Ramsay Burger. And just about everybody I know who comes here goes to Gordon Ramsay's place, but I haven't done it yet. I probably should. Just being a single father can be very expensive, so. And what else? Rob Altus, I think possibly your girlfriend maybe wants to be able to talk to her parents about you without you knowing. It's actually the reason I learned Mandarin, the amount, to the extent that I do, which is by no means, I could survive, but it's not fluent. But when I was a younger man, I was in a kung fu school, and we'd go out on the weekends, and guys would try to pick up girls, but the Chinese guys would speak to each other in Mandarin. They had a secret language. And so that's the reason I learned it, because just about everybody speaks some Spanish these days. So welcome back.
Thank you. Small. Holy shit! That was a mosquito. It was plus 6 degrees, 6 degrees above freezing today, and that was a friggin' mosquito. That's the second mosquito I've got today. That's crazy. I'm sorry, technical difficulties, but I'm back now. Sorry, you've never seen a mosquito? What?
In the wintertime?
No, this year's been warm, and I don't mind that. I have no problem with warm winters. The cold weather is pretty hard on the wildlife around here, the deer especially. Don't really enjoy the cold weather. So I'm fortunate that I'm kind of fortunate that it's warm here. And frankly, honestly, did you know that more Canadians die of the cold weather than Australians do of poisonous animals in Australia?
Wow.
It's well,
that's pretty freaking up there.
I mean, spend 20 minutes out in -30, and you can understand how. It's gonna hurt. Shit, it's cold, man. It's cold. And yes, so here we go. And I want to. Oh, okay. We're talking about the new year, and I want to welcome. I'm just quickly going to jump ahead to Mr. Eugene Bird. Hello, Eugene Bird, and hope you are correct. Okay, and he's saying that he hopes DVB is correct because DVB says I think 2025 is going to be a good year for humankind.
I hope so.
Do you mind reading Miskatonic Madman? And I kind of agree with this.
Yeah, let me turn my phone sideways again so I can do this.
Oh, sorry. We're just about to end here. We've almost been 2 hours here.
First Hangover film was good, but the second one was just too mean-spirited.
Wow. Okay, Miskatonic. Yeah. I didn't find it as funny as the first one. The first one was funny as hell. And I would like to say hello, Brian Hepburn. Hey, thanks for being here.
Hail Brian Hepburn.
Thank you for being here. And I appreciate you being here.
Good guy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, seen you around. Thank you for being here. Happy to have you here. And apparently Miskatonic Madman is not wrong. Oh, about the Headman. Yeah. The Hangover, yeah, that was a good. The first movie was funny. Miskatonic Madman says, I saw a show at Fremont Street once, but that area felt kind of sketchy at night. Yeah, it's the older area. Yeah, I could believe that. Ooh. 5 greetings, Lemon Pie, and thank you. And yes, I did know Tony is celebrating 100 years on YouTube, or 2 years. Yes, I was there earlier. So this is one of the more famous hotels. Oh, Lemon Pie says the Hangover sounds like my Friday morning. Yeah, maybe it's tomorrow if I keep going with this rum. So that's the Flamingo. You can sort of read it there. And the Flamingo, I believe, Shania Twain. I think, was it Shania Twain or Celine Dion? One of those two. Might have been Celine Dion. Was playing at the Flamingo in 2012 nightly. I did not go see that.
I did not. No, I'm not a fan of either. I'm not. I don't.
No. But no. I don't like either one. Okay, so we're back to the start there. There we go.
You ever notice that the word flamingo is just flaming with an O on the end?
It is. I guess it is. Yeah, you're right.
It's hell inside my head, believe me.
Okay. No, I like noticing things like that. And the Flamingo, according to my cheat sheet, wow. Okay. You won't believe when the does anyone in the chat know when the Flamingo was built? Because you won't guess it.
1957.
You're closer than I thought. Wow. Nope. Not even close. I think the Flamingo is okay. No, it's older than the Sahara. It's older than the Sahara by 6 years. Holy shit. Does anyone in the chat know? When was the Flamingo? According to my cheat sheet, when was the Flamingo built? No. And hey, I want to say hello to West Kegel and welcome.
Hell, what?
He's drinking and snowflakes, and that's not an eggplant. What's on the end there? It's a pear. Could be a pear.
I'm moving in, but I can't really. It's.
Yeah, no, it's pretty small. There we. It's 1946.
Oh wow.
1946, according to this list, which is easy.vegas /casinos is where I'm on, and it says it says the Sahara was 1952. And the Flamingo was 1946. Wow. Circus was 1968.
Really?
Caesar's Palace was 66.
Yeah, that's about
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Easy.vegas /casinos. Yeah. Wow. That I didn't know that. Okay. Well, there you go. Oh dear. Old man Bird, Eugene Bird says, Eugene, you can't call yourself old. I don't know if you're. I think I'm older than you. Maybe,
I'm pretty
maybe.
sure I'm older.
And I'm nowhere near old, so you can't be old, my friend. If you can still do handsprings, you're not old in my books.
Yeah, I mean, you're only as old as your body,
Oh, that's not where I thought you were gonna. I was just about to say that. That's not where I thought you were gonna go. Shania is from the U.S. Canadian border. I heard. Oh, okay. Well, she's dual citizen. And okay, West Kegel nailed it with 1946. Did you know that, or do you have to Google that, my friend? Wes Kegel's a fucking smart guy. It wouldn't surprise me if he knew that.
that
That's
would
some random
that's extremely random.
trivia. Yeah. That's if you knew 1946 without looking that up, holy shit, West Kegel. My hat is off to you. And that is the super pair. Yes, Miskatonic Madman. That is a super pair on the end. Hail West Kegel. You'd really pass over Shania Twain? Yes. Yeah, she has no appeal to me. Although in general, I don't. The feminine wiles have no pull on me. No. Oh, hey, and Eugene Bird says, "Hail and best wishes, Canadian Spider-Man and Miskatonic Madman." And I'm sure he meant to say Maddie's daddy. Cheers.
I'm not.
And we often don't visit the sites of our hometowns.
Yep, that was my point earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I was. Have you ever heard of a town called? Well, it's the capital city of New Brunswick, one of the 10 provinces of Canada. Do you know what the capital city of New Brunswick is? Because that's where I grew up.
Oh man, I used to actually. No, I don't.
It's not Halifax. That's in Nova Scotia.
Right.
Fredericton. It's called Fredericton, New Brunswick.
I am wrong then. Yeah.
Yep. And I grew up there. And you're right. I didn't really spend a lot of time searching the tourist sites. Although New Brunswick does have the longest covered bridge in the world. It's a wooden covered bridge. It's about 150 years old or 100 years old. And it's the longest wooden covered bridge, and it's I don't know, it's 2,000 feet long. It's pretty long.
Oh, we have a New Brunswick as well in New Jersey.
No, yeah, no kidding. Okay, yeah.
And Halifax, I know. Halifax is where Admiral Sir William Howe came from when he attacked Washington.
Oh,
1976.
I was 4. I had nothing to do with it.
You were 4 in 1776. That's amazing.
Oh,
you look
sorry.
great.
Yeah, don't I? Yeah. Well,
I say 1976. If
no,
I
heard. Well, I think you cut out, and I just assumed.
Oh, okay.
And you know what assuming does?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. No, you're right. Lemon pie. And Hannah, best wishes. Well, thank you. And I read that before. And meet me at the top of it, Sherry. Meet you at the top of where? Oh, the Empire State. Oh, okay, the Empire State Building.
I mean,
New York City.
At the top
You live in New York City, the lovely Sherry? First of all, get the hell out of New York City. And second of all, you've never been to the top of the Empire State. Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
Addressing my point earlier, like I live in Vegas and I don't do Vegas things. And, people from New York, yeah, I've never been to the Empire State Building or, when I
go ahead.
For 32 years, I think. And I only went to New Orleans a handful of times. People think if you're from Louisiana, you spend all of your time on Bourbon Street or something, the French Quarter, and
No, because I lived in Whistler Ski Resort, and the last place you want to be is downtown where all the tourists are. You want to be
exactly
or something. I was first to New York City. It was part of a grade 10, grade 11 high school trip. And I went up the Empire State Building in 1987, I think. Twin Towers were still there, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I went back again. I think I went back a few years later with some family members, and I think we went back in '90. So I've been up the Empire twice, and I don't know, Sherry, if you go to the Empire State Building, and anyone who's been there, maybe you can tell me, because in 1988, on the first floor of the Empire State Building, before you pay for the ticket to go up to the top, you can go to the lobby, and on the left-hand side of the lobby, there is a what's that? Like a small alcove, like a little display cabinet that was set into the wall, and it had at the time in 1988, it was incredible. It was a 3D hologram, a green 3D hologram image of a man's head that would rotate, and he would speak. He would give a speech and say whatever about the history of the building. I don't know if that's still there, but that was there in 1988. So we'll see.
I've never been in New York.
Well, it was good in 1988 and 1990. I drove on the Jersey Turnpike. Holy shit. They're going 120 kilometers an hour, which is 65 miles an hour, 120 kilometers an hour, 65 miles an hour, bumper like this close to the next car in front of you. And the lanes are this wide, and there's cement trucks. And like, the Jersey Turnpike was fucking insane. And going over the bridges, like, man, and I've driven in Montreal. Try reading French at 120 kilometers an hour.
Have you ever driven in San Francisco?
I've never been to. I've been to the LA airport on my way to Peru. I've never been to San Francisco. Someday.
Is hundreds of miles north of that, and it's built in on a very hilly patch of real estate.
Yes, I've seen the movies.
Driving there terrifies me because I've been stopped at lights where it's like at a 45, 50 degree angle. You can't anything over the hood. So when the light turns green, you have to hold the brake down hard with your left foot.
Are you in a standard?
Yeah, it depends on what you're driving. Yeah, but
I like standard.
These days, most American cars are automatic because
same.
Yeah,
same here. But
in the States, that when during the energy crisis of the 70s, they started switching them all to automatic because it saves fuel. But try
push starting an automatic when you run your battery when you leave your lights on.
Yeah, exactly. But when the light turns green, you have to trust there's nobody coming because the hood of your car, everything except the light. That's how steep the inclines are, and it is terrifying.
Well, what were you driving? A Crown Vic?
I'm sorry?
What were you driving? A Crown Vic or something with a giant front hood? No, it's just the angle.
Yeah, no, I think I was probably driving at that time Kia Sonata.
Oh, so you wouldn't have a large hood.
I'm sorry?
You wouldn't have a large hood at all then. Yeah.
It depends on, your perspective.
Or bonnet. Bonnet, as the English like to say.
Yeah, bonnet, yeah. So the English Europeans criticize us a lot for having not knowing how to drive standards, which I can drive a standard transmission.
You know what? I think if you're going to drive, you should learn how to drive a standard. Yeah, well, absolutely.
I think
what happens if you need to drive a standard and the only vehicle you have available? I taught myself how to drive a standard on a 1980 Honda Civic.
My first car was a 65 Mustang 3-speed.
Whoa. 3 on the tree?
No, on the floor.
Okay. Right. Whoa. Okay. With the headlight, you change the high beams with the push button on the floor?
Foot button. Yeah. Yep. That's it.
Foot button. Yeah. I remember that.
Ashtrays and seat belts were an option.
Oh yeah, ashtrays. Yep.
But during the 70s, during the late 70s and early 80s, during the energy crisis, I believe our government either I think they gave them tax breaks or penalties or something. They basically told um, the car manufacturers to make them all automatic because people who don't shift economically were burning through a lot of gas.
Oh, well, yeah, I can understand that. That's a concern here as well. Um, Man, when I go to buy a car, not that I only buy because I tend to tinker with wrenches, so I can usually keep a car going for 10 years. But or yeah, I try and get one. I mean, fuel economy is one of the most important things. Absolutely. Hail to the 51st state, West Kegel. Yep, absolutely. No problem here, man. No problem here with that. You're not pulling my leg with that because wait till you see how much debt we're gonna bring to the puzzle. Yeah, it's crazy. And and then if we join with the US, you guys are gonna have to deal with Quebec. So good luck with that.
I
Good.
I think it would be a great thing if all of North America became one giant country.
You
We'd be,
know,
we'd be unstoppable forever.
you're not wrong. North America can be totally self-sufficient, and I'm a fantastic enthusiast of history. I'm an amateur student, and so you're familiar with it. You've been around the block more than I have. You know history, right?
Some more
And
than
and
I'd say
the,
more than the average Gen X person.
and the political maps, the maps, the geographic maps, they don't really stay the same. Countries' borders change
They do.
throughout
Yes.
history.
And Americans, I mean, we have not only acquired new places, but we've also given some back as well.
That's yes. Well, I think Canada would have. There was talk of Canada joining teams with Jamaica back in the day, and it would have been great for. I mean, we could have definitely. I would love a tropical place to go to. So if we do join the states, do you know how many Canadians are going to move out of Canada? Like half our population is going to move south. Just be prepared for that.
You think?
There's a lot of Canadians I talk to. I mean, my age, are headed to the south. Abso-fucking-lutely. Man, it's cold up here. I'm tired of wearing. I don't like. Women should not be wearing 10 layers of clothes half the year. No. That was very sexist, and yes, I make no apologies.
You know,
Well,
when I was there studying animation, I went to a club in Vancouver with a young British guy. I was, I guess, in my early 30s, and he was in his early 20s, and he wanted to go to the clubs. And I noticed at this point in time, anyway, that all the women were dancing together, and all the men were at the bar. And
oh, they
and
do that. Hello,
Suzanne,
Suzanne.
I went up.
Awesome to see you, Suzanne.
So I went up to a group of women, seeing my chance, and said, "Excuse me, I'm not from here. I'm from the States," and they all tensed up. And
Oh,
I said, relax. I've never even seen a gun. And they did relax. Um,
well,
and
we have a lot of guns up here. I mean, I allegedly did or did not get an SKS for Christmas. Allegedly.
oh wow, well,
We have a lot of guns. It's
yeah,
just.
yeah. It's different. Mexico certainly has a lot of guns.
I would like. I think honestly, and I like I said, I studied this as part of my degree. I honestly believe that the citizens should have the rights to own every weapon the government can have.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the reason. It's not for, as people would want you to think, it's for hunting. It's because
Yeah, I
they've
mean, what did
got
that?
a typical, king.
That's right. Yeah, no, we keep them in check, absolutely. And oh,
Thomas
okay.
Thomas Jefferson, our third president, also the first Americanist archaeologist and inventor of the swivel chair and the lazy Susan, and he was an
The
architect.
Lazy Susan. We know who invented that.
Yes, that was Thomas Jefferson.
Are you fucking kidding me?
If memory serves,
Thomas Jeff? No, I believe you.
although I am getting
Thomas Jefferson. Be
he
damned.
The dumbwaiter. Are you familiar? Are you old enough to know what a dumbwaiter?
I absolutely. Do you remember the show Benson
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, with Robert Guillaume
with Robert Guillaume and
and
from DS9, Renault
yeah,
Aubergine,
yeah,
right? Rene Auberginois,
something
Auberginois,
lines, yeah.
something French.
Both
Yes,
speak French because I'm from Louisiana and you're from Canada. Eh?
oui, oui, mais mon français c'est très mauvais. My French is very bad. Je m'excuse. Je suis désolé. I apologize.
I can say Depeche Trois.
Yeah, yeah. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir? Ouais, oui, 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 mais mon français, non, j'ai étudié français en école pour 10 ans,
Yeah.
12 ans en est, mais mon français, c'est très mauvais. I studied French for 10 years in school. I studied French for 10 years, but it's shitty.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, yeah. If you don't use it, you lose it. But anyway,
Well, that's Jesus. I hope not.
our third president
That's gonna hurt.
to think that we haven't overthrown our government a few times now.
That happens.
May have known there's a very famous quote, and I'll probably mess it up, but it's something along the lines of the roots of liberty must often be watered with the blood of tyrants.
I've heard that.
Yeah, because he thought, and probably rightly, that all governments become power hungry and corrupt, and then we'll need.
Have you been following Canadian politics at all?
Well, I know.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Pierre Poilievre. Am I even?
No, you're not even. And I can't even get close.
Okay.
Pierre,
they call him Poilievre on American, but
no, they don't. Oh well, okay. That is the English translation of. The future Prime Minister of Canada is the contender in the next election, which there's going to be an election at the end of February. Mark my words. I've been watching parliamentary channels, and Pierre Poilievre.
Okay.
Or Poilievre. Mais mon français c'est très mauvais. My French sucks, but my neighbor, actually, my next door neighbor, who's pissed at me right now because of what I said about Quebec, if he would pronounce it correctly, but I think it's English people pronounce it Pierre Poilievre. He will be the next Prime Minister of Canada. Absolutely. If he's not, I'm booking out. Like, I am literally applying to go to the States immediately.
I think that would make Jordan Peterson happy.
Yes, he's a smart dude.
What? It's not. That's my Jordan Peterson impression.
I like Jordan. He's possibly the smartest Canadian going. Shania is from the. Oh, I read that already. And Stargrade says PvP. Hey, hello. Yes, PvP. I saw you on the Stark panel. And hello to PvP. And DVB says to the lovely Sherry. Oh no, it's cool that you've been to at least one local New York landmark, right? If you live in Canada. And yes, Shania Twain is Canadian. And
I did not know.
Celine Dion.
I thought Shania Twain was American.
I think Shania Twain was born in Windsor, Ontario.
Well, cut my calories.
Windsor. Yeah, that's right. Windsor's a pretty big city in Ontario. It was in a dock in the Mafia, says Wes Kegel. Oh, about the... Oh, really? So that's how you know that the Flamingo was built in 1946. Okay, it was in a dock in the Mafia. So you legit pulled that number out of your ass, Wes Kegel. Wow. You know what? I actually believe you, dude. I believe that. I believe you knew that.
So Wes might this.
Huge. It's huge.
Being part Italian, it's huge. Being part Italian, World War II, you remember they threw the Japanese, including George Takei, into detention or internment camps.
Right. Yes.
Did you ever wonder how they were built so quickly?
No.
They were built for my people, for the Italians, because they thought
they were already built.
Yeah, they were going to throw all the Italians
Oh,
into these internment camps because they thought we were all in the mafia. Ironic.
right.
Yeah, and then World War II broke out, and they said, "Well, we need these guys in the army."
Yeah.
Ironically, the mafiosos um, were very highly decorated because they were the soldiers that were very experienced in using
Well,
guns.
they had no problem shooting a fellow human being.
They
Yeah.
were experienced, yeah. So, and they sort of alluded to that in The Godfather when they made Michael Corleone came back.
Ah, that okay. I've never seen that movie. You know that?
This is why so many Italians changed their names.
Huh.
Like Dean Martin was like Dino Martelli or something. A lot of Italian people changed their names because Italians were so hated in this country.
Well, and same with Irish. I mean,
Yep.
my mother's maiden name is MacDonald,
Yep.
but they changed it because Mac is Scottish, and when they moved to Canada like 5 generations ago, the Irish were not looked on very well. They were slave. Actually, the first slaves in North America were Irish, legit. And so, if you moved to Canada with an Irish last name, they changed it. They changed it instead of MacDonald. It was McDonald, MC Donald, which is Irish. They put the A in there to make it Scottish, MacDonald.
Ah,
So yeah,
the
I
Irish.
understand the Irish. Yeah, the Irish and Italians were not treated as first. I mean, Italians weren't even considered to be white people. The Italians were not considered Caucasian when
Yes,
when they.
Southern Italians especially. Northern Italians got better treatment. But if you watch old movies,
Interesting.
you'll notice that in old black and white movies that the Italians were always either mafiosos or in the clergy, and the Irish were either cops or in the clergy, and that
Oh,
like Inspector Flanagan, Pagoda.
yep.
And there's actually reason for that, and the reason is that because of the discrimination that they experienced, that they went into professions where they would be safe.
Ah, okay.
Because back in those days, nobody would kill, like a nun or a priest. And of course, the cops and the mafiosos, had guns. So yeah, so there's actually historical reason why, if you watch old Batman, 1966, it was Chief O'Hara. Yeah, that's
Of course, it's Chief O'Hara.
yeah. So and somebody Wes Cagle was born in New Brunswick. Wow.
That's New Brunswick, New Jersey, way back in 1969 at St. Peter's Hospital. It's still in operation today. Okay, well, you were also you know how to spell New Brunswick correctly, Wes Cagle. PvP was 1814. Oh, okay, so PvP said they burnt down the White House in 1776, but no, lemon pie. That I think
just in 1776.
I think it was 1814. I think that rings a bell. Lemon pie. You might be right. Tiger Stripe says PvP after 1776 wouldn't have been a White House in 1770. I didn't know that.
That's
okay.
True.
So how old is the White House then?
It was built. Oh man, it was built in the early 1780s, I believe. Somebody will know. But yeah, I mean, in 1776, we were British. We were British colonies.
That's yes, and West Cagle says, and it was the British regulars, not Canadians, that burned the White House. Well, yes and no. The British were the officers leading the brigade, but the actual military grunts were Canadian and French. And well, there was no Canadians at the time, so yeah. But the British officers, I've been told, as part of my Canadian history, it was the British officers, and technically there was no Canada at that time. So 1814. So you're right. We were not a country until 1867.
And this is also why The White House is now made of like marble. They rebuilt it with stone, so it couldn't be burned.
Yeah, yeah, that's really hard to burn stone. Tiger Stripe says Hollywood's okay. Some great theaters on Hollywood Boulevard. I've never been there.
Tiger
Never been to Hollywood.
California.
That I don't know. Tiger Stripes is definitely American, but I don't know if she's Californian or not.
Maybe she'll post.
That I don't know. Oh, hi, Levin. I shouldn't listen to folks chatting on the panel as they could be wrong. Oh yeah, no, I've been drinking heavily. Everything I say could be wrong.
Yeah, and I'm probably also there are some things I remember very well, and other things, and a lot of things, are just things that we've heard and take for
Tony.
truth.
And you know what? The show's over. As far as the travel shows go,
And I should really
go. So there we go.
Yeah, even though I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying it.
Thank you. Well, man, you've got an open door, and I just put the link in the chat if anyone wants to jump on. And the Jersey Turnpike, it's always wild. I drive it all the time. Okay. Yeah, no, don't take the panel at face value. Oh, shit, no.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing our best, but no guarantees here.
I don't remember saying the White House was burned in 1776. I might have said that before, but I may have been drinking.
Yeah, no, it didn't exist in 1776.
No. And don't listen to Canadian about American history. I mean, fuck. Although, I think Canadians have because we get all of the American media, I bet you Canadians know American history better than Americans know Canadian history. I would venture. So
I actually have something to say about this.
Oh, okay.
So when I told you that I went to Canada twice, to Vancouver.
Yes.
And first time I was, I had a layover, for a couple of hours in Toronto. I believe
Toronto. Yeah. In Ontario. Yeah.
And
hey, Tony.
Oh, by the way, Jim Gaffigan has a very funny thing about the names of the Canadian provinces. So definitely, if you're interested, look that up. It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I like Jim. He's funny.
Yeah, he has a funny thing about about the Canadian province. They'd probably give you a few laughs. Like, should we name this province? Nah, we'll just call it the Northwest Territories. Doesn't deserve a name, but anyway.
I like none of it.
I was in the airport on a layover, and I started talking to this woman, and she said, "You Americans don't know anything about Canadian history." And a man who was reading his newspaper suddenly slammed it down and said, "I'm so sick of this shit." He said, "People are always dumping on Americans," and this is where I heard about the Mick Jagger, the thing, yeah, about
okay.
And he said, "You think that you think we don't have shit going on here in Canada?" He said, "We just don't broadcast it for all the world to see like the Americans do." And then he said, as far as them not knowing our history, he said to her, "Do you know the first American president?" And she I would say smugly or triumphantly said, "George Washington." And he said, and this is the reason why I to this day know John A. MacDonald. He said, "Now, who was the first Canadian prime minister?" And she didn't know. And he said, "Don't give them crap about not knowing our history if we don't know it."
Oh,
I can only name a few prime ministers, but John A. MacDonald is
John A. MacDonald
in my head because this guy said this. Yeah. So, and that's also that Justin Trudeau's father, Pierre, allegedly tried to have Mick Jagger killed. And there may be some I saw a clip of Mick Jagger because he played Canada not too long ago, and he made some joke about not being too popular with the Pierre Trudeau's family, and I believe there was some like, "Oh," and he said, "Too soon," because that was in the 70s. So yeah,
no, that's
You're right.
No, that man, I'm impressed that John A. MacDonald. Holy shit! I would hope that half of the Canadians would know that. But maybe not.
History isn't taught as well as it used to be.
Well, they don't want us knowing history, do they? Hi, BVP. Welcome.
Doomed to repeat it.
Well,
Hey guys,
hi, BVP. We're just looking at some photos. We went through all the photos of Vegas, and now we're just having a little after show. And
no, that's fine.
before Maddie's daddy passes out asleep.
I ended up going on Tony's second year anniversary show anyway. I wasn't planning on it, but they were playing this one. You know those crazy games they play where you got to put answers into some stupid questions?
Yes.
Oh my God. If you want to see some obscene shit, just rewatch that.
Well, why did Hitler keep? I mean, we can say Hitler here all the time.
Somebody on the panel seemed to have a Hitler fixation,
But,
is my
yeah,
guess,
I mean,
right?
Like that'll get.
It wasn't me. It was not me.
But
it was definitely not me.
I didn't think you're that kind of person.
Well, it's kind of like a cheap joke to use Hitler in every joke, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. Let's
face it, he could use him in every joke because he's kind of a laughing stock in history now, is he not? You know.
1988, eh? Okay. Wow, you had more money than I did because I could only afford a 1980 was my first car, a 1980 Toyota Tercel with the all glass hatch, which was crazy. And can I welcome for the first time to the channel PvP and of course Maddie's daddy. Can I welcome Susie? Hello.
Hey, Suzanne.
Hi guys.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. Can you hear us okay?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Not bad. You're a little crackly, but not too bad.
No, it's probably all the eggnog.
Well, I just wanted to come on and say that my status is uncertain because I've been having some computer issues over the last week and a half.
Uh-oh.
And I seem to get it was weird. Like about a week and a half ago, I had it for 3 days in a row where about every 24 hours, it would suddenly make this, like a fan or something. Yeah. And then, but all I had to do was turn it off for a minute and then reboot it and it was fine. So I was like, well, this is weird, right? Because if it was a hard drive, I'd be thinking, but I haven't got any messages of hard drive failure. And I've had hard drives fail in the past, and it usually gives you warnings for about a week that you have you're in imminent danger of your hard drive dying. But my computer has not done that. And I actually called up probably the best computer place today, but they're backlogged because of Christmas, right?
Of course.
That's
the shittiest time to lose your computer.
Oh yeah, it was like I was putting in a 40-hour a week. Right, last week, which I haven't worked in couple of years, and that was killing me enough. And then midway through the week, my computer starts giving me all this grief, right? So I was like, well, just in time for the holidays. Here we go. But the weird thing was, Spidey, it was good for like 6 days up until yesterday. And then like it was early this morning, I guess it started making this humming sound again, which woke me up, obviously, right? And now it's done it like 4 times today, and I've had to keep shutting it down and rebooting, and I'm getting worried now. But the thing is, I got to work again on Monday, and I don't really want to take it in tomorrow because they have no idea. I mean, he said, "Oh, if you bring it in Friday, we might be able to get it back to you by Sunday," but with the backlog, I'm not holding my breath.
Well, good luck. I mean, yeah, that's a terrible.
Well, I'm kind of thinking I'll drop it off a week from a week Friday, because I actually have to go and get some stuff done on my car tomorrow afternoon anyway, because I made that appointment 10 days ago because they were all booked up due to Christmas. So I have to go there tomorrow afternoon. So that's kind of the top priority right now anyway. So,
and I want to say hello and welcome. The Sci-Fi Nation. Hello, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas, bud. How you doing?
You know what? It's not freezing outside, so we have a great.
I'm
Green
telling you, that Arctic
Okay.
thing we got down here in Michigan went away in a quick hurry. We're going to
Yeah.
be in the 50s by like Sunday, but then we're going back down to the 30s and 20s.
Okay, 30s around. And Susie, hi and welcome. And is it freezing where you are? Or is it not so bad?
Not so bad. It's only
Oh.
-9.
Okay, that's
That's-
better than a kick in the bum.
Well,
That's I think that's pretty good for Saskatchewan, isn't it?
yeah, I was going to say Saskatchewan.
And Susie, can you see the screen? Are you able to read this from our friend West Kegel? Do you mind?
I used to own a bunch of guns. No, I can't.
Oh, okay.
Oh, until the tragic boating accident
In
in
international
international
water.
waters. It's the FBI gone.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, no,
It's the
wasn't
FBI gone.
wasn't that the Bay of Pigs and the CIA? That was like back during the 60s, wasn't it?
No, that's no. The standard joke amongst gun owners is, I lost my when the government come because you know how they're restricting all these types of guns in Canada now. It's like, nope, I lost them in a boating accident, officer.
Oh, yep. The boat flipped over. We lost it.
I was going out we were going on a hunting trip across the lake, and that happened to be actually 2 weeks ago. Let's just get this on record now. I lost all my guns in a boating accident going across the river, a lake, 2 days ago.
Disclaimer:
2 weeks ago.
Disclaimer: this is not legal advice for fellow Canadians of Spidey.
Well, hey, no, this is no. I'm never gonna be monetized. YouTube will never do that. I don't give a shit. We can give legal advice here. We can give health advice. We can give all kinds of advice here. I don't give a shit. We can talk about whatever you want.
I'm
no
just
rules
saying
on this
because
channel.
I'm an American and we have laws against giving out advice if we're not licensed. So
Yeah, no, I don't give a shit about those. Yeah,
I know.
what are you gonna do?
The whole gun thing with Trudeau is once again he's just proving what a complete moron he is, because he's only taking guns away from law-abiding licensed gun owners.
What is the stats? Do you remember
Right.
PvP? The amount of crime that's committed with legal guns.
It
in
ain't
Canada,
by
It's like-
legal gun owners. I'm sure of that, right?
95% are by illegal guns. Yeah, it's
And I bet
something
a lot
ridiculous.
of the people that have illegal guns are probably illegals themselves.
Well, and they're not going to
That shouldn't
tell the
even be
police
here.
about them, are they? No.
You know the funny thing about that, just to compare our two countries, just for a second, because our two countries are so similar, right?
They are.
Well, like our laws are like 99%
I'm okay with that, West.
familiar. Our laws
They
are
are.
99% so similar.
Yep. Although we don't have the Fifth Amendment, I can't plead the Fifth.
You can't plead the fifth or drink
Nope,
the fifth.
we don't have that. Nope.
We do. Hey,
No.
yes, we do. It's called the Canada Evidence Act.
Oh, really?
That's what it's called. I've used.
Holy shit! Please about
so
this.
you do have a thing that prevents you from self-incrimination.
I studied law in school. I didn't know about that. I mean, for 1 year. I didn't know that, Susie. You've used it.
Yep, the Canada Evidence Act is equivalent to the Fifth Amendment.
When was it enacted?
Wow.
I don't fucking know. I ain't a lawyer.
I was just wondering if
No, it's worth.
after Spidey was studying law.
Oh, that was grade 12. That would have been a long time ago. That would have been 1990.
All I know
Yeah.
is I got a good lawyer.
No
And
kidding,
I
the
use
Canada Evidence Act. So you can't incriminate yourself.
Exactly.
Huh.
Right, which
Okay.
would be equivalent to the Fifth Amendment here in the States.
Equivalent. All
Yeah.
right. Well,
As-
shit, I'm
As
going to
for
be...
U.S. laws, the U.S. is fucked in the head. Okay? Straight up. These clowns will let any old fool walk around with a gun on their side. They don't need a mental health check. Okay?
No.
Sally from the alley
They
can be
don't need
whacked out
that.
on and walk around with a loaded gun.
They don't need that here either, as long as they can pass a background check.
Yeah,
That's
here,
what I just said.
you know, our
They don't need it in the States.
our most dangerous cities are the ones that are so-called gun-free zones.
Oh.
Oh well,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
we do have
better.
those in the yeah,
Uh,
we have those in the States, like school zones. And
yeah, no, I'm
certain-
American too. I'm not Canadian, eh?
Hey, I know I sound like one, but I live in Michigania. You.
Our state with the most guns, which I believe is New Hampshire, also has our lowest crime and lowest gun death.
Really,
New Hampshire
has more guns than Texas. How did that?
Wow.
Well, I think per capita.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And
Well, even.
I think it's New Hampshire. It's definitely a New England state. I want to say.
You know what? That doesn't surprise me because
It's one of the original 13 colonies, right?
That's right.
So.
Yep. That doesn't surprise me.
Well, the thing is, all Trudeau is doing by trying to take away legally owned firearms from Canadians that have a license is, once again he's just sticking his head up his backside and being an idiot, which is one reason he's down to like I think about 69% of Canadians want him gone right now.
It is a high. I'll go with 69 just because I like that number. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
and no, I'm not related to Norm Macdonald. I'm not related.
Hey,
to
who
Norm
doesn't
Macdonald.
like that number? Come on now. But I'm just saying, he's only going to leave the illegal firearms in the hands of the criminals that
That's
are the
right.
people that are committing the majority of the crimes.
Yeah.
But he's doing nothing about that. I mean, there's so much crap going on, so much in the streets.
That's
protests,
the thing, PvP. That's
riots.
PvP.
And the police do nothing. I mean, oh geez, some of the stuff on YouTube make your skin crawl if you watch what's going on.
Well, that's the thing, PvP. It don't matter what country you're in, right? You see all these lawmakers making laws, and it's like, okay, so how is this actually going to affect the criminals? It ain't. So
no, the thing is,
it's not at all.
The thing is, though, 9 years of Justin has plunged this country into a state of chaos that I don't remember in my 66 years ever seeing before.
No, it's never been like this.
I've been voting for prime minister since the late 1970s, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the record. I've
First
seen
black prime minister. Yeah. That's.
I've seen prime ministers come. I've seen them go. I've seen them rise. I've seen.
You remember
them
Pierre
fall.
Trudeau?
Well, I have a lot more respect for Pierre.
If I remember, I'm an American, but wasn't Pierre Justin's dad or uncle or something like that?
Well,
Father.
Pierre,
Castro was his dad, but yes, he's his.
Well, that's the running joke that but I don't tend to go that far. I mean, look, Pierre Trudeau was a human being. He was flawed. He wasn't perfect.
Yep.
I never thought he was perfect, but
no.
You don't get 3 terms. You don't get elected 3 times in office by being a complete dumbass, right?
There's stories on that one.
And he did. He ran the country reasonably well. I thought. Sure, he made mistakes. Sure, he alienated a lot of the West with some of his policies on oil
for
and
sure.
gas.
He had it in for Alberta, and
yeah, definitely. I mean, that was one of the big, weak
North America
spots.
hosers.
Yeah,
one of the big weak spots. But
that.
all said, I thought the country was doing reasonably well when he was in government. But I mean, I was young. Maybe I was naive. I don't know, but I didn't think it certainly wasn't the dumpster fire that we've got right now under his son.
No.
And by the way, I believe Pierre Trudeau had 3 sons. I know there was Justin, there was one called Sasha, and I can't remember the third one.
Michael.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne.
Michael died in that skiing.
He died in that landslide.
When they were skiing. Yeah. Nope. He died when they were skiing because he got swept into the lake by the avalanche.
Yeah, by the avalanche. The kind of nutso thing. I believe that Justin is actually skiing on the same mountain this week.
Was it the same one that Sonny skied on when he died in his
no, that was in the US.
That was in California. This is in Red Mountain, which is Apex and Red, which are about 2 hours east of me.
It's in British Columbia, yeah.
Yeah, they're right on the border, actually, really close to I know exactly where Red Mountain is. I've been there in the summer, and it's 2 hours.
You find it a bit odd that he would pick as his holiday vacation spot the place where his brother, bought it. Like,
kind of weird.
Is there something a bit creepy about that? I don't know.
Well, maybe he was only his half brother.
Well, I think the slope that Justin is skiing on is definitely a slippery slope.
Oh, politically, he's done.
And Stark of Iron, good night.
He's done.
I hope you're right.
Stark of Iron says
Well,
a message from the Imperium. Excuses are the refuge of the weak. Good night. God bless. I agree.
Trudeau's got to call an election by October 2025. That's legally when he's got to call it by then. If he doesn't, he's going to be, our first official dictator. And Canadians are peaceful people, but I think if he tries if he tries to pull dictatorship on us, I remember the truckers. Remember the truckers? I think that'll be 100 times worse.
Oh yeah,
I'll be out in the streets at that point. And
same here.
I'm a senior citizen, right?
Same
and
here.
I'll be out there. If
I'll come pick you up and we'll film the whole thing.
You know what? That would be YouTube gold. But
sounds like a plan, Spidey.
I do have a question though for you, my Canadian brothers out there, Spidey, PvP, and Sister Suzanne. So do you guys have? We don't have this in the States, but do you have? Because I just heard about this in another country going on. But do you have what's called a no confidence vote? Because that's going on in Germany right now.
That's exactly it.
A non-confidence vote. We don't have any confidence in the governance of the country, and we call a non-confidence vote. And that's why PvP, when our parliament reconvenes at the end of January, the first thing they're going to do is introduce the budget for like the financial plan for the year, and we're 50% over deficit than we thought we were going to be.
The thing is,
so they're going to vote no confidence. It's our government will dissolve the end of February.
I believe Poilier's Conservatives have already forced 3 non-confidence votes in the House. I believe, if I'm not mistaken,
they did force, but they didn't pass. And you're not going to get that, Spidey, because they're going to prorogue.
Jagmeet swore that he was going to. Yeah,
he is going to prorogue. He's going to prorogue Parliament, I believe,
until July.
Yep.
Well, yeah, he might.
Just take a look at all the stuff in the last couple of months. Any video, hell, I could make a list. I could make a list and send them to you. It's absolutely nauseating.
And prorogue means,
basically, they don't have to be in the House of Commons.
Yeah, it's putting a pause on the governance of our country.
Basically, like they're still living high on the hog of the taxpayers, but they can just take another holiday
in a way to avoid the election. Yeah, and Greek letters. Hello, Dionysius Larson says John Adams, I believe, was a third president.
Well,
during his administration that the White House got built.
There was 2 John Adams Sr. and John Adams Jr. So
really,
John Quincy Adams.
Yes, there was 2 John Adams, the father and the son,
both presidents.
Yes, not back to back, but yes, there was 2 John Adams as president.
Huh.
The reason the Liberals have survived those non-confidence motions in recent months, though, is because they're being propped up by the NDP, the New Democratic Party, with Jagmeet Singh, I believe, if I'm not mispronouncing that name.
No, it's Jagmeet Singh or Jughead.
And
John Adams was the second president, according to
I think people almost hate him as much as Trudeau because he is such a phony hypocrite. I mean, he's totally said over and over again he's going to not support the Liberals.
And then he does.
And then he does. Exactly. It's like the flip-flop boy,
He's waiting for his pension, which comes due
March.
In March, yeah.
In March, yes.
That's right, yeah. And that's worth $2 million to him. So that's why he's supporting them. Because he knows he's not going to get voted back in. If he calls an election now, he's out.
They're toast.
So that's exactly why.
Well, the thing is, I believe the Conservatives are... I've seen, you look at a lot of different polls, and none of them are 100% right.
No,
but it looks like the Conservatives are headed to get a majority government of maybe around 200,
like a super majority,
217 seats or something, which would knock the Liberals down to like 15 seats
out of 336, I think.
Yeah, and the NDP would get about the same, 15 seats.
Yeah.
So the Conservatives will just basically crush during the election, and they will not have anybody that can oppose them at that point.
Well, maybe that'll give them the power. I mean, like Trump got the Senate and got all, so he's going to have no problem passing legislation to put America back on the path, and hopefully Canada will be the same. And Wes Cagle says a Mazda SE5 was cheap. It cost $6,000 back in 1986. That's the most I've ever paid for a car. A Volkswagen Jetta was $6,000.
I that was my first car.
And it was
I had
86. Coincidentally.
I had a Mazda, my first car, and it was a rotary drive. Anybody remember the rotary drive engine?
Oh yeah,
the rotary engine.
Yeah, it's called the Wankel. It was created in Germany.
It had a rotary drive, and it was on the highway. It was probably the best car I ever had, because that thing was like, it was like driving a rocket sled. It would fly. You'd hit the gas in that sucker, and it was. I'm sure I probably cruised illegal high speeds a lot of the time. The only problem with the rotary engine, though, it was shitty for city driving, because you'd get to a red light, right?
Absolutely.
You get to a red light, and the fucking thing would stall.
It would hesitate every time. Hesitate or stall. I'll tell you what,
it was awful.
That motor was designed in Germany, I believe, for Porsche.
It was great on the highway, but city driving, it sucked.
If not, it was either Porsche or Volkswagen had a rotary engine that they were experimenting with. Mm-hmm. And what happened was Mazda came in, and when they were looking at their new sports car, trying to come up with a new engine for it, they were like, this design hasn't been used in decades. It's amazing, right? So what they did was they went to the manufacturer in Germany, and they said, okay, give us the rights to build this engine, but we want to modify it. We want to, make it our own. And that's what happened, and that's what Mazda did. And when they come out with the MR1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that whole series, right, with the rotary engine, which is literally called the Wankel engine. That's
funny.
I've heard they made it their own, and it's been a powerhouse ever since Mazda, started tweaking it and tuning it, and and it's one of the most efficient engines ever. There are so few moving parts in that engine.
Yeah. Oh, it's wonderful on the highway. That's still my favorite car to this day, probably. And it's a lot of decades since I had that car. But it was a beautiful little car. It kind of looked like something James Bond would drive, right? It was this silver, really smooth, like sporty kind of design, and it had power, just so much power. But it was just a bad car in the city. It was its only real flaw, which is why I eventually ended up getting rid of it.
I think maybe if you would have done some updating on it, it wouldn't have hesitated like that.
I don't know. I mean, I was young, and
dumb and full of cum. Yeah, we get it.
Yeah,
it's like, I don't have the patience, and maybe looking back, maybe now I would think about that. Maybe they improved the design over the decades too. I don't know. I don't even know. Well, I guess Mazda, they're not even still in business, are they? Like,
Mazda? Hell yeah, they are.
Oh, are they? Okay.
All right. Now, are we having a little dispute in the chat here? Let's hope not.
Oh, no.
Greek Letters says, I thought you said during, Wes Cagle says to Greek Letters, I thought you said during John Adams' third presidency, John Adams was the second U.S. president. The White House was started in 1792 under Washington and finished in 1800 under Adams. Okay. That's all right. Good to know.
Well,
thank you.
Technically, the White House didn't start until after the Revolution. I mean, even though it was in Philadelphia to start with. But...
And yes, that is fact. The first U.S. black president was indeed Richard Pryor in 1977. I was alive, and that I can confirm.
None of the above.
Yes. I don't know. Wait, don't you laugh. Spidey. You gotta
it's called vote for none of the above, or at least that was the
what whole story, DVB? I've forgotten. We've gone long past what whole. Whatever it was, I wasn't there, and I didn't do it. I wasn't even there, man.
It didn't happen. It's your imagination.
So, okay, this is the offensive. Lemon Pie, I think, was getting a little bit miffed by Greek Letters. See, this is the problem with making everyone moderators in the chat. They have no power to fight each other. Americans love their boomsticks. They don't give a damn about their civil liberties, but their boomsticks are essential.
I'm an American, and I disagree with
Yeah.
that whole fucking heartedly. I disagree with that statement.
Well, lemon pie. We don't need to be calling people ignorant. He's
Exactly. We don't need to use ad hominems.
no, but I'm not sure I agree with that Greek letters. I mean, Americans love their civil liberties, don't they?
Yeah,
I think Canadians can learn from them.
I think it's the exact opposite. I think America is one of those countries where the citizens value their civil liberties above everything else.
That's what our country.
Just from what I see, when I listen to Americans,
that's what our country was born on. I mean, we created civil liberties to separate ourselves from king and queen and that type of stuff. So we value our civil liberties. We don't just, let them go, despite what the mainstream media wants people to say. No, we value our civil liberties. We value our independence. We want to be who we want to be.
Well, the last election proved that, I think, pretty much hands down, right?
Well, for one section of our population, yes. I mean, we still have another section of the population, plus so many people in between, right? So,
no, it's just the thing is, I think when I look around the democratic world, Canada, Australia, the UK is really bad. There seems to be a
They
real
really
erosion.
are.
They're turning into a George Orwellian police state. If you look at the stuff going on YouTube, watch the reports.
Didn't England used to be the bastion for liberties and freedoms? And
was it the Magna Carta where liberty started?
In 10, what year was it? Was it 10 something or 12 something? It was 12 something.
It was a long time ago.
12. I'm going to call it now. I'm going to 1251.
But that was the first kind of moment when I guess it was the kings at the time started to realize that maybe they should give the peasants some rights, right?
Well, why did they realize that?
Well, maybe because they realized if they didn't, they'd be fucked.
Guillotines. Yeah. Magna Carta. Okay. What did I say? 1251?
Yeah, Magna Carta. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I don't know.
1215.
Okay.
Pretty close. June 15th, 1215. So
wow. That's really close.
You know what? That's weird. My son's birthday is 6/12. That's kind of.
And yes, okay. West Kegel says to Greek letters, I care about my civil liberties. That's what the guns are for. That's exactly. Without the Second Amendment, you can't enforce the First Amendment.
Absolutely. You know what? Even the criminals
let's all be. See, I made everyone wrenches, trusting that everyone could.
You know what, Spidey? I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm just going to say this. I live in the States. Even the criminals will use their illegal access to guns to enforce their rights against tyrants.
Which that is the greatest threat. There's a greater threat of the government having abuse with firepower than
the civilians. Exactly.
Yes. History shows us this time and time again. Pierre Trudeau had
just because we made
one daughter. The daughter's name is Justina Trudeau. Fact.
Oh,
that's a ha-ha, that one.
That's a fact. Yeah, I agree. Old Man Bird says, well, we let them shut us down during the pandemic and other stupid stuff. It's partially true about the civil liberties thing. But we fixed it by hiring Trump. Well, hopefully he.
Yeah, but the thing I have a problem with is all of his rhetoric right now. He's basically got the Canadian government declaring war on him and the Mexican government declaring war on him. So
he's fucking with them.
I think the only people in Canada that take that rhetoric seriously are idiots. Personally, that's
true.
My honest opinion.
That's true.
Well, that's
why he's trolling Trudeau, because Trudeau is a fucking moron, and Trump knows he can say just about anything like that,
and Trudeau is going to be.
Well, he'll fall for it, and the Liberal supporters will fall for it.
Yes.
And you look at
stuff. Look at all fired up.
some of the channels on YouTube the last couple of weeks, they're all like, "Oh, fuck Trump. Oh, defend Canada." Blah blah. Like, you idiots.
No.
This is classic Trump being Trump.
Well,
You know what would happen?
He's throwing shit out there to see what
Okay.
sticks.
Maddie, I'll say this. I'm not a liberal, but I'm left leaning. I'll say this: if the U.S. and Canada ever declared war on each other, here's how I see it
Not
going.
going to happen.
No, but if it did, just because of whatever, this is a hypothetical. If they ever did, basically what would happen is the U.S. and Canada would join hands across the border, the general population,
the people, and
the
would
people,
say,
and be
"We're
like,
not
"What the
fighting."
fuck?" and raise their middle fingers to both
That's right.
governments.
Yeah, we would.
And say, "Motherfuckers,
That's right.
we've been friends for so long. Why the fuck are you doing this shit?"
Trump is going to have enough in January. He's going to have enough stuff to change and work on and eradicate the damage that Biden's done over the last 4 years. He's going to be a busy boy. I mean, I don't think Canada's going to be a top priority.
No,
Yeah,
he's
sure,
got a lot to do.
He can slap on those 25% tariffs, and if he does, I'm not surprised. But that's Trudeau's doing. That's not Trump's fault. That's Trudeau's fault.
But
Trudeau's
he's asking us to tighten our borders.
Yes,
I think he's right. I don't blame
and get rid of the drug problem, which I agree with again.
I think
Trudeau
he can do what he wants, and we can
Don't you think Trudeau legalizing all hard drugs has created a worse problem?
He says shit about tightening the border. Do you know how many borders up in the UP were closed during his presidency? Just the little one-man shack borders that were closed during his presidency.
What's the UP?
Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Oh.
Yeah. There were like 90% of those little one-lane crossings were closed
to Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, to Canada.
Yeah.
Right. It landlocked, border crossings were closed. So people said screw it, and they started going back and forth through the cornfields and shit.
Which we can do in this. Okay, Maddie's daddy, good night to you. And I want to say good night to Susie, who just jumped off there.
No, good night.
Good night, Suzanne. It was good seeing
No, not Suzanne. Suzanne's in the chat. That's a different avatar.
Well, I thought that was the same.
Oh, I thought that was Suzanne.
Yeah, I thought it was too.
Avatar.
Yeah, I thought it was
then
too.
that. Hi. Oh, here we go. Hi, Susie. And Susie, are you Suzanne?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I figured so.
Your avatar looks different.
I've seen that avatar before.
I've heard the voice before, Spidey.
Okay. So. And I want to say good night to Maddie's daddy, Steve M. He says, I got kicked out. Although I still see you on the panel here. But it's time for me to call a night anyway. Thank you, Canadian Spider-Man, for having me on. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, my friend. Good night, everybody. And it was cool. Thank you, DVB. It was cool to hear him on the panel. And thank you, DVB. And there's the profile picture we are used to. Oh,
hey, somebody I'd never seen before. Nice profile picture.
Our boomsticks are used to ensure our severity. Yes, Maddie's daddy. Now, I firmly believe that the citizens should have every right to own whatever the government can own. And if that means rocket launchers and grenade mortars, friggin' A. If the government can own it, the people can own it. As long as they aren't...
Otherwise, the government is known as oppressors.
Thank you. Actually,
Do you know what's really funny, Pete? Really funny, Spidey?
Yes.
I don't just have my gun license, but I have my modified specialized license. So I can carry a handgun. I know cops that can't carry a gun unless they're on duty.
So in their private life, they can't carry a gun?
Wow, that's a new one.
But I kind of want cops to have guns in, like, all the time.
Well, I don't. What if they go to the bar and get drunk?
Oh, that's true.
Because we got laws against that. We actually have laws against that
there's not
in the States.
Shut up, Jay. Did you also know that the cops do not Okay, get this. They do not have to qualify at a gun range for target.
In Canada, they don't.
Nope. Do you know why?
No, it's discrimination.
Because in a split second, they shoot center mass. They're not aiming for your leg to slow you down or your shoulder to make you drop a gun. Center mass. Boom.
They're aiming for center mass. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
They're aiming to
That's it.
stop
You're
you
good.
on the spot.
Yeah, they're basically trained to shoot to kill, are they not?
Yeah,
That's
well,
it.
that's how they train here in the States, too.
Well, remind me not to get in a position where I'm going to be running from a cop.
Yeah, I'd say generally it's probably not a good idea to piss off the cops.
Well, they're going to stomp you with horses, aren't they? Really?
Well, you know what? I'm still going to have bad cop no donut bumper sticker on my car, so fuck them.
Me too.
But you know what? You know what they do in the States that we can't do here?
Free speech?
You got a cop at your door. You tell him,
get a warrant,
fuck
bitch.
off my property.
Fuck off. It's my
right now.
property. You ain't coming in without a warrant.
That's right.
Don't talk to
I
me.
don't think we
Don't
have
come
that
near
in Canada.
me. Get off my property. You tell a cop that here, you're talking through fucking no teeth.
Yeah, we can't really do that in Canada, can we?
Nope.
The only way they can do that in the States is if there's exigent circumstances, which is a special condition, which is where somebody in the household calls and says there's a violent situation going on. That's the only way they can come in without a warrant.
Oh, dear.
Or if they have proof that there's a felon inside the house that committed a violent crime. Those are the only two ways they can come in to your house in the States without a warrant.
Well, I keep my shotgun near the front door, not for ever any people, but for bears. And
I grab my machete.
That's a real thing.
I grab my 3-foot machete every time I hear the door knock and I don't have company coming over. I'm like, yeah, I'll open the door, but you're going to get a fucking arm chopped off.
Bears don't knock, though.
Oh, ours do. Ours have to. They're required to. They have to knock and announce their presence. Unless they're doing a no-knock raid, which is very rare where I live.
Well, I just hope once we get Pierre elected as our next prime minister next year, hopefully he's going to repeal a lot of this nonsense that Trudeau's trying to push through. I'm sure he will probably be able to repeal some of it, hopefully in his first year. Because, I don't think many Canadians are going to oppose him. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be popular enough where he's going to be able to get a lot of legislation done. And, by having a super majority, that'll probably help. The only thing that worries me is how they stack the Senate sometimes here, right? And I am not sure how many liberals. I'm not sure how many. Yeah, I'm not sure how many ass-kissing liberals are in the Senate right now, but that could be a potential problem.
It's the majority of them. Because they're all appointed. Most of them have been appointed by Trudeau. So in Canada, we have two houses. We have the Parliament, has the Senate, and the House of Parliament. The House of Commons, and they propose laws and make laws, and they send it to the Senate for what's it called? The sober second thought to review laws.
It's basically it's like a review.
Yeah,
it's basically like a review where the various parties in the Senate can debate it back and forth and kick it around, and oftentimes a bill might get modified at that point if there are sections in the bill that some of the Senate find a little too extreme or whatever. That's the way ideally it should work, right? It should be, the chamber of sober second thought. Trouble is, I wish we had an elected Senate. I really do. I think we need an elected Senate. That's one thing I'd like to see.
4 years like we do? Really?
Yeah, I think it would be a good thing because the way it is now, whoever's in the majority, they can basically fill the Senate with people in their own party until they if they retire, then I guess that Senate seat would become open, and then the ruling government at the time, like if it was Pierre Poilievre in power next year, and some of the liberals retired, I'm supposed he could probably stack some conservatives into the Senate at that point. Right?
I see what you're saying because we have what are called off-year elections, which are like 2 years after our presidential elections, right? We have House elections and Senate elections. right? Our House of Representatives and
You have the
our
midterms,
Senate.
right?
Yeah, the
Midterms.
midterms. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's 2 years after. That's basically the halfway point between the presidential election, right? So
Yeah, I hope Trump gets a lot done his first 2 years because of that. Actually, when he's got the House and the Senate, I hope he gets a lot of stuff done those first 2 years.
And Greek Letters says, well, it was a productive session. At least managed to upset 11 by possibly a couple more of you, but now I got to go. Hopefully next time I'll manage better. Until next time, Greek Letters. All right, well, enjoy.
Take care, Greek
Thank you
Letters.
for being here, and hopefully
The thing is,
we don't want an echo chamber here, right? We don't want
no.
an echo
I don't mind disagreeing with people.
I would love to push back on everything I'm hearing.
It's just when it gets disrespectful, that's where I kind
exactly.
of start.
well, we're adults.
That's the last thing I want to do is be disrespectful. Trust me, there's a lot of things I want to push back on. But I know Spidey's. I know Spidey's tired, and I know there's a lot of trolls.
Yeah,
that's it. When you get a troll that's just, I mean, I've been attacked by trolls in certain live panels in the last couple of months. One comes to mind, which I'm not going to name because he seems to have disappeared, or maybe the people running those live streams have got his name and his number, and they've just basically bounced him from coming into the chat. But if you want to have a reasonable discussion, that's fine. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Oh, absolutely.
If you just want to shit on each other.
No, that's the thing. I've said this in the past. I don't make my personal channel, political for reasons, right? But if somebody approaches me and they just want to have an honest debate and they just want to talk about things without name calling and shit slinging, then hey, I'm all for it. Right?
Well, we don't need to take anything personally, right? I mean,
exactly. We're just here to throw out ideas and be like, hey, you know what? We're all in this together. Let's come together, have a conversation, and see what we can figure out, because that's the real power right there. Is us coming together, figuring things out despite our differences. That's what people are afraid of.
That's why I enjoy coming on YouTube panels like this, is because I get to talk, to people from all over the world. I mean, it's generally, in North America, but maybe occasionally someone in the chat will pop in from another country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always interesting to get other people's perspectives and viewpoints, and, where they're coming from in whatever country they're in. And I mean, I think that's the best way to actually learn, is to actually listen to people that are on the ground, at the street level, that are actually living life and having to, deal with the day-to-day situation in their country. Because, bloody the fucking ruling elite don't do that. It's like they don't care if we got to buy, a sack of potatoes that week, right? It's like,
they don't care if your potatoes are rotten.
Right. Good night, Carla Burton. And yes, wish you could join us on the panel.
Good night, Carla.
As
Have
well.
One.
Thank you
to answer that question earlier, Spidey, that you highlighted on.
Yes, and no one wants an echo chamber.
No, I think it was after that. It was.
Okay. Yes.
Did I do something to somebody's channel?
It was about nuking the Captain's channel.
Yes. Did you? I didn't even know. No, I heard that Captain Nuke did himself.
Fuck yes, that was me.
Oh, okay. He didn't nuke it himself then.
No, he didn't. I fucking nuked him. He fucking broke the rules and he fucking paid for it.
What were the rules he broke?
Oh, what? Oh, copyright.
That's why it pays to have nunchuck and bow hunting skills. Agreed, and learn how to shoot. Absolutely.
Well, wasn't he using your contact without your permission? Wasn't that basically?
Yes, he was. He was using it without permission and without making it to where it was. How do they put it? It wasn't expanded on. It wasn't commented on. It wasn't used in any particular type of way. He just basically copied and pasted it. So
so it wasn't like it was modified in any significant manner to change the value of the content or whatever. So
right.
Fair use.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
the thing is too, your channel was not the first time he did that, because he would go into other. I remember he would take like Jill's streams and take chunks out of that, and he'd put his little snide comments over something for like half an hour.
Oh wow!
Commenting on what she was saying, and other people as well. I'm sure it's so long ago. Thankfully, I've forgotten most of that garbage now. But it was a nice day when we didn't have that guy to deal with anymore. I'll just say that.
Ooh.
Oh, hey, you know what's missing from that picture? All the civilians on the side of that picture.
Yeah, that are mowed down.
Well, no, there's crowds of civilians on either side of that picture.
Okay.
This is the edited version of that picture.
Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah,
Yeah, I actually saw this live on TV when it happened.
Yeah, I remember that too. The Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, where those shadows are on either side of the picture there, and either side of them corners, there's civilians lining that roadway. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
How many? I wonder how many millions of people have wondered whatever happened to that guy.
Oh, he's long gone. He never.
Well,
I'm sure
he's gone like a fart in the wind, but they never ran him over.
But I don't think I've ever heard. I don't think I've ever heard any actual statement about if he was imprisoned or just killed or whatever.
No, they'll never tell us he was.
No, it's China. I mean, come on, man.
That's
but
here's the other one.
This is an edited version of that picture. There were those sidewalks were lined with students and protesters and civilians.
Do you know where this is?
Japan.
It is in Kyoto. This is the golden temple. Gin means golden. So Gin Kakuji.
But I knew the architecture.
Gin Kakuji, yeah, and they have a Kin Kakuji, which is silver. Kin is silver, and
Well, you speak Japanese, don't you?
Bad enough to embarrass myself. Yes. Hi. Nihongo ga hanasemasu. Demo, watashi no Nihongo sugoi warui. Yes.
Hey, that's more than I know. I know.
You're doing a 100% better job of that than I ever will.
I was going to say, I know. Hi, Daniel-san.
Yeah. And now this is, I want to say that's from Utila. That's from Utila in Honduras. I
can't tell one palm tree from another.
No, I recognize the beach, I think. Pretty sure. I think that's Utila. It's an all sand beach. Yeah. I just had to throw those up.
Beautiful though, but
well, that's why I do the travel show, man. Because there's a lot to I fucking love travel, and that's why I do this. That's where I'm staying, in that hostel right there, Casa La Playa, right between those palm trees. There's a lot of restaurants with tables right on the beach. I'm here in Zihuatanejo on the Pacific coast of Mexico. It's
dude,
there you go.
Do you know how long it took me as an American to get used to the name hostile for a place
the hostel?
Yeah, just the name alone as an American.
I don't stay in hotels. I stay in hostels. Yeah.
Right, but just the name hostel alone sends negative connotations.
Well, it's not hostile. It's youth hostel.
Yeah, I know, but that's how I think. That's how my brain works. Right.
I like hostels because you can get away with a lot more in hostels.
So they're basically like the foreign version of an Airbnb, but you're just different rooms and stuff.
And it's usually younger people, and there's usually a bar attached. And
right. So old guys like me would rather be in a hotel, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah, but the fun is at the hostels.
I know, right? I mean, hey, we're gonna go.
I'm never gonna be old, man. Are you older than me?
Well,
are you older than 52?
No, I'll be 49 in February.
Oh, okay. Well, you can't call yourself an old guy. You're not an old guy. Come on, fuck off now.
Okay.
Are you actually 52, Spidey?
Yeah, 72, man. Born in 72.
I'm shocked. You look younger than 52.
Oh, my camera's shitty.
No, but
blame it on the camera. Okay.
Seriously, you are in such better shape than I am. But sure, I got 14 years on you or whatever. But I'll tell you, until my late
Well,
50s,
I do sit-ups and push-ups every week a few
no,
times.
but until my late 50s, I was pretty active, and I could.
Good.
Well, last time I moved 10 years ago, I must have hauled like 3 tons of stuff from my last place, right? Because the movers sent
Moving is
they sent too small a fucking truck. So I spent like 5 days that weekend before I had to be out of the other place, back and forth, 13
moving
trips back and
Driving.
forth
So
in
you
my
spend
car,
time
and I
driving
rented a
truck.
truck one day. It was a nightmare, but I had, the steel dolly, right? I'd stack 3 or 4 boxes at a time, wheel them from the parking lot, up in the elevator 3 floors, bring them in, stack them up in the living room, and I must have done that repeatedly, like I don't know, 100
You had an
times.
elevator?
Dude, you're
At least
speaking-
you had an elevator.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
exactly. You had an
still.
elevator. You're speaking to the choir here. I got to use the Ford F-150 to move every time I want to move something, especially a whole freaking house. I don't want to hear about, oh my gosh, I had a moving truck.
No, but a movie. I once moved PvP in Tokyo. See, when I first got a job teaching, the school that I was teaching at, they line up accommodation, but then if you get fired, you lose your house too. So that was no
great.
good. So
That's good.
my roommate and I quickly realized that the company we were working for were dickheads, and we didn't want to
Oh Christ.
be too obligated to them. So we immediately, after 3 months saving up money, we moved out. He's a Hawaiian dude. Shout out to Taro Dorsey. If you're out there, man, I fucking love you. And we moved to another place in Matsudo, and it was a good way to go. But we moved with beds like futon. You know, the Japanese futon. It's like a big sleeping mat.
Yeah, we have them here in the States. Yes.
We moved an entire house on the Japanese subway train system.
Nice. Futons. Actually,
Wow.
you can move on a subway because you
And
can
we
fold them up
waited-
and they'll fit through the door.
And we waited until like 11 o'clock at night to move everything. And I had my snowboard. I had everything with me in the entire house. It was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So see that Spidey didn't even have an F-150. He had to use a subway.
So, Sci-Fi, you speak Spanish. Can you pronounce what the fuck Old Man Bird is saying?
Oh, hi. Thatched huts are called bohijos.
Wheels. Didn't know that. In what language?
I thought you said Spanish.
Well, I'm guessing.
I can't know. I'm just saying what's written on the screen.
Well, shit. Old Man Bird says I was never Spidey, and I was in the well. I don't know about that. I mean,
Well,
it's
you
easy to
know
be
what?
healthy when you're little.
You know what? My daddy taught me how to do pull-ups and chin-ups from a very young age. I still do them. So
I have a pull-up bar I mounted right on my house, right there, right on the kitchen.
I'll tell you what, we
Yeah,
have the recruiting limit for 18-year-olds to do pull-ups and chin-ups to get into some of our armed services is very, very limited. And when I watch some of these kids doing
It's a
it,
low bar.
I'm like, it's a very low bar. And I'm like, holy fuck nuts. How the fuck are you even standing up?
Like how are you supporting your own weight? And yeah, well, I don't know, Eugene. I probably would be healthier if I'd have a six-pack if I didn't drink alcohol. There's no
I was gonna say I wouldn't have a dad bod either if I didn't drink some alcohol. But you know what? Fuck it.
for alcohol.
Well, I'll tell you, when I watch you chop the wood up for the bonfire, Spidey, I'm thinking I'm years past that stage. I really am. Not that I'm saying I couldn't get healthy again.
No,
and-
exactly. There you go,
You
man.
know,
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. You can PvP.
My
Well,
secret is alcohol. It's
Alcohol.
like Popeye
Go
spinach.
up and down a second floor apartment every day, multiple times a day.
Oh, I can't.
Right?
My knees.
So-
No. My knees. I can't do stairs. I even try. I even have a curb on the street that's like 6 inches high. I can walk. I can step up or down on a curb 6 inches high, but my knees, they let me know they don't like it. Let's put it that way. They ache like shit. You know?
Yeah, it was.
You know,
it-
the harder my body complains-
But I remember like 5 years ago when I lost a lot of weight, I probably dropped like 50, 60 pounds. I had no pain in my knees at all.
No, because
That's-
you ain't had all that
that's
weight
why.
pushing down on them.
That's exactly
that's
why.
why.
If
Yeah.
I can cut back on the booze, maybe even quit, and I want to really try and cut back on the carbs because I've talked to people I know that they say they keep the carbs very low, and that's why they're slim and trim and thin, right? It's because they don't eat
I
a lot of
haven't
carbs.
watched
No,
Red in a
I'll
long
tell you
time.
what. I just went to my doctor's last week, right? Because I got some nerve issues in my legs,
Oh yeah.
and I'm 6 foot tall, 48. I'm gonna be 49 February, so okay, so that age range. But I'm still 185 pounds.
It's like up to here.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot tall.
That's pretty good for 6 foot. 185 is normal for
Yeah,
6 foot.
if you can keep a healthy weight, I think that makes a big difference.
But
That's my major
look-
problem because I'm too fat.
Here's the thing, PvP. I look down on my belly. I'm like, God damn, I got dad bod. I see my little pudge down there. I'm like, fuck, I got dad belly down there.
Oh, you don't want to see my belly, believe me.
No,
I don't
there's
want to see
people
my
out
belly.
there- I know there's people
No
out
one-
there. They got kegs and barrels and
So,
everything.
I need to get slim and sexy because
You
I gotta
won't
say-
be doing an OnlyFans channel.
I gotta say, Suzanne's gonna be disappointed. Seriously, she's gonna be disappointed to see this old geezer in his belly. I'm telling you.
was gonna
I
ask,
was
Susie,
genuinely surprised when they said I was only 185. I thought I was well over 200.
That's really good at that age. That's pretty slim.
Pretty good, man.
I mean, shit. I
feel like a fat ass though. I mean, I remember how I looked back in my 20s and 30s. I'm like, holy fuck, I'm fat.
But even when I was in my 20s, like going to art school at college, I was probably around 178 pounds, and I was thin back then. Like because I've always been a stocky, heavy built person, right? That's just my frame, But I was like 178 pounds, and I was thin. Like I had basically no gut at all back in those days, So yeah, if I could get down to less than 200, I'd be happy.
Hi, Susie. Would you please? Yes,
Hi, Suzanne. Yes.
Spidey, hi. I need your help.
Hi.
First, PvP, if you want to lose weight, meat. Just meat. Eat meat.
I was gonna say meat.
Yeah.
Meat,
Now, Spidey, I need your help.
white meat, not red meat, white meat.
Oh, or
Bite me.
both.
Or both.
Red meat,
isn't
all the way.
Isn't a bit
All
of
the
stir
meat.
fry-
And
isn't
fish.
isn't a bit of stir fry veggies mixed in with meat?
Stir fried rice
good,
is
right?
the fucking best.
And please continue, Susie.
I'm thinking like broccoli and carrots
need-
and cauliflowers and stuff like that.
Sorry, Susie, didn't mean to interrupt you.
I need your help with something.
Oh yes.
I have lost so much weight, like a lot of weight from being sick. And I've been bedridden for over a year. And when I mean bedridden, I mean I'm from the bathroom to the bed. That's it. So
What?
muscle tone
I
is
didn't know
gone.
any. Oh shit.
yeah, I don't say much. But
understand
shut
that.
up, Jeff.
I absolutely
But-
understand that.
What's happening is I'm now able to get out of bed, but I barely have the muscle to stand for more than a couple of minutes or walk to a counter. So I need to find a way to build up the muscle.
I have a way if
Like,
you want to hear it.
And basically, you just look at the skin and it's skin hanging on bone.
That's
So
not
how do I
good.
build that up without?
Susie,
That's not good.
Susie, can you
I'm
get
not
some
moving anymore.
Susie, can you get some 5-pound weights that Velcro
Yep.
around your ankles and just lift your legs up a little at
I
a
couldn't lift
time?
no 5-pound weight on my ankle.
Or 1 or 2 pound, whatever you need to start with.
Well, I mean, the body naturally wants to build muscle. That's a natural thing. So if you eat the protein
And then you exercise.
and
Well,
I'm
you
glad.
say
So
Okay.
please.
you
I got
say
you.
you're
Hang on.
you say you're having a hard time walking, like to the counter or whatever. Could you possibly get like one of those walkers that has the little wheels on it, and maybe
I have
just
one.
walk around?
Yeah, I was gonna
Walk
say
around.
I can send her a brand new one that me and the missus don't even use. If she needs
Maybe
No, I
walk
haven't.
around. Maybe walk around. With that for an hour or two a day, just to build your legs up a bit.
Like I haven't been out of the house in a year.
That's not good.
Whoa! But you're
No,
Yeah.
I
mobile.
don't like people.
Yeah, my
You're
missus,
mobile. You're mobile.
Inside
more
fine.
than
my missus gets out of the house about once a year, and she's mobile, barely. But when she does, I have to like carry her down a flight of stairs to get her into her portable wheelchair. Okay, so I know what Susie's going through. Okay,
famine, and we don't pronounce the L.
No, it's not famine. My
Salmon's delicious.
It's well.
Yeah, lemon pie.
No, Susie knows me and my situation, and I'm
now,
not
Jay,
trying to
there's
make her
another
feel
thing.
bad. So,
Sci-fi. That's another thing.
Jay, do you guys know each
me.
other? Okay.
Yeah, you confused me in your talk.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you said that certain person channel got nuked because they used your content without fair use.
Yes, exactly.
Okay? That's not what you told me. You told me you nuked their channel because they tried to go after your wife.
Yeah, he tried to go after my wife by using my channel against me.
Oh.
Okay, now I'm really fucking confused. But anyways, thanks, Spidey.
No, he was so pissed off at the fact that I fucking dejected him that he came after me in every 6 ways from Sunday. So I fucking shut his ass down. I did a live stream on it like almost 3 years ago.
Wow. No, you don't go after.
Or whenever he did it, I did a live stream on it.
Oh,
I did a live stream.
Number one.
I did a live stream on him doing that, just like I did a live stream for Trey coming after me. So fuck him.
But
I'm public enemy number one on YouTube right now. Because
really, I thought that was me. I thought I was a bastard nobody wanted.
No, man. No, I've dropped 60 wrenches and just as many channels. There was this guy that does art. He draws pictures, right, on the internet, and you pay him money and he draw you whatever you want. So I commissioned him to do a picture for my boy. Now, anybody who knows me knows my kid is autistic as fuck.
Yeah, and your son is your world. I know that.
And his birthday was.
It's his birthday today. Yes.
Today.
So I ordered this commission.
16.
He loves the commission. The commission is finished, and I needed it delivered. Well, this one channel likes to think there's some kind of fucking investigators, whatever, an investigating channel, and they brought this guy out to be a so-called pedo. I'm so sick of hearing pedo all over the internet that unless you know what it fucking means, stop using it. Anyway, I talked to the guy because I paid for the art and I want the art brought back to my home. I paid for it, right? Well, now I'm a piece of shit because the guy streamed last week, first time in almost a year since he got called out on all this stuff. I know the true story. I know he did time. I know what he was charged with. And I know what actually went on. Okay.
I'm kind of curious. You gotta send me a message on who this guy is to see if I know him or not.
Anyway, now I'm a pedo simp and a pedo sweeper, and I'm a piece of shit, and I'm this and I'm that, all over the place. I've left 15 discords. I'm sick of it. This is the internet.
You see, this is why I don't get involved with people and their bullshit, folks.
No. Zero drama.
Exactly.
I graduated high school 30-some
fucking years ago. Exactly. We don't need that bullshit.
I graduated high school in 1990.
Yeah, I graduated in 1994. So.
Well, this is another reason why I'm selective on the channels and the people that run the channels and you guys that I hang out with.
Thank you for being here. Sci-fi and PvP.
I'm not going to hang out with just anybody, right? And the thing is, in the last 2.5 years,
story, he still hangs out with me.
I've gotten to know you guys enough to know that you're decent people that aren't up for some evil, fucked and twisted agenda, right?
No,
like some channels are.
I'll never be monetized. I don't think
you know what I love about this group right here? I can fuck with all y'all. You know when I'm fucking with you. You know when I'm fucking with you. And you can fuck right back with me, and I ain't gonna take it personally. That's what
we don't take ourselves seriously, or yourself too.
No, seriously. Exactly.
We're just here for.
No, if I'm pissed with Jed, just shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly, she will. And just to be clear, Susie here has all my personal stuff behind the scenes. Is she can tell me off all the fuck she wants, and trust me, I will bow down to this girl.
Oh, Lemon Pie says, my clothes make me look slimmer, but they didn't fool that flight of stairs that collapsed under my enormous girth.
Lemon.
Wow.
I love Lemon. Lemon.
I
is
love
so
Lemon.
hilarious.
Lemon Pie is awesome. He's awesome.
I used
By
to
the
think
way,
of me
by the
Lemon
way,
Pie.
Lemon was on playing the game on Tony's channel tonight when we were playing this crazy game. Oh, nobody plays this game very often, but when they do, I always try and
Is
enjoy
that
it.
the one
It
you
was
were
like
talking about?
Jackpot. It was a similar game with a different name, but it's the same idea, right?
Okay, right.
Oh, you would not believe some of the outrageous.
Oh, I bet I would.
So some
like whack-a-mole.
Even
You like-
Tony was
you know,
kind of getting.
whack-a-mole?
There was a
I
couple
get
of comments that got in answers. Tony's like, "Okay, I got to put up guidelines now," because it was getting that outrageous.
Dude,
towards the
I'm
end,
telling
right?
you, if I ever,
mentioning
Smoke with me,
I'm
Spidey.
telling
Hitler.
you, if I ever hosted a Jackbox, it'd
But it
be
was
no
funny.
hold bards. No,
Yes,
it was
Susie.
it was so funny. It was really funny.
Smoke
Like
with
I-
me, Spidey.
I've had a really shitty couple of weeks. Like, with my computer problems and my cousin's wife having her chemo treatments because of her lung cancer they just discovered like 4 months ago.
Oh,
And
fuck's
Jesus.
sakes. That's what my daddy died of.
it's been a fucked up Christmas. I just got to put that out there. I haven't even. I bought a brand new tree. It's still in the box in the kitchen because I just didn't. I couldn't even get into putting the damn tree up, and I might not even bother now. But
I gotta, my heart goes out to you.
this community got me through the holidays. Is what I'm saying for the last week.
PvP, that's the
You
first
know?
time I heard about what you were saying. My daddy died of lung cancer. So, in
And
my
you know,
arm.
And the thing is, Anita never smoked a cigarette in her entire life.
No.
Huh.
And that's
You never
that's what-
smoked.
Right. My dad did. But you know what? That's what makes it even harder for you. My heart goes out to you so much.
Susie.
I
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, I'd like to hear from Susie. You did say something, Susie?
Oh, okay.
I think I did. Didn't I?
No.
Yes,
You
I don't
were,
know.
you were about to say something more.
I said,
Yes.
smoke a bowl with me.
Go ahead, dear.
Smoke a bowl. Yes. You know
Smoke
what?
it up, light it up, roll it up, inhale,
wish-
exhale. Just got an
I-
ounce in the mail.
I broke my bong, so that's not good.
How did you break? Okay, there's a story.
Well, it was
there.
just a little. I've never had a big one. It's just a little.
Oh,
one.
that's what she said.
You want to rephrase that there, Spidey?
No, I'm fine. Whatever. I don't give a shit.
Okay, I'm back to high school now.
That's,
I couldn't
That's
help it. I'm
fine.
sorry.
Yeah, but you know,
No,
I can't.
you can still get a woman pregnant with a 3-incher ass.
Hey, you know what? Hey, if it has a
Yeah.
little bit of spurt with the work, hey,
Thing is, I can't do cannabis. I mean, well, I can't smoke anything because my lungs are not great. But since I'm on 2 high blood pressure meds,
Ooh.
my doctor told me don't even do edibles because they put too much strain on your heart, right? Which
Oh,
kind of
really?
defeats the purpose of the blood pressure medication,
Kind of.
right?
I'll tell you
I
what
can't
did.
do it. I can't do any cannabis
I'll
stuff.
tell you what I had for the last week and a half, and I just finished the pill yesterday. I was on prednisone for the nerves in my legs, apparently.
Hmm.
God, I
My
love that
sciatic nerve. So
Prednisone.
prednisone, yes.
Steroid. I
Yep.
love that stuff.
Oh,
Apparently, yeah. My mom told me that too, and I'm like, all it does to me is, she says, "Oh, it's gonna make you eat." I'm like, no, I already have low blood sugar. So no, it didn't.
It's going to give you energy.
It made me sleepy and eat less.
Get out. You can't sleep on prednisone.
It did. It made me more sleepier than what I was before. I'm like, holy fuck, this shit don't do nothing. I mean, I don't like pills to begin with. I don't even take Tylenol, for fuck's sakes.
were you mixing it with something?
No,
Alcohol?
no.
Everybody.
Why
everybody-
do you think I haven't been online for the last 2 weeks?
Everybody is everybody has a different reaction to things, though. I mean, it's not.
I
all the
wanted to
same, right?
see what the reaction was. It made
Well, I
me
could see
sleep.
that was
It
perfect,
made
though.
me sleepy. It made me tired. It made me not have an appetite.
Hmm.
Even though it's a
Prednisone or
steroid and it
Percocet?
should do the opposite. It had the opposite effect of what it should have done.
Jay,
What?
prednisone or Percocet?
Prednisone.
We'll see if we can.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to roll joints on YouTube? Can you do that?
Yeah,
I
It's
mean, I
Canada.
got plenty of weed. I can.
It is
show you.
Canada. It's totally legal. This is
I
home
mean,
That's-
ground.
I'm in
you're-
Michigania. I can show
you're-
you all day
you're-
long too. So
You're legal here, Spidey. So
yeah, I'm legal too. I'm in Michigania. So
You know what? Yeah, I'm a big fan of making everything with, well, not everything, but I think we need a lot
I'm
more
just
rights.
saying, medications have a different effect on me than they do most people. So.
are you saying you're a libertarian, there, Spidey?
I am a libertarian. Yeah, I like
Okay.
independence.
He likes his. He likes his.
Well, I
tea
just
time.
don't like to be told what to do, I guess, basically.
I don't
Oh.
know. Well, it's not. It's
Because
not
I'm
so much.
smarter than most of the people in government.
So you're a rebel.
So,
Well,
No.
the thing is,
I mean, I
The
would
thing-
join Luke Skywalker in a fucking heartbeat. You're goddamn right.
no, but the thing is, if the highway speed is 120, I'm fine with that, right?
I'd like it.
You know.
Miles per hour.
I ain't gonna go 200 on the highway because I'll
No.
probably kill myself and other
Oh,
people,
well,
right?
Exactly.
So you
Miles per
gotta.
hour.
There's limits in in your mind you have to adhere to to
okay.
be like a reasonable human being, right? Just say.
Sci-fi.
it
Can you
fun.
read this, please, Mr. Sci-Fi?
Hashtag keep it fun, folks.
That's
hey,
thank you.
DVB.
And well, Suzanne, thank you for Susie, thank you for being here. And I would understand if you decided to cancel and just not and do your own thing, and that's totally I would not judge you for doing that, but I'm glad that you stayed here, and this is the first time that you've been on my stream, and
Yeah,
you're always welcome. You're
I
always
couldn't-
welcome here.
I couldn't believe Spidey. You didn't know this was, our friend.
Oh, I've seen that picture before.
I did, but I didn't recognize the picture. No.
I knew it was Suzanne. But
you
Suzanne's
like-
she's only got her microphone working well, what, the last 2 or 3 weeks, is it, Suzanne?
I was surprised as well because every time I invited her on, she said, "Hell no."
She always had a bad
She
microphone.
never get a word edgewise in with you.
Oh, fuck off.
Please don't stop.
Ugh.
Oh, Lemon Pie says, and not get blamed for outrageous answers that I didn't actually make. Okay, so was Lemon Pie getting blamed for shit on Tony's stream? Is that what happened?
Oh, when doesn't Tony blame?
Yeah,
people
it's
for dumb shit?
well, the thing is, the way the game is structured, it's hard to know who is typing what. At
Right.
least I found it that way, and everybody was putting outrageous stuff in though. Like, it was just nuts. Like,
Well,
it was.
some of
Let's
it
put it this
was
way:
about
it was stuff so
Exactly,
borderline.
DVB.
It was really borderline. It was past borderline. A lot of it, like the extreme sexual content of some of the jokes, and
that was
we were
they
we were
went a
flying.
little
We
too
were
far
flying
with
with it. We were flying.
I wish I'd have been a part of that stream. Holy fuck
the
nuts,
the
folks.
one that got Tony's attention though, and really I agree, that went over the top was when somebody put in one of the answers to a question.
Don't even say it. I know what you're gonna say.
They
It
wouldn't.
involves
They put a
someone-
certain word in, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Yep. That's the.
And it
one I
wasn't
was-
actually. It wasn't exactly that word, but it was close
Was
enough
it rapist?
to that word.
I think it was
Oh hell
rapist.
no! We got rapists everywhere in the game. No.
Oh, okay.
No, there was
Wow.
plenty
I-
of jokes about rapists. Like,
Well,
really?
Thing is, that was this Christmas. Let's
No,
not-
it was-
moving
it was-
on.
it was it was a racial joke. I'll put it that way. Does that make more sense?
What?
Oh, yeah.
It was a
I-
racial joke.
Can you, Susie, to get us back on track? Can you read this because this is the point
No,
of
probably
YouTube?
probably need to get back on track.
DVD says, well, the whole point of this YouTube stuff is to have fun. Otherwise, what's the point?
Exactly, folks.
Yeah, I agree.
That is right, and
That's why I'm here.
Well, and this gentleman right here taught me that.
Oh, Cardinal Sin.
Rest in peace.
Gil,
Yes,
you
sir.
know, I still have a couple of gifts that he sent me. Well, remember when he used to do the spinning wheel contest?
I
You know.
believe he's the one that originated that, since I've seen
I
so
spun the
many
wheel.
people doing it.
Anyway,
after.
I won those twice, and I still have the parcels on my shelf here in the bedroom, and I just can't open them. Because I just can't.
You didn't open them?
No, I have. It's like it's been like a year and a half, and I haven't been able to open them because it's like if I open them, then
Turn on your camera. Go get them.
I don't have a
Dude.
camera. I don't have a camera. You know that.
Dude, you know what? That reminds
But
me.
it's like if I open them, then it's like I'm acknowledging that he's gone.
You're McNally.
You know,
Gil
is that
wants you to
weird?
use
But
them.
you know,
Sorry,
but
that-
I
Gil
know I
wants-
should open them. I know I should open them.
Holy crap.
Gil
You know
wants
what?
you to use them.
You know what? I'm
Mhm.
gonna say some things about some channels that I don't even care about anymore. But I won some stuff from these channels that I used to care about back in the day, right? I got some stuff from a guy called Max World Entertainment back when he used to be called Axonar Comics.
Don't
And
remember that channel.
Max World Entertainment used to be called
It was a treat.
Axonar Comics, and I got some merch from him just for hanging out in his chat. I still got it. I also have one of the original DVD copies, and it looks like something you'd buy out of a store, and it is called Prelude to Axonar.
Oh, you're lucky.
What's
That's-
Axonar? I recognize that
you
name.
You don't know about Axonar?
I recognize Axonar. I just
Okay, I'm gonna.
Well, okay,
A lot
let me preface it with this.
I've had
okay?
that much rum. Okay,
Well, you got plenty then. You'll be all right.
it's a big fucking bottle, and I'm only 150.
Not
Okay,
bad.
let me just say this. Okay, Alec Peters, the guy that initiated the whole lawsuit with CBS against Star Trek.
Aw, thanks, Lemon.
Lemon says it's a treat to have a rare Suzanne on the
Oops.
panel. Yes, absolutely.
It is. Yes. And then DVB says something with flaming,
Thumbs up, fire.
Yeah, but
Four-leaf
are you-
clover, huff,
fire in the
and-
hole, Susie.
Yeah.
Fire in the
Yeah,
hole.
fire in the hole.
Yes. Already there,
Fire in the
Spidey.
hole. Every time on Doomcax, Doomcack.
Doomcax.
Whenever I put fire in the hole in the chat, you know what's going on.
Oh,
Doom,
jeez.
apicac of whatever. Yeah. So,
I bet you Lemon Pie seems the type to partake, I suspect. suspect.
no, I actually did an interview with Alec Peters of Axonar before he released
Axonar?
Prelude to Axonar.
What the fuck is Axonar? I don't know.
I
Dude.
just posted it in your private chat.
I see that.
They wanted to
Okay.
make a film. It was going to be a fan film. Gosh, what's the one? There was a guy that has a huge channel on YouTube that has a background in professional filmmaking. He's the guy that
Yup.
did that Shatner movie years
Oh.
ago.
But guess
You'd know who I'm talking about if I could remember his damn name, which I can't.
yeah, I
at the
would
moment.
if you could remember his name.
But he's got a huge channel now for the last few. Geez, I think
Oh,
I actually noticed him about 4 years ago when he started, and I subbed to him for a while, but then I just got bored because he got repetitious. So I haven't been subbed to him in quite a while, but he did the special effects in the Axonar. It's basically a 21-minute short film called Prelude to Axonar, which I put right there
Yes.
in the private chat, and I urge
Yes.
you highly, especially if you're smoking a doobie, this would be the perfect time to watch it when you're done.
let me
you can
do
put
something.
it in the main chat if you want.
Can I?
It is
can I-
absolutely fab. Well, it's on YouTube, but I can do that, sure.
Can I bring up my interview with Alec?
What? Which Alec?
Peter from Axonar.
Oh, I thought it was Alec Baldwin about Rust.
No.
Okay.
What was that Star Trek one they just put up like a month ago? The one with Shatner and Nimoy.
Oh, that was so good.
I cried. I cried watching that. I really did. What was the name of that?
I
though?
hate crying. God damn it, I hate crying.
I'm not afraid to cry. I mean, real men aren't afraid to cry.
Oh, I am.
Well, you're tough.
Good.
You're a tough guy. Well, what's the name of that? Like, you know the one I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Where they had the like the CGI, and they actually had an actor playing the young Kirk,
Yes.
which was phenomenal. The makeup he did on him, right?
It was referencing a previous show on Star.
I'm trying to. I can't. It was like a one-word title, and damn it, I can't. Because I actually wouldn't mind watching that again later tonight before I hit the sack. You know, like it's so good. I mean, how they recreated, and they recreated Nimoy like flawlessly, right?
See,
I was just shocked. I mean,
crying with Spock dying. Like Spock should
my
never
God.
die. I'm sorry. It's like Superman and Spider-Man.
everybody-
they don't die.
The Vulcans live longer than us, but they still die eventually, right? We know that, you know.
Well, I don't know, Pete.
And I just thought having
I've woken up every day so far. I'm just going to continue forever.
You know, that was the finale that I thought all TOS fans always should have gotten, and we never did, right? To see those final moments with Kirk and Spock just spending those last minutes or hours together watching the sunset. And I just thought it was I'm getting emotional again. I just thought it was an incredible, piece of work. And I guess that was fan produced. I think Paramount did give it his blessing, but I'm thinking, why can't Paramount hire these people to do some real Star Trek? Like, there's people that are out there, the people that love Trek, the people that know Trek, the people that are talented enough to recreate Trek, and yet the major studios don't seem to give a damn, you know.
November 18th, 2024, Unification 765874.
Okay, you got a link to that?
Bingo. Yep.
Can you throw it in the chat? Yeah, I haven't watched that. It's been over a month since I saw it.
That's why I pay. That's why I pay you, dude.
You don't pay me.
You haven't been getting the checks?
No.
None of the wrenches have been getting the checks? Oh, shit.
You do know that Canada Post has been fucking the dog for like 2 months now, right?
Yeah, you know the Telegram service is down, don't you?
I actually got a Rogers cable bill in the mail a couple days ago, which I'm 2 months behind now, thanks to Canada Post. Thank you guys.
Rogers.net, yeah, that fucking thing.
And sci-fi, that's or shit, lemon pie. I'm glad you're here, and that's okay. We're all adults here, and
I'll stop.
We should all be able to take constructive criticism.
Absolutely. Criticism.
I should have listened to constructive criticism younger, but when you're younger, I think you get your back up a lot easier. The older you get, maybe the less defensive you get, because you've realized, hey, I've been wrong before. I could be wrong again. I mean,
I just wish I'd had the brains. If I had the smarts that I now have when I was in my 20s, I would have done a lot of different things.
Goodness, man, yeah. And yeah, Doom Cat. You
need to watch Axonar, though. The special effects are just incredible. Like, there's Klingon battle cruisers that are destroying cities and shit, Spidey, and it's just unbelievably good. Like, it's so well done.
That's awesome.
It's amazing.
And it is. Yes. Susie, were you aware of this?
Yes.
I still can't find the damn Unification itself, though. There's all kinds of teasers and trailers and fan edits, but I'm not finding the actual.
No, I can't. I found a link here that'll tell you about it, and it's.
I actually went to the channel, which I think it's the old channel that produced it, but I still can't find it there.
Exactly. DVD.
What's that?
I said exactly the DVD.
It is half past full.
Yeah, maybe they
Well-
keep taking it down. I don't know what's going on there.
So, not to get too far into, because I know we have a lot of Americans watching, and we don't want to, excuse me, with the rum hiccups, we don't want to alienate our American friends. But how much of a part do you think? And I'll first ask Susie, and then quickly to PvP. How much of a factor do you think it was in Trudeau making weed illegal for him getting voted in, Susie?
Oh, 100%.
I
100%.
voted for him. The first time I fucking voted for him, I did.
Yeah, because of weed.
Because of weed.
I did too.
Me too.
PvP?
Me too.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
Yep.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
that's
So
how
did
we
my-
got
Well,
elected.
you know the nutso thing about Trudeau 9 years ago. He seemed young, refreshing, dynamic. He seemed
Yeah.
at first like he was going to be a positive prime minister, right? Legalizing weed and just
Yes.
I thought this
That
guy's
was the
gonna-
platform
he's-
he ran on, Lemon.
Yeah, it's like okay,
that's how he got elected.
he's good, but I thought
Yes,
he would
Lemon.
be reasonably good at stimulating the economy and doing all the other shit that prime ministers are supposed to do, right?
That's
And
right.
then by the
You
second
didn't pay
term,
attention and not run over budget?
well, the thing is, I'm ashamed to say I voted for him the second term, and the only
Oh.
reason,
What?
yes, I did, but you know why I did it? Because I didn't like the leader of the Conservative Party at the time.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
I didn't like him. I just didn't like him. So
Fair enough.
I begrudgingly, it wasn't like I was a big Trudeau fan at that point, but I begrudgingly
He's the
voted
best.
for him.
But
But remember,
can't-
he just snuck in with the
Yep.
minorities got now, right? So
That's true.
The
Canadians
tide was
don't
turning.
vote for the person they want. They vote out of
Often-
office
often
the
against
person
the
they
person
don't
they
want.
don't
That
want.
is true.
Exactly, and that's what I'm guilty of. I admit it.
That's true.
I'm not happy.
Welcome the
But-
third
but-
party voters.
But
Well, sci-fi.
What do you-
Did you
what
know
do you-
that we have 5 parties?
You know,
in
I
Canada, including-
love that about every
we have
other
5
country.
parties in Canada.
okay,
including-
let's count them. Let's count them
I
down.
do.
Spidey.
I love that about other countries. I'm so sick of my country having only 2 parties. It's like what we're supposed
Well,
to
the-
have independent voices for every American
NDP
in this country. But no.
Let's count the parties down, shall we, Spidey?
the NDP, the New Democratic Party, both basically joined at the hip with the Liberals. So that's the NDP party. That's one. And then the Liberals,
Well, you've got the two
and
main
then
parties are
Conservatives.
the Liberals and Conservatives flip back and forth in power.
Yes. And then the
90%
Green
of the
Party
time.
The Bloc.
and the Bloc
the,
Québécois.
the Quebec separatists are the Bloc, and
And
then
that's not even including
Quebec
PCP.
separatists. That's been a thing like ever since
PCP,
they
no.
joined.
don't forget
Canada.
there's the People's Party of Canada.
the PCP. Yeah, that's
Which might get like
That
one.
Communist
They
Party.
might
I
get
forgot
no,
about
they're far right actually. They're probably farther right than the Conservatives, but they
Oh,
might get one. If
they
they get
are.
one seat, I'd be impressed, right? They're so fringe.
that.
They're so fringe. It's
Don't
ridiculous.
laugh at them. They might gain some seats.
they
Well,
might.
the thing is, they do less well than the Greens, and the Greens average 2 seats every election.
So that's
And the
the
Greens,
sixth party.
the Greens are a joke because
Yes.
Elizabeth May, the Green leader from BC. I'm ashamed to say she's from BC, but she is. Actually,
She's
she's actually American that came to Canada. By the way,
That's right.
Oh,
Pretty
fuck.
sure
It ain't,
you know-
it ain't my
you know what?
cousin.
She
It
is
ain't my
nuts.
cousin, is it?
She's nuts. I remember one of the statements she made in the last
I
year.
had a cousin. that
She
went
took
over.
she said she took her marching orders from the Palestinian representative in
Oh no,
Canada,
that's
or,
not my
Wow.
cousin.
or some crazy shit. Like it's on YouTube. You can check it out. It's
Okay,
It's
so
all
Sci-Fi
right.
had a comment. And
No,
Susie.
Right now, BC has me so pissed off. I can't believe you clowns voted for Edie again.
I did not.
I didn't.
I
voted
didn't.
conservative. I voted conservative.
Oh, look at all the hands raising up.
Oh,
I did not.
No. The thing is, look at the history. The NDP have been
Whoa.
the predominant. Okay, can I just briefly give you a history of British Columbia politics?
Very
Sick
brief,
man.
Give me one
Like-
minute.
briefly.
1 minute. The NDP have generally formed the provincial government in British Columbia. It's been a long-standing tradition, right?
New
The
Democratic Party.
conservatives, the
Socialists.
conservatives haven't been a viable entity in BC politics in I don't know how long.
No, decades.
And then they actually formed a party earlier this year, built it up from the grassroots from nothing, and they came within like 4 seats of forming the provincial government here back in the summer. Now, I think they should have won.
True.
Generally, an election here takes 2 or 3 days to call it, right?
Yeah.
You probably know this, Spidey. This
I wouldn't
election,
know.
You'd be surprised, but I don't know.
this election went on for 6 weeks. They had to do judicial recounts. They had ballot boxes that got taken to people's homes over the weekend, which I don't think is too kosher.
Well, in
personally.
remote areas, and
That's
these
what I love
people
about
are
it.
highly vetted, and they're not just
Still-
the low levels. But
Still, it
yeah.
has the stink of impropriety on it. Is what I'm
You
trying
know
to
what
say,
though?
right?
That's what I love about Canada. You guys are so uptight about your elections. You put the same rules into effect that we do here in the States, where it's
We
got
try
to
to.
be right down to the last one. There can't
We
be
still-
any hint of impropriety.
And
in
we
it.
still keep our paper ballots. We
The
keep
problem
our
is, though,
paper
Spidey,
ballots.
we had the paper ballots, but then we had to feed them through those damn voting machines. Remember?
Yes,
Oh,
but those were just tabulators. Those were like money.
yeah,
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 but apparently I've seen a video. There's one lady I sub to.
Oh, really?
she's really
Don't get
good,
me
and
started
She
on
went
videos.
into the tabulators. The tabulators apparently are manufactured in China, and the
Oh,
software
Jesus.
is some
Oh.
Eastern European countries.
Well, that's who
like Slovakia.
Trudeau is linked with China.
So I think in one reason it took 6 weeks was the
Okay,
tabulators.
I'm gonna.
I just want to go
that's-
back to
that's
paper.
one
No
for you.
tabulators, just paper.
that's
Hanging
used to have-
chads, hanging
used to have
chads,
pa- we
people.
used
He
to have-
wants hanging chads.
We used to have just paper, and we'd have an election call in 2 or 3 days without
wants hang-
the voting
Yeah.
machines.
Yeah, you want hanging chads.
Sci-fi. What is
Oh,
hanging
boy.
chads?
Hanging chads are what was in the 2000 election, I believe, with
Was
George
that Al
Bush
Gore?
and Al Gore. Yes.
Al Gore, yeah. That was Florida, wasn't it not?
Yeah, Florida. Yep.
Yeah.
So-
Okay, I got it.
And Lemon Pie, Party of Five. Now, Party of Five is
Party?
a TV show in my
I'll be
network.
there for you. Oh no, that's Friends. Never mind.
No. Party of Five. That was a TV show starring. Oh my goodness, I was in love with her for a long time.
Bunch of young teenagers, wasn't it?
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hi.
And what was her name? I think she was in
that
geez, I
young
don't
looking thing over there? I wouldn't mind boning.
dark hair. I'm a sucker for dark haired ladies.
You see,
well, I
that's
used
what-
to be.
You
I've
see,
learned better.
That's
now.
why we get along.
I don't
'cause like.
think with my penis any longer.
Well, I do.
No, you're old, and in 3 years that'll pass, my friend.
I'm
Oh,
old. You're older
really?
than me, you fucker.
Thank you, Lemon Pie nailed
Are
it.
you saying I'm 66 years old and I never think with my penis anymore?
Sci-fi, you're not older than me. Come on.
Yes, you are.
If you don't think a 66-year-old man doesn't think with his penis, you are misinformed, my young
No,
friend.
it's mind over matter. You've learned the
Yeah.
Oh,
way
and-
then.
Okay,
you don't-
I can use my mind to control my penis, but that doesn't mean my penis ain't talking to me every day.
You know, here's a little saying I learned over the years: if you don't mind, it don't matter. Mind over.
Yeah, well, it don't matter anyway because I got nobody to enjoy.
and it
right
was-
now.
It was Jennifer Love Hewitt. No.
Talk about
it's
a name
not.
there, right?
Nope, it's not Jennifer Love Hewitt. Nope, Party of Five. No,
No.
a dark-haired girl with a sharp jawline, and it's
Everybody
Jennifer
crazy
Love
about
Hewitt.
a sharp.
Huh,
or no, it'll come to me.
gosh.
Yeah, the star of Party of Five. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm
Got it.
not. I can't see that show right now. I can't. I
You
guess I
said you
never
have
watched
5 parties in Canada. Oh yeah, okay. So that's what you were talking about. Yeah, not Party of Five. Yeah, we do have 5 parties. Well, including the People's Party of Canada. That's 6 actually.
You
And
got
don't we have this? Isn't there like the Rhino Party or the something
Oh
party?
well, I don't think they've run a candidate in years.
Yeah,
No,
don't you
but
have like Rhino
They
and
were always one of
Shasta?
they were a goofy protest party. I think they ran
Thank
in
you,
provincial
Miss
elections
Katonic.
out here in BC. But yeah,
That's the
okay.
girl. That's
liberals,
it. Nev Campbell.
liberals, conservatives. The NDP would generally
That's
be
it.
third. The Bloc, separatists, and then we've got the Green Party, and we've got the the one I'm talking to, the People's right wing one. I can't remember their name. That's how important they are.
The People's Party of Canada, the PPC.
Yeah, yes. And I think they'll maybe if they get one seat, I'd be impressed.
the PP. See,
I don't think they even run candidates all across Canada, do they, Spidey?
No, they don't.
No, I don't think they're not a viable party. It's a throwaway vote, I think, basically.
I'm super ethereal, says DVB.
You want to see a throwaway interview?
So what are you showing us here?
This is an interview before the lawsuit got settled with CBS between.
That's an hour long, man. Like, that's a long interview.
Oh, I can skip through it. This is the interview with Alec before the lawsuit even got settled between him and CBS. So
all right, yeah.
All right, go ahead. Hopefully we don't get any strikes, but
I care about
dude. This is from my channel, so Spidey gets a strike, he can deny it all he wants, and I will back up his denial. So,
and YouTube.
Yeah, fuck you, YouTube. This is from my own channel.
Fuck you, YouTube.
Let's see. Okay, unmute. Here we go. Yep, we're gonna skip that.
Oh, we're totally getting docked for that.
Yep, I always do, and I always have to fight it. I forgot that was even on there. No, that's actually something that Piano Dean made for me. It's an original.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's something he made original, but I had to fight it every
we'll
time.
Fix that.
So that's why I changed my theme songs.
We'll fix that in post-op. All right, I'm in. This is Miss Katonic.
I remember that band.
Welcome, Alec.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good.
All right. Well, I want to first thank you for being on this small little channel of mine here.
My pleasure.
And, okay, so we have some people in the chat already, which is always nice to see. Sean Moore, Trey from Xmas Comics, Dave G Sound. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so obviously I've been following Xnar and you and your live streams.
You have me at a disadvantage. You're not on camera, and I am.
Well, I did a test stream about 20 minutes ago with my old laptop, and the camera worked fine, but the sound quality on the microphone just sucked. And it's so slow with the hardware in it that I didn't want to use crappy equipment for the interview.
No problem.
But I do have a new mic and cam on the way, so I'll be on cam more often.
Good.
So where do you want to start? Do you want to start with, I know you're doing a lot more live streaming lately.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I need to, so I don't see oh, there we go. There are the live comments. There we go. Oh, Trey's here. Hey, Trey. Hey, Dave G. I think and then Shrona Moore, I don't know.
He's a friend. He's a part of the nerd community. From he watches Anti-Tracker and Bird of Prey 5.
Gotcha.
So one of the things Trey does, and that I've also been trying to do, is bring more of the nerd community together.
Right.
I think that's something we all have in common.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that, man. I'm totally with you.
So do you want to talk about your live streams? I mean,
with everything we're going through in the world today, you know, it's important to keep the nerd community together. And but you've been doing more live streams on Trek stuff and obviously some Axonar stuff, but just you also, anytime you
Now you got to realize this was over 4 years ago, people.
see a good and charitable cause, you promote that.
Yeah, I am literally, as when you reminded me, are you ready in 20 minutes? I was like, ready for what? And then because that is like my life. It's like the things I planned on doing today, I'm just starting to get going, because this morning we had someone, one of our fans, basically, is in the finance industry, and he said, hey, I'm going to set up a call with some people who can help you financing the studio and productions and this and that. I was like, okay. And my attitude was like, okay, why not? And I never have any expectations in something like that. And most of that is just, I've heard it all. And even if they are good, decent, honest people, well-meaning, a lot of times things fall through. It's not a priority, whatever. So I took the phone call this morning. I was like, and after it, I'm like, oh shit, I got like 3 hours worth of work now, because I had to produce a high level document for that, like 1-2 page document about Aries Studios, Axonar Productions, Aries Productions. I had to do that, and then I had to do a spreadsheet based on if we want to, where the finances for the studio are and how that would support its own building, as far as raising money to buy land and build a studio. So none of that was on my plan. It was like 15-minute phone call, then I'm done. Nope. 15-minute phone call becomes a half-hour phone call, which becomes 3 hours worth of work. All good, right? But that means I haven't shipped anything today, and I got 50 packages that need to go out. And tomorrow the coffee mugs arrive, and there's another 30 packages that need to go out for that. So, the good news about the coronavirus is, well, there is no good news. The good news about social isolation is I wasn't going anywhere anyway. I got so much to do.
So that's basically, I got that. I don't want to bore everybody.
I'm just wondering, Spidey, you want to take a chance at actually watching the Axonar video?
Yeah, we can do prelude.
Because it's so good. It's going to blow your mind, man. It really will.
Well, I've never seen it. Yeah.
It's 21 minutes, and I think it's what Star Trek should have been in the last 20 years and wasn't.
Wait, let's put it this way. It should have been before Strange New Worlds, or even the one before that. It came out before Discovery. That's why CBS put all their bullshit into Axonar there.
Well, I think the main problem was the Axonar project was moving ahead so successfully, it looked like it was going to become like a 2-hour
It looked
movie.
like the next new Star Trek. It absolutely did.
Then CBS said, fuck this. They're challenging our authority, and they shut it all down and sued the ass off everybody, right?
And right there, I've already got Alec. I've got him. I can interview him any goddamn time I want.
And he's still working on it, isn't he? Because I do see videos.
Absolutely,
on YouTube.
He's in final production of the.
I do see videos still to this day. Every couple of months, it'll pop up and it'll go an update on Axonar.
Yeah, he's still in the final production.
So yeah, Spidey, if you want to roll that, in the private chat, I sent you the link earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm telling you, man, you will not be disappointed at how and the quality. They got Richard Hatch playing a Klingon in one of his last roles. Like, remember him in Battlestar Galactica in the 70s?
Oh, they
have major actors in this too, like
Richard Hatch.
Richard Hatch.
I think it's the last. Roles. Yeah, his last role, I think, before he died, right? So, yeah.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. They also had J.G. Hertzler. Yeah, they had so many actors.
It was top. It was a really top rate production. It was, yeah. It makes CBS CBS should be
let's,
embarrassed.
let's put it this way: in the original action art, they had the guy that played Worf's brother Kern as one of the Starfleet admirals.
Yes, they've got Kern in
Oh,
it.
wow.
Yes, yes.
Okay. He was
But
a big dude.
but he played a human admiral. So
Good
Yeah,
night.
but
Suzanne has left the panel. Susie,
Good night.
good night.
Good night. Good
And
night, Susan.
thank you for being here. And anytime, the
night,
door is
girl.
open. Anytime.
Absolutely. Good night, girl.
Excuse me. And I
Yeah.
also, want to say a warm welcome to Orphan Zane. Hi, and welcome. What kind of beer is it? Well, actually, it's not a beer. This is a Duke's cider, my friend.
Oh, going for the cider. Nice.
This is a cider. Well, that and I've been, mostly tonight I've been drinking out of this mug, which
Yeah, but
see.
that's a mug. We can't see what's in the mug.
well, this is what's in the mug. This is Mount Gay rum.
Gay.
Mount Gay rum. It's from Barbados.
So
You
are
know
you
what?
drinking? Are you drinking that straight, or are you pouring a mix in with it?
Oh no, I'm drinking it straight because it says on the back
Holy
here it says drink responsibly.
Oh
well,
my God!
I was
God.
just asking because it said gay on the
You're gonna
label.
be gone, man.
No, I've only drank.
Holy fuck! I can't drink that much alcohol straight anymore.
Holy
Well,
fuck,
you
you're
gotta
the-
build up
I'd be
your
lying on the
tolerance.
floor. I'd be
PvP,
lying on the floor, man.
PvP,
You gotta
you're the-
build up your tolerance.
I have been drinking for not 66 years, like maybe 50
Seriously.
years, because I probably
Seriously, bud.
started as a teen. But I built my tolerance up a
Suzanne.
lot.
Thank you.
No,
for-
seriously,
and
bud,
if
you're
you
like
want
the
panel,
dude, you're
Suzanne.
PvP. You're like the eggnog king around here, man.
Oh
love
God!
it.
You know that legend is
Love
going to
eggnog.
fade because I only had I had a couple of liters of eggnog, but I really cut it back
Liters?
this year.
No, yeah, I've had gallons of eggnog this Christmas. I'm gonna have to do so
Well,
many sit-ups.
you
It's
won't
fucking
you won't
stupid.
eggnog me then.
Like, I've had probably 4 gallons of eggnog. I'm
PvP
gonna have
says,
to.
"Fuck no, you ain't taking my title."
Anyway, do you want to watch the Oxenar? Because I would love to see it again. I haven't seen it in a couple years, and
I do, but I don't want to run a 20-minute video here, man. I mean,
how about
this is-
backstage after we end this then?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I'll hang back.
Yeah, because it might be 20 minutes, but it doesn't feel like 20 minutes because it's that
Absolutely.
good.
That's
No,
what
it
she
don't.
said.
No, seriously, it don't. I've got it. I've got it on DVD in an unopened package.
I am
in a
so
DVD
jealous.
package.
I am so jealous you have the DVD of it.
Oh,
That can't be easy to
that's a
find
reference.
anymore.
Does anyone catch this reference?
What? Here and back again.
Hey, I've been
Yeah, what's he
drinking. I've been
referring to?
drinking, and it's late at night, and I'm tired, man. I don't get any references at this point in
Hey,
time.
you know what? That sounds like Back to the Future. So fuck.
Oh, so not even close.
Oh,
No,
I've been
it's
here and I'm back again.
The Hobbit.
okay. I'm not an expert on the Hobbit.
That's
I'm
Lord
sorry.
of the. That's the Hobbit, the Lord of the Rings. It's got to be. There, here and back again, because that's the original. Wasn't that the? Didn't what's his name write a book after his adventures? Bilbo Baggins. He wrote a book upon his
Baggins
return
didn't
to
write a
Hobbiton, and it was
He didn't.
called Here and Back Again or There and Back Again. One of the two.
You know who wrote it for him? J.R.R. Tolkien.
Oh, really? You weren't referencing that? Well, fuck me then. Okay, I thought you were referencing The Hobbit. Then. Shit. All right. I thought you were far more crafty than you actually are. Oh,
That's what you get for thinking.
welcome back. Thank
Damn,
you.
I can't find an uncut version of Unification anywhere. This is really pissing me off. Because I haven't watched that in like a month and a half, and I wanted to see it again. Damn. Oh well.
Did you think that was a Hobbit reference, Suzanne?
I have no idea.
No, I'm not a big Lord of the Rings guy personally. So
I'm not either. So
I'm sorry. My knowledge of hobbits is lacking.
Ah, okay. All right.
The only
fair
thing I
enough.
know about hobbits are they come up to my dick.
I was married to one. Does that count?
Okay. Yeah, it does. Yes. As a 5'6" individual, I identify with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Are you
boy.
really 5'6"?
Hey, I'm 6 foot. The U.S. Army called me
Yep.
6'3". How you doing?
I,
Three
I,
inches
I,
taller than me.
I used to be 5'10", but my doctor measured my height about 2 years ago, and I'm around 5'9". So I guess as you get older, those spinal columns shrink down, don't they?
or you were wearing different shoes.
Well, I guess I grew a few inches on the way.
Uh,
I guess I grew a few inches on the way to my doctor to the MEP station.
5'2", Susan? Susie?
5'2", 5'3", yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
you're fun size.
Perfect
And
height for. Yep.
It's funny because you look at my boy, and he's 6'4".
Yeah, he's a big son
Holy
bitch.
shit.
I've seen her boy's picture. He's a big son bitch.
Turning 16 today.
16 today, yeah. Well, yesterday now. But size
Well,
18
yeah.
shoes. Where the fuck you find size 18 shoes?
See, I still shop in the kids section sometimes. It's cool.
You're
No,
like
I'm not
David
kidding.
Spade.
I'm not joking. It's like, yeah.
No, you can't be that small, Spidey. You're not like David Spade. You don't shop in the kids section, do you?
No. I think I did buy sunglasses once from the kids section, and I got a headache.
I was gonna say, what are you, 5'8" at the most?
No, I'm 5'6", but I got
Hey.
pretty.
Oh
Why
fuck,
not?
even shorter. You are a short shit.
Well,
Holy fuck.
Spider-Man's not supposed to be taller than 5'6". I mean, he's a short dude. He's not Thor,
I mean, I feel like a pine tree compared to you. I'm 6 foot tall.
but he's wiry like Super Grover.
Yeah, except I'm not a pine tree. I'm a fucking willow tree. I'm like,
Oh my
hey,
God.
how you doing?
What does PvP? What does a willow tree mean?
what is a willow tree?
No, what does it mean?
What does a particular willow tree mean?
Well, I mean, if you're describing yourself as a willow tree,
No, I never describe myself as a willow tree.
I'm big and fluffy. How you doing?
Willow trees are kind of cool, but I don't really relate to them like personally. You know,
they're very resilient. No, seriously, my brother cut his willow tree. It was 20 feet tall. He cut it down to 5 foot. He fucked
up. He fucked up.
No,
well,
but then it's now 20 feet tall again. 7 years later, the fucking thing is 20 feet tall again. They're resilient.
the willow trees, they do have a certain elegance to them, do they not? Like a lot of trees lack. So I've always kind of thought if willow trees were going to be like in the human world, maybe they'd be like ballet dancers or something, you know?
Okay, DVB wants us to pick up our game.
I want to watch Axonar, damn it.
Sure,
I know I'm terrible.
Sure, people do have a biological and social advantage. That is actually true. Soldiers, you want soldiers to be about my size because you don't want them to take up a whole lot of weight or room. We can do 90% of the things that the 200-pound guys can do, but we're much smaller and we take less food.
But
yep,
it is.
But really, I'm almost 200 pounds, and I can do twice the work as those 100-pound guys.
I can lift 90% of anything you can lift. And
isn't it generally true that people are getting taller though through the last 100 years or whatever?
Steroids.
I want to address the chat. Greek letters. My grandson, just turned 16 yesterday. He is 6'4", 350 pounds, size 18 shoes.
That's a big boy.
This kid's hands are the size of my head. Yes, they are getting bigger now.
Yes, absolutely. He could squish my melon without even trying.
No, I've heard my kids are getting taller for years now. Yeah.
His mother, my daughter, is 6 foot tall. So
Jesus Christ, you got an Amazon daughter.
Yeah.
But that's the way
I'm sorry. I like the little ones. I'm sorry.
I remember reading about when England ruled the seas, like in the 1800s or whatever. Remember the Royal Navy and all that stuff?
Yeah.
a lot of those sailing ships now, they say if you actually go inside the ones that are still exist that have been preserved, you have to like duck your head down in a lot of places because the sailors back then were like a lot shorter.
Oh, especially for the mainsail. If you were too tall when the mainsail comes swinging back and your head was in the way, you were getting knocked the fuck out.
Apparently, a lot of the sailers were like no more than like
That's
5
it.
feet tall back in those days. So
But
I think the humanity is getting taller and taller as the decades go by. Yeah.
Squish your melon. Yes, that is.
It's my
I
melon
actually
is on.
did go to a sailing ship when they had it. Maybe it was at the World's Fair in Vancouver in 1986. The 86 Expo.
If you want to see,
And it was cramped. I'll tell you, it was cramped to walk through. Yeah.
if you want to see a real life U.S. naval
PvP.
what's the right
If
word
you
for
go-
that?
If you drive to Penticton and you go to the SS Sycamoose, you remember that ship that's there on the beach?
Oh, that's the paddle wheeler, is it not?
Oh,
I think it's
that-
SS Sycamoose.
Yeah, I remember that was docked there. Geez, when I was a teenager. It was docked there even back then. The
Sycamoose is an hour and a half north of me. North west.
if you want to see an actual sail ship, though,
Penticton South is Penticton South, Spidey.
if you want to see
Yeah,
an
my
actual sail ship, though, a wooden sail ship of that era, come down to the U.S. and see the USS Constitution or the USS Constellation
In Boston. In Boston.
That's
Yes,
in
I've
Boston
been to
Harbor, is it not? Yeah.
Yes, it's incredible.
Hey, Suzanne, is that paddle wheeler still existent though? Because I can remember even in the 60s and 80s they were talking about dismantling it because nobody was looking after it and it was falling apart even back then.
When I was there in 2000, because that's when we went to bury my mom.
And it was still there?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Like that's Motel Row, right? Hotel Row.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I can remember back in the 70s.
PvP.
I remember as a teenager in the 70s, I went down there with one of my first
Thanks,
girlfriends, and it was there then. And I remember in the early 80s, they were talking about, it deteriorating to the point where they were just going to scrap it. But I guess maybe there was a committee. I think they might have formed a committee to save it, and maybe that's why it still exists. I'm guessing, right? So yeah. But the paddle wheelers most people don't realize that paddle wheelers used to be one of the main transportation systems in the Okanagan Valley, going all the way from Penticton to Kelowna to the north end on Vernon, right? Back and forth.
Kelowna. So Kelowna is not an actual name from Stargate SG-1. It's an actual name in Canada.
Kelowna is an indigenous name, I believe.
Nice.
Yeah.
You have
It's an hour and a half away from me.
you
It's
have
a pretty
Fred
big
Flintstone,
town.
I can't remember the exact. I think it's got something to do with the village by the lake or something. I can't remember.
PvP. You guys have Fred Flintstone there, right? The big statue?
We
Or is
used
that
to.
Rutland?
Oh, that's long gone. That's long gone.
Oh,
Yeah, we used to have Bedrock City by Rutland,
what's
right?
my crazy?
Yeah, we used to have Bedrock City, and there was a huge Fred Flintstone. I actually went there when I was a teenager. It was great. It was like a low cost Disneyland or something, right? Because you had Fred and Barney, and you had the rides, and you'd ride around with Dino the dinosaur or some crazy shit, and it was awesome. But I think they went out of business. Probably 40 years ago. Like they tore all that down. They tore all that down long ago. Yeah. Sadly, it's only lives in my memories now.
You know who I wish you had some things for? The Ranger Rick fucking Canadian trailer park in the middle of the forest. Fuck things.
We got Smokey the Bear.
Fuck Smokey. Fuck Smokey.
Ranger Rick was from Red Green. I watched that today.
Yes,
I watched that today. He spent 11 years
in a treehouse.
in the treehouse in the middle of nowhere. But he thought there was 386 days to a year, so he probably spent 12 years there.
12 years.
Yeah, his math wasn't. Yes, that guy's. I just watched that. I watched every Red Green Christmas special back to back to back. Today.
Oh, I should have watched those. I haven't. I started to watch the I think the second was it the one that's half hour is better than the one that's an hour.
You got that right, Lemon Pie. And you're welcome anytime, Lemon Pie. If you want to come up on the panel, you got to.
But there's the one where it starts off where Red Green is curling with turkeys.
Oh, curling with
Yes!
Tourette. Curling with Tourette's. Have you ever seen that episode?
With
Where
Tourette's?
he just
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, curling with Tourette's. He just swears like
I did see with the frozen turkeys, and they tape like bricklayers trowels.
He duct tapes like trowel
between his
handles.
balls. Yes.
And then the later in the episode, there's saving money going to Christmas dinner with your cheap relatives or whatever.
Oh, hey, you know what?
And
If your relatives say you got to spend money on them, here's what you do. You go to the discount store and you split it in fours. And then you bring it and you repackage it, right? No, listen to me, folks. This is a good one here. Here's how you get your folks to love you. You bring more food than they think you're bringing, even though you're bringing less. It's
what I love
it's a handyman's corner to more food for less money.
Oh, Suzanne's left.
Oh, sorry, Suzanne.
She could. Oh, we can. Let me try and see if this works. Nope, that was the wrong button.
I'm going to have to bail in a little while because I got to get up. Like I got my cousin coming over at noon tomorrow because he's going to bring some food over, and then I got to go to the auto center. So I wouldn't mind getting to bed. Like if you wanna, if you wanna, do Axonar backstage, I would love to watch that with you because I'd love to see your reaction to it.
Will we get in trouble for playing it on the stream here?
If you play it backstage, I don't know.
Here's what I gotta say: if you play the actual video, like what PvP wants, you might. But my actual interview, no, you're not going to, because you got to go through me to get a strike for my video. And if somebody strikes you for my video, I'm gonna fucking what do they say? Dispute that because it's my fucking video. So,
do you have the show that plays on your interview?
Oh, it's on my own fucking channel.
Oh, no, but do you have the show on it? Can we watch the show?
Oh, there's clips in my interview and everything.
Oh no, we should watch the whole thing because
the whole thing back.
Suzanne
did leave the panel.
PvP wants to play the whole thing backstage, which absolutely we can.
Because I want to crash. If we could do like 20 minutes and then I can crash, that'd be
perfect. Let's do that. And yes, Lemon Pie, Suzanne did leave the panel intentionally. We did not say anything offensive enough to run her off. And Lemon Pie wants you to say balls more, apparently. and yes, Suzanne, thank you so much. Suzanne, you've got an open door. Anytime you want on here, Suzanne, you're more than welcome.
I had to reread that. He wants me to
Merry Christmas.
I had to reread that.
Have a good sleep.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here, everybody. This has been a fantastic show, and I really appreciate Maddie's daddy, Steve, who actually lives in Las Vegas for doing tonight's travel. This is the longest travel.
You know who else lives there? The ex of my first two kids, the fucking C word. Anyway.
Yeah, well, Hitman is cheaper than alimony. Just saying. I know a guy. 4.5 hours. Holy fuck, that's a pretty good travel stream.
It might be time to end it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
4.5 hours. Holy shit.
I know. I love travel. I mean, travel there's so many good things,
I do enjoy your travel streams. I gotta say that. For sure.
Absolutely, they're awesome.
Where's this?
The Louvre.
I'm guessing Europe.
Oh no! That is Notre Dame before it burnt down.
Close. It does kind of resemble Notre Dame, doesn't it? No, that is in Germany. That is Cologne. That is a cathedral. The Cologne. We English people pronounce it Cologne, but it's Köln with a K-O-L-N, Köln in Germany, and that is the cathedral, which was the largest building in all of Europe for like a
1,000 years.
1,000 years. No, I almost said 1,000, didn't I? No, like hundreds of years.
Yeah,
it was built around 1,000 AD, and it was the biggest building. I mean, it's fucking massive. It climbed all the way to the top. It's got narrow spiral staircases, and you know what? I'm gonna say, pay the $2. Don't do what I did. Pay the $2 and leave your giant ass backpack down below. Do not fucking carry it up.
Don't do what Spidey did and just take all your shit inside.
People
and say,
were so mad because it's like this much space and you're coming up with a back. That was a dumb idea. It's so big.
I'm guessing there's no elevator or anything, right, Spidey?
Oh, no, look at this. This was
1,000 years ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I'm just talking for us old folks, okay? Come on, give me a break here.
And you know what? If I'm going to cycle this back through again, if you look at the very front doors, it does resemble the Louvre.
It does.
If you, it's going to cycle back now, and that does look like the Louvre.
That was actually my first choice.
That does look like the entrance
it does.
to Notre Dame. Sorry, not the Louvre. Notre Dame.
You know what? You know what I find incredible about those cathedrals. Because when I was taking art history for 4 years, I read all kinds of shit about them, right? I mean, there would be, people that would start building the cathedral from the ground up, and they'd die, and their children would continue building the cathedral, and their children would build the cathedral, and their children would build the cathedral, and it'd be like 300 or 400 years later, they'd finally finish the damn thing, right? It's like, can you believe human beings being that dedicated to any cause now? Like, seriously.
Yes. Yes, because if you go to Alhambra with an A, it's one of the most incredible things in Europe I've ever seen, and Canadians don't even know about it. Have either of you heard of Alhambra?
I might have vaguely heard, but you'd have to refresh my memory.
It was because at one time Spain was overrun by the Moors. I think the Islamic.
Yes, the Moors,
and they built a castle, and it has incredible carved walls out of sandstone and limestone and things like that. And you would have seen like one guy would have spent an entire lifetime doing one wall. And Alhambra, I want to say, it's in southern Spain. It's on the coast, and it's not Seville. It's I'm
not Espanol.
Granada.
Oh,
Granada in Spain. It's in Granada. I think.
Was that the British territory? Like there was some controversy that Britain was going to give that territory.
Oh, that's a similar name but different place. That's an island.
No, you're thinking of Grenada.
I've been to Grenada. And
Grenada
in the Caribbean.
That's pretty similar. Okay, that's why I got confused.
In 1992, you can go on a Carnival cruise and go to Granada, which I did. That's a different place altogether, completely different. No, this was Alhambra, I think, is in Granada, Spain, which is about 8,000 kilometers apart.
Okay, well,
okay, kilometers.
I mean, I'm going back 40 years, 30 some years in my memory. Don't take my.
I'm still trying to convert kilometers into miles. I mean, so
I've been around.
We got kilometers divided by 1.5 or times 1.5, whatever that is.
No, I don't even read about that anymore. I just drive.
1.5.
I just drive till I get somewhere. That's all I care about.
Lemon Pie has been to Cologne.
No,
so you know exactly. And did you leave your backpack behind and pay the $2 or the €2? Yeah, it was.
Did you leave your bag?
No, the first time
behind.
Did you leave
I've climbed
your
it twice, and once I paid in German German franc, no, French francs, German
Is it francs or is it Deutschmarks?
Deutschmarks. Thank you. I have some Deutschmarks right over there.
Oh man.
It is Deutschmarks, and I paid in Deutschmarks the first time. The second time,
Yeah,
was in
you're over there in World War
euros.
II currency.
Yep. Deutschmarks would have been 88 or 89, I think, when I was over there.
It's
They were
all
still in
euros now,
Deutschmark in
isn't it?
89.
Yeah,
It
they are.
definitely
Yeah,
is.
yeah. Well, now
Yeah.
it's euros, but not before
Now
they
it's
joined the
euros.
European Union.
That's right. No,
Okay.
this was 89 when I first went there, 88, and it would have been definitely
Right. So you went there when it was still separated by the wall. Technically.
Peace. Good night, Suzanne. Yeah. No, the first time, nope. No, the wall fell 2 years before I was there. The wall fell before
Well,
89.
it fell. Yeah, because I was in my civics class watching an 88.
I'm sure.
I think it
No,
was
because I would have gone and fucked with them. I would have gone and thrown shit at the wall. No.
No. I was at my second year at Emily Carr College of Art in Vancouver, and I think it was 88 when the wall came down? Because
Yeah, I thought so. Because I was in.
It was 88.
I had because the weird thing was
And I was there in 89.
Second year,
Yes,
you
I
got,
was in grade 8 when the fucking wall came down.
fuck, I was in third year by then, and
It was
you got
88.
treated
You're
like
right.
royalty. You got your own cubicle, your own area to paint, and do your
I think it
canvases,
was in
right?
grade 10 in 88.
And I had a buddy in the other end of the building in the painting department, and he had a TV all set up, right? So
watch
he'd watch news and whatever when he was painting, right? And he said, "Hey man, you gotta go. Come here. Hey man, come here. You gotta see this. The Berlin Wall is falling. They're taking pickaxes to it. It's like
with
and we're sitting there
sledgehammers.
watching it. We're watching
What did Reagan say? Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Yeah.
So PV lemon pie.
I'll never forget that day. I witnessed history. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. No, PvP was not. Well, yes, I understand why you think that, lemon pie, because Gibraltar was similar to Grenada.
Yeah, that's it.
In that it was an English territory, but Grenada in the Caribbean was also an English territory, and they were.
What did I get for $5?
Yeah, Grenada. Yeah.
Grenada. Okay.
But yeah, been to Gibraltar as well. Fucking love Gibraltar. They have the double-decker English buses. They've got them in Gibraltar. Well, they did in 2007.
Yeah, because I got rid of them in the UK, ain't they?
They used to have the double-decker English buses in Victoria, BC.
In Victoria, they did when I lived there. PvP.
I actually wrote on them back in the late 70s when I was down there. Yeah.
And they were still there, yeah.
Up until the 70s, Canada was actually just another part of the British Empire.
True. Hello, Apex Comics.
Well,
And
that's one
we went to
achievement.
Vegas.
Pierre Trudeau got our Constitution back from the UK because our Constitution had resided in London, I believe, for many centuries.
And that's what I said earlier about.
And I remember. I think it was in Halifax. He had the signing with Queen Elizabeth, where they signed the documents.
Yes, where they signed the Canadian Declaration of Independence.
They turned our Constitution back over to us as a separate
the
country.
Canadian Declaration of Independence. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's why I said.
Hey,
that's why
Comics.
I said about 4 hours ago, if Spidey remembers it, about the two Trudeaus.
No.
That's why I say I have much more respect for
A
the
lot of
father
rum
than
ago.
the son. The father
Okay,
was, he had his flaws, but he was also a smart guy and knew how to survive politically. Justin is the exact opposite.
Yeah, wow.
He's a moron.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think I have. Oh, yeah. I think I have a statement about that. Let me just see if I can. And hey, the wall was down in 1989, according to Apex Comics. I was in Navy boot camp when it happened. That could be. I might have been there later in the year after it fell.
Yeah, it could have been
Actually,
89. I lose track.
I know where that's at. So
They blend in.
Apex Comics, you were at Great Lakes Naval Institute in 1989.
How do you know that?
Because I took my friends there in 1994.
I have an important service message.
That tells you a little bit about what's happening in our country, doesn't it?
That's a real video. I didn't create that. That's actual footage from a stadium.
That's
in
not
Canada.
the first video I've seen of people crawling him out on the street or wherever, right? It's like he's becoming the most hated man in Canadian history. I firmly believe it.
Ooh. And Apex Comics.
Hey, can we watch Action Arm before I pass out?
One on Fun My Comic. Thank you. And yes, Apex Comics. Okay, we just went.
Oh, Apex. I don't remember Apex before.
I think I'm the only person to have never left the U.S. Hey, Dark Helmet, welcome and welcome. Well, you know what? Once Canada becomes part of the States, then you can still travel to Canada, and you still wouldn't have left the States.
Hey, you know what?
I'm just saying, are all Americans going to get our free health care then when that happens?
You know what? As long as America takes you over, we better. That's all I got to say.
Because if you guys don't get, I'll tell you right now, you try and take away our free health care, and there's going to
hell no, we ain't going to take it away. We want that shit. Our government doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, hang on, it's not free.
I don't care if I got to pay taxes for it. You know what? Here's my feeling on it. Here's my feeling on it as an American, a poor fucking American. As long as I can pay a little bit every fucking month and have access to it, you're goddamn right. I'd rather have that guarantee that I can go see a fucking doctor.
Okay. Backstory. 10 years ago, they used to charge you maybe $10 a month here in BC for coverage, right? BC government dropped that years ago. Like, I don't pay a dime. I don't pay a penny. I got my health care card. I go to my doctors.
Well, where does the money come from?
Oh, I pay taxes. Everybody pays taxes.
There you go.
There you go. Exactly. We pay taxes.
Okay, but okay, if they're taking
and you pay more through your taxes.
Oh, that's called greed. That's called greed. You know what, motherfucker? How about looking out for your fellow man?
I'll have to check my latest pay statement that I got last Thursday.
So much through tax.
If I make $1,300, they're maybe taking like $25 off in federal tax. I'm not dying. Let's put it that way.
I would be curious to see
if a hell of a lot less than I'd pay for a private insurance plan. Let's put it that way, right?
Well, that's my question. I question whether we would be paying cheaper for private insurance than for all the taxes we pay.
Do you know how much? Do you want to know how much I paid for private insurance through an employer, let alone not being employed?
How much?
$600 a fucking month. Through a fucking employer.
The private insurance industry, from what I know about the U.S., is a fucking horror show.
Yeah, it fucking is. It's a fucking
anyway,
show.
We're gonna go offline and watch something, I think, right?
Yes. Axinar, please. Axinar.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody. And
do we just stay here and you're gonna like?
Yeah. No. We're gonna. Yes. Let me see if I can find the right. I think we're gonna end with. No.